Scroll through his friend list again, but ultimately couldn't raise a few $100,000. He couldn't help but think of his home and his family's small factory. If he mortgaged it, he could definitely get $1 million or $2 million. Yi Xian was tempted. His main concern now is raising money. The more capital he has, the more he can earn, and the faster he can recoup his losses. He's quite confident in his stock trading skills. Things before were all accidents, he hadn't thought things through carefully. From now on, he'll be extremely cautious. He's sure he can earn all his money back. That's how people are, they hold on to wishful thinking until they see the final outcome. Just like that author. Even though he's failed miserably, he's still comforting himself, telling himself he must persevere. Crying. Night falls. The night view of Shanghai is dazzling and vibrant. Red, yellow, and green lights illuminate the entire night sky. Unlike the bustling traffic of the city center, there's an area in Shanghai where you can hardly see anyone at night. They go to sleep promptly every night. This is the Old Street, a notorious slum. The reason people here go to bed early isn't just because they have early shifts tomorrow, but also because walking too much at night can be fatal. It really can be fatal. The city center is strictly controlled, so the gangs don't dare cause trouble. This place has become a battleground for gang fights, scheduled brawls, and shootouts. As soon as night fell, some people noticed something unusual and locked themselves in to sleep early. It was indeed unusual. Because a gang war is about to erupt here. Today, the Wolf Alliance and the Star Moon Society will clash to determine who will reign supreme in Shanghai's underworld. Every gang war results in countless deaths. And this, it's all just a game Su Liang came up with on a whim. Both sides are gathering, countless henchmen wielding machetes and steel pipes. From a high-rise building, Su Liang observes the entire scene. He's leisurely sipping red wine, enjoying a leg massage from his bodyguard, Red Robe. Red Robe, want to make a bet? Who wins and who loses this game? Interested, Su Liang looks at Red Robe, raising an eyebrow. Regardless of the outcome, Master is the winner. Red Robe answers meticulously. Boring. Su Liang clicks his tongue, then continues watching the scene below with interest. On one side of the Star Moon Society. President, what are we waiting for? Let's charge in and wipe out the Wolf Alliance. The bigger the better, the sooner we can disperse. The Wolf Alliance? We'll beat them to a pulp today. That's right, let them know the strength of the Star Moon Society. Take down the Wolf Alliance, and we'll be the bosses. A group of henchmen brandish their weapons, their fighting spirit high, eager to charge in and slaughter their way through. Unlike their unwavering confidence, Xia Qingxiu, the leader, was heavy-hearted. If it were just the Wolf Alliance, she wouldn't be afraid. Although the Wolf Alliance members were all werewolves, even more so than ruthless individuals. But 20 years of comfortable living had already corrupted their will. How much of their former werewolf spirit remained? She was worried about Su Liang. She had recently done some special research on Su Liang. He was calm and collected, always appearing nonchalant, as if everything was under his control. He was willing to bet himself that he wouldn't stand idly by, he must have done something behind the scenes. This was a tough battle, and she had to fight with all her might. Otherwise, she and the entire Star Moon Society would have to submit to Su Liang. On the other side. In the Wolf Alliance's territory. Like the Star Moon Society, this side was also brimming with passion and aggressive, eager for a major battle. This was just the thought of the Wolf Alliance's underlings. Just as Xia Qingxiu had predicted, these middle and upper-level members, after 20 years of enjoying life, had lost their fighting spirit. They only wanted to enjoy their retirement. But today, they had no choice but to transform into werewolves once more and fight the Star Moon Society. Even at the cost of their lives. They didn't want to, it was all forced upon them by this new leader. Yi Yuan had sent people to control their families. If you don't want anything to happen, fight to the death. If they lose this fight, they, including their families, have no reason to live. No wonder he's a madman, he doesn't care about these people's lives at all, just so Su Liang can win. The middle and upper management were helpless. They could only win, not lose. Under this suffocating threat, their previously waning werewolf spirit was reignited. At Yi Yuan's command, the Wolf Alliance launched the first attack, their members, eyes bloodshot, charging towards the Star Moon Society. A gang war had begun. Chapter 69. The game ends. The Underworld Queen lost, and the price was submission. The Wolf Alliance launched an attack, and the Star Moon Society, not to be outdone, charged forward, weapons in hand. The two sides, numbering over 1,000, clashed, creating a miniature battlefield. The shouts of battle, screams, and wails mingled together, weaving a scene of carnage. Hearing the sounds of fighting outside, the residents of the old street locked their doors, trembling under their blankets. Soldier against soldier, general against general. The high-ranking members of the Star Moon Society and the Wolf Alliance also clashed. The more the fighting progressed, the more shocked the Star Moon Society members became. They realized that their opponents were all fighting with a death wish. Killing 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of their own. The leaders of both sides were also engaged in combat. Clang. After a clang of metal clashing, the two figures moved a distance apart. Xia Qingqiu's hand, gripping the Tang sword, trembled slightly. She was utterly shocked. She hadn't expected the newly appointed leader to be so powerful. His aura was steady, his foundation solid, he didn't seem like someone who had just broken through to the Dark Force realm. She was, of course, aware of the change in leadership within the Wolf Alliance. At the time, she had been relieved that the Wolf Alliance had suddenly changed leaders so close to the great battle. She had anticipated chaos and a weakening of the Wolf Alliance. But seeing the Wolf Alliance's current rampage, their strength hadn't diminished, in fact, it had grown stronger. This newly appointed leader was no ordinary person either. His strength was no less than hers, and the madness on his face and the bloodlust in his eyes chilled her to the bone. While she was alarmed, she was also somewhat relieved. She hadn't known before that the Wolf Alliance had produced two Dark Force Masters. If Yi Yuan hadn't rebelled and seized power, their Star Moon Alliance would have been doomed. Before she could think for long, Yi Yuan charged again, brandishing her broadsword mid-attack. She was too fast, Xia Qingqiu couldn't dodge in time and could only raise her knife to defend herself. Clang. The two knives clashed, sparks flying. The blow was powerful, Xia Qingqiu felt her hands go weak. Suddenly, her eyes sharpened. She kicked Yi Yuan hard in the abdomen. Unexpectedly, Yi Yuan didn't dodge, taking the kick head-on. Suppressing the internal force surging within her, Yi Yuan grabbed Xia Qingqiu's foot and flung her away violently. Boom! Xia Qingqiu was slammed into the wall, almost unable to be pulled out. Her expression was cold, her heart growing heavier. She felt that Yi Yuan in front of her was a madwoman. This was a fighting style of exchanging injury for injury. Then, the two exchanged dozens more blows. Both were injured, but on the surface, Yi Yuan's injuries appeared more severe. Xia Qingqiu only looked slightly disheveled. Taking advantage of the brief opening, she glanced around. Both sides had suffered casualties. Seeing her men fall one by one before her, her face darkened. This wouldn't do, they'd be worn down eventually. She had to finish this quickly. Her mind raced, her eyes hardening. With a stomp of her foot, she shot towards Yi Yuan like an arrow. The two clashed again. Suddenly, Xia Qingqiu spotted an opening in Yi Yuan's defenses and slashed down with her sword. In a split second, Yi Yuan twisted his waist to dodge. Although he avoided a fatal blow, he was still struck in the abdomen, the blade slicing open flesh. Before Xia Qingqiu could even feel relieved by the strike, she caught a glimpse of Yi Yuan's sinister smile out of the corner of her eye. Her heart skipped a beat. A strong sense of crisis surged through her. Yi Yuan swung his cleaver in a backhand motion, aiming straight for her neck. The strike came too fast, too suddenly, and her Tang sword couldn't be retracted. It seemed only one fate awaited her. That was death. Only then did Xia Qingqiu realize. It wasn't that Yi Yuan had made a mistake, he had deliberately shown it to her. Her fear intensified. This guy, he's really courting death. As the long blade drew closer, Xia Qingqiu's heart calmed down. just when she thought her head was about to roll and her life was about to end. The long blade stopped just centimeters from her neck. Xia Qingqiu was utterly stunned. Just then, Yi Yuan drew her blade, switched hands, and slapped a pressure point on her body. Immediately afterward, Xia Qingqiu felt a wave of weakness wash over her. She no longer had the strength to fight. But she was still deeply confused. Why? Yi Yuan had risked everything to create that opportunity to strike. That strike, which could have easily killed her, why didn't it fall? You are my master's prey, so why would I kill you? Yi Yuan tore off a piece of cloth from her trouser leg and used it to bandage the wound to stop the bleeding. When she spoke of her master, her face was filled with respect and fanaticism. Xia Qingqiu was taken aback, then her eyes became complicated. She knew who the master was, who else but Su Liang. She had heard Su Liang say something similar before. At this moment, she understood why Yi Yuan hadn't acted despite having several opportunities to kill her. Even now, she was unharmed. It turned out she was Su Liang's prey. In that case, she should thank Su Liang. Xia Qingqiu smiled bitterly to herself. The gang fight ended with her defeat. The underlings on both sides were relatively normal, fighting evenly. The middle and upper echelons of the Star Moon Society were terrified. They felt their opponents weren't human, but rather like madmen. They were all reckless. With the battle over, the Wolf Alliance's higher-ups breathed a sigh of relief. If the fighting had continued, they would have truly been fighting to the death. Come with me, Master wants to see you. Approaching the dazed Xia Qingqiu, Yi Yuan said calmly. Xia Qingqiu snapped out of her reverie, knowing why Su Liang wanted to see her. She lost this game, utterly and completely. Although somewhat reluctant, she still decided to go see him. After instructing her underlings to clean up the mess, she followed Yi Yuan towards a tall building not far away. Upon arriving at the building, Xia Qingqiu met Su Liang. At the same time, she noticed the surrounding scene. From here, she could see the entire scene of their battle. So, he had been watching the whole thing. He knew it should be said that everyone in the Star Moon Society and the Wolf Alliance was made a fool of. Su Liang put down his wineglass, slowly turned around, a faint smile on his face. We meet again. In this game you lost. Chapter 70. What would it be like if the queen changed into a maid outfit? Xia Qingqiu opened her mouth, wanting to argue, but didn't know what to say. Should she say Su Liang didn't follow the rules? Before, when they made the bet, he said he wouldn't participate in the game himself or send anyone else. And he certainly kept his word. They say he lacked martial ethics, that he framed Lin Hao and got him arrested, and that Lin Hao is still in jail, causing his side to lose a key player. But all of this was done by the Wolf Alliance, and there's no evidence that he secretly instructed them. Besides, there was no rule against weakening the enemy's forces. It can only be said that not eliminating their high-ranking members was already a sign of Su Liang's mercy. If anyone's to blame, it's himself for being too hasty and not considering the details. Are you planning to renege on your debt? Completely disregarding her thoughts, Su Liang said calmly. You need to understand, I'm not discussing this with you, I'm informing you. As his words fell, the red-clad figure beside him unleashed an aura. It swept over Xia Qingqiu like a tidal wave. Under this terrifying killing intent, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. She felt breathless, staring at the red-clad figure in horror. This aura was definitely at the peak of the Dark Force realm. Such a being was willing to serve as Su Liang's bodyguard, and even this madman beside him had submitted to Su Liang. Xia Qingqiu pursed her lips, her face contorted with struggle. At this moment, Su Liang's voice rang out again. Since you're going to renege on your debt, then the Star Moon Society has no reason to exist anymore. No. Hearing this, Xia Qingqiu panicked. The Star Moon Society was the culmination of 3 years of her hard work. How could she tolerate its destruction because of her? She slowly lowered her head. I am willing to submit. As she finished speaking, a wave of shame washed over her. She was always strong-willed. When had she ever said such a thing to anyone? Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her knee, and she involuntarily knelt down. A cold voice came from beside her. Submission, then, should look like submission. This kind of submission was clearly insincere. Liang didn't even bother to check her favorability rating. What he wanted now was an attitude. Lu Rulan was a cautionary tale. He had plenty of experience dealing with female protagonists like her. However, this game had allowed him to discover a talent. He was finding Yi Yuan increasingly pleasing to the eye. He's intelligent and resourceful, unlike the other supporting characters who just recklessly feed the protagonist. His loyalty goes without saying. If he initially submitted to him out of admiration for his strength, after using mind control, he would never betray him. Before, he only used her as a pawn, but now he intends to cultivate her. Immediately, Liang beckoned to her. Seeing this, Yi Yuan happily came to him, kneeling down and gently resting her head on his lap. Her eyes sparkled, anticipating his warm hand. Liang noticed her injuries. The simple treatment wasn't enough to stop the bleeding, and traces of blood seeped out. He frowned, flicked his wrist, and a fragrant pill appeared in his hand. "Open your mouth." Hearing Liang's command, Yi Yuan opened her mouth without hesitation. The pill melted instantly upon entering her mouth, its medicinal power coursing through her body, making her feel warm and comfortable. Then, she felt a layer of grime seep from her skin, and heard Liang's voice in her ear. "Go wash up." Whoosh! Yi Yuan vanished in a flash. When she reappeared, half an hour had passed. At this moment, she was filled with power, and the world seemed clearer to her than ever before. All her injuries had vanished without a trace, leaving not even scars. Her skin was smooth and delicate, like white jade, and her beauty had reached a new level. Not only that, having recently broken through, she had now broken through again, reaching the mid-stage of dark strength. Now, if she were to fight Xia Qingqiu again, she could subdue him in just a few rounds. It's truly amazing. Unbelievable, such a transformation was brought about by a tiny pill. Her gratitude and admiration for Liang grew even stronger. Swish, swish, swish. 3 gazes fell upon her. Liang remained calm. Although not as perfect as the system's marrow cleansing and meridian strengthening, the effect of a single marrow cleansing pill was already quite remarkable. Sensing Yi Yuan's breakthrough, the woman in red's eyes gleamed with excitement. She had reached the peak of dark strength many years ago. If she could receive a pill from her master. Suddenly, her gaze towards Liang burned with fervor, hoping he would assign her a task as well. If the woman in red was Liang's person, she could still maintain her composure. Xia Qingqiu, however, was too shocked to speak. Originally, she had taken Yi Yuan's place, kneeling before him, resting on Liang's lap, enjoying the treatment of being petted like a cat. Now, she looked up at Yi Yuan, her eyes filled with disbelief. Her mouth gaped open in an O shape, as if she really wanted to stuff something inside. Yi Yuan's improved skin and enhanced appearance were secondary. She knew Yi Yuan's injuries best. A single pill had completely healed her, leaving no scar. How was this possible? It was utterly illogical. She abruptly turned to Liang, expecting an answer. However, Liang completely ignored her, simply patting the dog's head with a smile. After receiving Yi Yuan's thanks, Liang left with Hani. He had no intention of enjoying his spoils for the time being. The time and place weren't right. Tonight, both the Star Moon Society and the Wolf Alliance had suffered significant losses, and many things needed their attention. Once Xia Qingqiu finished dealing with everything, it would be time for him to inspect the goods. The underworld handled these matters rather simply and brutally. Give out some subsidies, appease the underlings, and it's done in a few days. Liang could afford to wait a few days, and he used that time to woo the female lead. In the meantime, he also thought about how to mold this underworld queen. What kind of uniform should she wear? Black stockings, a dress, or a cheongsam would suit her queenly aura. How about a cute contrast, like dressing her in women's clothing? Having the queen as a maid that's seen would be quite amusing. Chapter 71: The joining of a new family member. A stunningly beautiful teacher. While dealing with the aftermath for the Star Moon Society and the Wolf Alliance, Su Liang didn't forget his strategy. Ding, bring Jiang Yan into the family? Make her a member of the family? He glanced at the stunningly beautiful woman sleeping beside him, a single red plum blossom standing out starkly against the white blankets. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. This was a female protagonist he had only recently met. Her profession was a teacher. She had been transferred from a remote area a month ago to teach at Shanghai University. After he accidentally discovered her, he staged a chance encounter and began to build a closer relationship. Jiang Yan was new to the city, unfamiliar with everything, filled with curiosity yet somewhat lost. Just then, Su Liang suddenly appeared. He showed her around the various scenic spots, quickly familiarizing her with the city, deeply moving her. Not only that, upon hearing that she was coming to Shanghai to teach, Su Liang even arranged housing for her in the university town. She naturally refused, but Su Liang, using the excuse of pursuing her, insisted on giving her the key. Furthermore, through their time together, she had developed feelings for Su Liang. His refined and approachable demeanor made him instantly likable. He was also incredibly knowledgeable. Despite being a university professor, she was practically no better than a student in Su Liang's presence. Sometimes she even had to ask him for help with questions she didn't understand. Not to mention his looks and background. His looks were worthy of being called a national heartthrob. His background? You could tell from the fact that he bought an apartment in a prime location in the university town with just one phone call. These past few days, she had been hesitant and insecure about Su Liang's pursuit. She didn't know whether she should accept. What made her uneasy was that Su Liang was simply too perfect. How could such a perfect man be interested in someone like Cinderella? She was very clear about her own situation. However, tonight, after having a candlelight dinner with Su Liang, he confessed his feelings to her. She ultimately lacked the courage to refuse. What followed was only natural. She decided this was the man she wanted. Su Liang withdrew his gaze, and without hesitation, chose yes. Ding, congratulations, host, family member +1, you have gained immunity to all poisons. Immunity to all poisons. Su Liang's heart stirred. This was indeed a good passive buff. With his strength, he no longer feared most enemies. Even if there were beings he couldn't defeat, he had the Su family behind him. He wasn't afraid of open attacks, nor was he afraid of underhanded tactics. In fact, even if it involved poisoning. He possessed miraculous medical skills. There was no poison in this world that could kill him. Of course, this was on the premise that he discovered it beforehand, or that he had time to treat it. But some poisons were fatal upon first contact. If someone was accidentally poisoned, there was no time to administer acupuncture or prepare an antidote. Immunity to all poisons served as an extra layer of protection for him. In a good mood, Su Liang picked up his phone and started looking at information about Yi Xian. Yi Xian was currently operating with a gambler's mentality, hoping to recoup his losses in the stock market. But how could Su Liang possibly give him that chance? He borrowed over 9 million yuan, and mortgaged his family's house and small factory, investing over 10 million yuan in the stock market. The result? It was all gone in just 2 days. Ding Yixian's mentality collapsed, villain value plus 888. Ding Yixian felt despair, villain value plus 999. Yixian was completely dumbfounded. He still couldn't believe what had happened. Before investing the money in the stock market, he had made thorough preparations, selecting only large foreign companies. These companies had at least tens of billions of US dollars in assets, and their stocks were consistently on an upward trend. Although the rise wasn't huge, it was very stable. Investing 10 million yuan, he was guaranteed not to lose money. However, the stocks he thought would be safe started to fall shortly after he invested. Not long after, those companies declared bankruptcy. Yi Xian was extremely annoyed. Everything was fine before, but his investments went down. What kind of jinx was he born with? He wasn't unaware that he'd been scammed, falling victim to the infamous pig butchering scam. But how could several large companies go bankrupt? What kind of scammer has that kind of power? Okay, even if they did. Could someone like him, a mere tens of millions of yuan investor, really bankrupt companies worth hundreds of billions? He didn't know that it was indeed because of him that those companies were targeted and bankrupted. Now, reality was staring him in the face. He'd mortgaged his house and factory. He was truly bankrupt. But that wasn't the most devastating thing for Yi Xian. The news of his stock market bankruptcy had somehow leaked out. Those who had previously borrowed money all swarmed to his door, demanding repayment. What a spendthrift! 50 million. I couldn't earn that much in several lifetimes, and you squandered it all in just a few days. I don't care, I lent you half of my family's fortune, you have to pay me back. What a tragedy! My million inch. Yi Xian, you deserve to die. You'd better return my 200,000, or don't blame me for being heartless towards our classmates. This was the scene at Yi Xian's house. At least dozens of people had come to collect debts, completely surrounding the house. Yi Xian lay on the floor, his eyes vacant, his face filled with existential despair. Click. Just as everyone was condemning Yi Xian, the door was opened from the outside. Only Ye's father had a key to the house. Yi Xian sat up abruptly. Oh no, what would happen if father found out? He was already so angry he vomited blood before, wouldn't he just die on the spot? He tried to stop it, but it was too late, someone had already opened the door. Seeing the scene inside, Ye's father was completely dumbfounded. He had been hospitalized for the past few days, and Yi Xian had brought him meals every day. The meticulous care had gradually dissipated his initial anger. 50 million gone, so be it, just pretend the demolition never happened. With this self-deceptive attitude, he felt his health improve. Seeing that Yi Xian hadn't come to the hospital today, he simply discharged himself. Unexpectedly, he found so many people at home as soon as he got back. Upon seeing his father, a relative immediately began to complain, subtly and overtly demanding that he repay the money. After learning that he was Yi Xian's father, a group of friends and classmates also started to tell their stories. Ye's father was stunned, his finger trembling as he pointed at Yi Xian, his voice shaking. What? You borrowed millions from them and lost it all in the stock market. You even mortgaged the house and the factory. You unfilial son. Chapter 72 The Nightmare of the Underworld Queen. The Maid's Self-Cultivation. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Xia Qingqiu sat wearily on the sofa. In these 3 days, she not only handled the aftermath but also comforted her subordinates. The last battle with the Wolf Alliance had completely shattered their morale. Those were truly werewolves, they fought like madmen. She was utterly bewildered until her undercover agent within the Wolf Alliance sent back a message, finally revealing the answer. It turned out that the newly appointed leader had kidnapped the families of many of the mid to high-ranking members. That's why they had no choice but to fight to the death. Upon receiving this result, Xia Qingqiu was utterly shocked. That woman's madness had completely shattered her understanding. Her loyalty to Su Liang also chilled her to the bone. She had gone to any lengths to ensure Su Liang's victory in this game. Thinking of Su Liang, Xia Qingqiu felt her heart in turmoil. She couldn't help but recall that night when she was kneeling on the ground, Su Liang beckoning to her, and she knelt down, resting her head on his lap. That feeling of being treated like a pet filled her with shame. Was she destined to become Su Liang's pet? Unable to escape his grasp? Ring 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 ring. The sudden ringing of her phone startled her. She picked it up hastily and froze on the spot. The caller ID Su Liang. There was no escaping it. Taking a deep breath, Xia Qingqiu pressed the answer button. Wait for me at home. His voice was gentle and warm, like a spring breeze. It made one imagine that the person on the other end was a handsome and refined gentleman. However, Xia Qingqiu didn't share such thoughts, she only felt a chill in her heart. She knew why Su Liang hadn't harmed her 3 days ago. That was time she had given to handle her affairs. Now that it was over, naturally he would come looking for her. After Su Liang's call, Xia Qingqiu had been in a state of anxiety. Her mind raced with wild thoughts about what Su Liang would do to her later. Screech! The sound of brakes outside the villa startled her awake, and she rushed to the door. Sure enough, she saw the bodyguard, a peak-level dark force expert, get into the back seat and open the car door. Su Liang's nightmarish figure came into view. She quickly looked around. Fortunately, this was a detached villa, and there were no residents around. Mr. Su. Seeing Su Liang standing before her, Xia Qingqiu stammered, unsure of what to say. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. I'll give you a chance to rephrase your words. Xia Qingqiu was taken aback, then, realizing what he meant, forced back her embarrassment and said, Master. Su Liang then smiled. He didn't treat her like an outsider at all, and walked straight into the villa. He surveyed the surroundings. The style was minimalist, decorated with swords, spears, and halberds, giving off a dark queen vibe. He plopped down on the sofa, observing this underworld queen with great interest. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, and her expressionless demeanor gave off a cold and aloof feeling. Her figure was undeniably curvaceous and stunning, every movement captivating and alluring. An angelic face, a devilish figure that was the perfect description for her. Then, noticing her attire, he frowned. She was dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, which concealed much of her beauty. From the moment she entered, Xia Qingqiu had been observing Su Liang's every move. Seeing his frown, she felt a pang of unease. Now, she was a far cry from the confident, aloof queen she presented to her underlings. She resembled a timid wife from ancient times, awaiting her husband's punishment for her misdeeds. Then she saw Su Liang's brow relax, a faint smile playing on his lips. A bad premonition welled up within her. Sure enough. The next moment, she heard Su Liang speak. I don't like this outfit of yours, go change. Xia Qingqiu's heart sank. She knew how alluring she was in those seductive clothes. These past few days, she had been wearing her fitted outfit, hoping Su Liang would see her like this and let her go. However, she was clearly overthinking it. Just as she reluctantly prepared to change, Su Liang called her back. Your clothes are ready. Xia Qingqiu's mind went blank, not understanding what Su Liang meant. But she quickly understood. The woman in red returned, carrying a bag and handing it to her. She took it blankly, opened it, and saw it was full of clothes. How to describe these clothes? Just one look was enough to make her blush and her heart race. There were also JK uniforms, pleated skirts, dresses, maid outfits. One after another, the clothes dazzled Xia Qingqiu, making her dizzy. Just then, Su Liang's devilish voice rang out again. Choose one yourself. Xia Qingqiu turned around in disbelief. What? Su Liang actually let her choose one of these? These clothes, she'd never even worn them before. Now, for the first time, she was going to wear them for a man. Seeing her changing expression and conflicted look, Su Liang's expression was somewhat amused. What? You don't want to? Xia Qingqiu trembled and silently took the bag into the house. When she reappeared, she was wearing a maid outfit. Compared to those miniskirts, this one was more acceptable to her. It just felt very uncomfortable. Outside, she was always decisive and efficient, everyone called her a queen. Now, wearing a maid outfit made her feel extremely awkward. However, her nightmare had only just begun. Not only was she dressed in a formal gown, but Su Liang also put her in charge of cooking, giving massages, and doing all the things a maid would do. He called it the self-cultivation of a maid. Chapter 73, It's fun to torment the female lead for a while, but the more you torment her, the more fun it is. Watching the underworld queen dressed as a maid, bustling about in the kitchen, Su Liang smiled slightly. Thinking she could escape by choosing a maid outfit? How naive. How could he waste the gift he had prepared? A maid outfit by day, and those other outfits by night, transforming into a seductive queen. In the kitchen, Xia Qingqiu was cooking. She was unaware that she had been completely manipulated. She was, of course, familiar with the pots and pans in front of her. She used to cook for herself when she was alone. But since she founded the Star Moon Society and became its president, she hadn't cooked at all. She was usually too busy and hired a housekeeper to cook. For years, she hadn't even cooked for herself, and now she was going to do it for a man. Like a maid serving her master. Xia Qingqiu's composure was crumbling. She had lost the game, so she could only accept her fate. An hour later, a sumptuous lunch was ready. It looked and smelled delicious, it should taste quite good. Su Liang sat down at the table, glanced at Xia Qingqiu standing to the side, and raised an eyebrow. Xia Qingqiu hesitated upon seeing this. Su Liang's meaning was clear, he wanted her to come and keep him company, which she somewhat resisted. Suddenly, her eyes widened. She saw Su Liang raise his hand. The woman in red, hidden in the darkness, trembled, remembering the fear of being controlled by him. Xia Qingqiu felt a chill run down her spine and quickly and obediently sat down beside him. A maid even during a meal, she wanted Su Liang to enjoy the ultimate experience. Xia Qingqiu picked up her chopsticks and placed food in Su Liang's bowl. "I want you feed me." Xia Qingqiu sighed helplessly, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and brought them to Su Liang's lips. What followed was a royal treatment. Holding a beauty in his arms, feeling her warm, soft body, he fed her food directly to her mouth. The meal ended. "Go make me a cup of tea." Xia Qingqiu had just returned from washing the dishes when Su Liang gave the order again. She clenched her fist, then weakly released it, taking out expensive tea leaves. This was her own home. How could Su Liang be the master here? And she was just a lowly maid. Finally, the tea was brewed, and Su Liang placed it before her, taking a sip. The taste was naturally incomparable to his own brewing, it was barely passable. Looking at the dejected Xia Qingqiu, Su Liang's eyes flashed. Today, he was here to torment the female lead. How could he let her be idle? As the saying goes, tormenting the female lead is satisfying for a while, and the more you torment, the more satisfying. Especially this female lead, with her cold and arrogant expression, possessing a queen-like aura. Now, forced to fawn and fulfill her duties as a maid, she felt doubly aggravated. A thought struck him. "My shoulders are a little sore, give me a massage." Xia Qingqiu looked bewildered. She looked around, she was alone. She was incredulous. "You want me to massage you?" Before she finished speaking, the whip struck, followed by a collective gasp. She hurriedly said, I don't know how." "Don't know how?" Su Liang raised an eyebrow. "Don't know how? Don't you know how to learn?" Xia Qingqiu was speechless. Swish. Suddenly, a booklet was thrown at her. She knew it was from the red-clad figure hidden in the shadows. Picking up the booklet, she felt a little dizzy. It read, "A maid's self-cultivation. As a maid, one must bring pleasure to one's master. All commands of the master must be obeyed. Essential maid skills, laundry, cooking, wake-up service, and a wide array of sexual techniques." Xia Qingqiu's face darkened. They really treated her like a maid. An hour later, Xia Qingqiu stood behind Su Liang, obediently giving him a massage. Her inner turmoil was devastating. She was a queen. When had she ever given a massage, especially to a man? The afternoon passed quickly. Of course, this was from Su Liang's perspective. Xia Qingqiu, however, felt each day drag on endlessly. Never before had she wished this agonizing time would end. When Su Liang was thirsty, he made her tea. When he was hungry, he made her peel fruit and fed her bite by bite. If she wanted juice, she transformed into a juicer. The physical exhaustion wasn't the worst part, the mental torment was the real problem. The entire afternoon had left her utterly devastated. If she weren't outmatched by Su Liang, if he could destroy the Star Moon Society with a single word, she would have fought desperately. This was exactly the result Su Liang wanted. He wanted her to resist internally, yet be forced to do it. Until she gradually adapted to this role. At this moment, darkness had fallen. Moonlight spilled onto the earth, adding a touch of color to the silent night. Su Liang went to the courtyard and sat in the rocking chair. Sipping tea, admiring the night sky, and enjoying a massage from his maid, Su Liang was thoroughly relaxed. Time passed slowly. He stood up and stretched. After a day of rest, it was time to start his nightlife. Chapter 74: Su Liang's Despicable Methods. He was forced into it. The next day, Xia Qingqiu felt an itch in her nose and slowly opened her eyes. Before she saw Su Liang teasing her, holding a lock of her hair. Xia Qingqiu was annoyed. "Wake up! It's noon. Go cook." Hearing Su Liang's words, Xia Qingqiu instantly woke up, her face filled with disbelief. She was in such a state that even getting up was a problem, and he was making her cook? Did he know what it meant to be gentle and considerate? No, perhaps those 4 words didn't even exist in Su Liang's mind. What? Is there a problem? Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Xia Qingqiu had no choice but to slowly get up. As it turned out, people are forced to do things. She was so weak just now, but now she's up, isn't she? Watching her staggering figure, a smile appeared in Su Liang's eyes. Just as he expected. A female lead with such a strong personality can't be easily won over with time. His affections remained consistently negative. However, he had his ways of dealing with such a woman, he needed to take it slow. After eating the usual home-cooked meals, a rare delicacy like Lu Rulins would be quite interesting, wouldn't it? For the next 2 or 3 days, Su Liang stayed at Xia Qingqiu's house. Just as he was planning to stay a few more days and finally win over this underworld queen, news arrived. It turned out that Ren Shanshan had brought her younger sister. He remembered saying, as the brother-in-law, he had to give his sister-in-law a gift. At a 5-star hotel, Su Liang met Ren Shanshan and her younger sister, Ren Feifei. The 2 women bore a striking resemblance, clearly sisters. Ren Shanshan wore black stockings and high heels, lightly made up, and dressed impeccably, appearing mature and dignified, clearly the older sister. The younger sister, dressed simply in canvas shoes, radiated youthful energy. Her youthful face clearly indicated she was a student, not yet entering the workforce. At that moment, these 2 sisters, with their contrasting styles, stood at the hotel entrance, instantly attracting a large crowd of onlookers. Holy crap, what a beautiful pair of sisters! Imagine how amazing it would be to have them in bed together. Absolutely. I finally understand why those ancient emperors stopped holding court. If I could get one of them, my ancestors would be incredibly lucky. 2, I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Stop joking around. Look at yourselves, do you think such a beauty would even notice you? A toad trying to eat swan meat. I bet no one could ever win over a goddess like that, let alone 2 sisters together. The passers-by's eyes lit up, buzzing with discussion. One person's words abruptly stopped, and the surrounding chatter gradually subsided. They stared blankly ahead. A Rolls-Royce pulled up, and a handsome young man stepped out. The 2 sisters, who had been gossiping just moments before, smiled and went to greet him. The 3 of them then entered the hotel together. Ah! The truth told them. No beautiful woman is unattainable. If you are, it's because you don't have enough money in your bank account. As she walked towards the hotel, Ren Feifei sized up Su Liang. This is her brother-in-law? He's so handsome, so charismatic. She had just graduated high school this year and was admitted to a university in Shanghai. Her sister happened to be here, so she could be taken care of. A few days ago, her sister had shown her around Shanghai, letting her experience the prosperity of this metropolis. This morning, her sister said she would introduce her to her brother-in-law. She knew, of course, that her sister had a boyfriend. Her current manager job was even arranged by her brother-in-law. It could be said, if her sister hadn't found a boyfriend and kept sending money home, their family wouldn't be living such a good life. And she wouldn't have been able to afford such a good university. Ren Feifei was very grateful to this brother-in-law who had changed her family's life. She had been looking forward to meeting him today. Now that she had met him, it was completely beyond her expectations. My brother-in-law is too perfect. Looking at Su Liang's handsome profile, a thought couldn't help but pop into her mind. If only he weren't her sister's boyfriend. Then she'd have a chance. This thought startled her, and she quickly shook her head to clear her mind. How could she steal her sister's boyfriend? Although Su Liang was walking forward, he took in Ren Feifei's every move, a smile playing on his lips. Looks like this sister-in-law is easy to handle. As for Rin Shanshan being the female lead, and her sister being the female lead too, Su Liang wasn't surprised at all. It's just a typical urban romance novel, there are plenty of these kinds. Chapter 75, Using Money to Boost the Female Lead's Favor. Having a younger sister join in isn't bad either. Arriving at their reserved table, she gestured, and the waiter began serving the food. Feifei, this is the boyfriend I've been telling you about. Haven't you always wanted to meet him? Ren Shanshan began introducing him, then looked at Su Liang. Brother Liang, this is my sister, Ren Feifei. Hello. Shanshan has told me about you before. Su Liang smiled and extended his hand. His smile was warm and approachable, and his voice was gentle and soothing. Ren Feifei was somewhat mesmerized. Then, realizing what he meant, she quickly reached out and shook his hand. Hello, brother-in-law. Su Liang didn't ask her to change her form of address. Isn't this more interesting? As they spoke, one exquisite dish after another was brought out, leaving Ren Feifei dazzled. As a girl from the countryside, she had never seen such delicacies, let alone tasted them. She had thought the meal her sister had taken her to the other day was absolutely divine, but compared to the presentation of these dishes, they paled in comparison. What are you standing there for? Don't be shy. Seeing the two women remain unmoved, Su Liang picked up his chopsticks first. The dishes in front of her were exquisitely presented, and Ren Feifei was momentarily at a loss for which to choose. Her sister, Ren Shanshan, was considerate enough to add a piece of fish to her plate. Taking a bite, Ren Feifei's eyes lit up. It tasted incredibly delicious. The meal ended, and Ren Feifei was still somewhat unsatisfied. However, she wisely refrained from overeating. She couldn't leave a bad impression on her brother-in-law. Afterwards, the three of them walked out of the hotel together. Ren Feifei whispered to her sister. The food here is so delicious, let's come here to eat every day from now on. Ren Shanshan rolled her eyes. It was delicious, but that meal just now cost over 10,000 yuan. I'll give you another chance to organize your thoughts. Ren Feifei exclaimed, speechless with shock. A meal costing over 10,000 yuan was simply unimaginable. She knew her brother-in-law's family was wealthy, but she hadn't imagined they were this rich. Her brother-in-law's image gradually grew taller and more imposing in her mind. After leaving the hotel, Su Liang, seemingly only then noticing Ren Feifei's attire, looked at Ren Shanshan with feigned reproach. What kind of older sister are you? Your younger sister finally comes over, and you don't even buy her any new clothes. Ren Feifei quickly explained for her sister. My sister bought me some, this is what my sister bought me. As she spoke, she pointed to her outfit. A white short-sleeved shirt and blue jeans, exuding youthful energy. That won't do. Feifei is going to university soon, what she wears will affect her image in her classmates' eyes. Brother-in-law will take you shopping for clothes. Su Liang waved his hand, making the decision decisively. Ren Shanshan felt a little embarrassed. It wasn't that she was short of money. Since marrying Su Liang and now serving as the company's financial manager, she wasn't short of money at all. She just felt that her younger sister was only in university and shouldn't spend money so extravagantly. Students should act like students. Since Su Liang had said so, she had no choice but to agree. Afterwards, Su Liang led the two women to a boutique of a world-renowned women's clothing brand. Choose whatever clothes you want, your brother-in-law will pay. The dazzling array of clothes inside made Ren Feifei's eyes dazzle. Since it was Su Liang's idea, Ren Shanshan didn't hesitate and helped her sister choose clothes. As expected of the female lead, Ren Feifei dressed up just as well as her sister. In the end, they picked out several outfits and packed them up. When the salesperson announced the prices, Ren Feifei was stunned. Only 5 or 6 outfits, yet they cost over 300,000 yuan. Ren Shanshan was about to swipe her card when Su Liang stopped her. "It's our first meeting today, so I'll pay." He then took out his black gold card. Upon seeing this, the salesperson immediately became respectful to the group. After quickly swiping her card, Ren Feifei respectfully handed the clothes to Su Liang, inwardly sighing. No wonder she gets to enjoy these two stunning sisters. Leaving the clothing store, Ren Feifei was still a little dizzy, feeling the clothes in her hands weigh a ton. After regaining her senses, she quickly said to Su Liang, "Brother-in-law, this is too expensive, I can't accept it." "What's expensive or not? Clothes are meant to be worn." Su Liang feigned displeasure. "Consider this a gift between us. If you don't accept it, it means you're not happy with your brother-in-law." Ren Feifei quickly waved her hand. "No, brother-in-law, you're very kind." Then I'll accept it, thank you, brother-in-law." "By the way, don't thank me yet." Seemingly remembering something, Su Liang took out a gold card. "There's $1 million in here. Buy whatever you need in the future. If you need more money, just let me know." Su Liang was starting to use money to build goodwill. These female protagonists are not promiscuous women. Don't even mention offering them $1 million, even if you offered them 10 million or 100 million, they wouldn't agree to sleep with you. But if you spend $1 million on them, they'll be very grateful, and their favorability towards you will increase. This amount of money is nothing to Su Liang. Using it to gain favor with female protagonists is practically getting something for nothing. In fact, these female protagonists who can gain favor by spending money are the easiest to win over. With some of his methods, he can bring them into his family in just a few days. This is why he has won over nearly 20 female protagonists in only half a year since transmigrating. The truly troublesome ones are those female protagonists who don't lack money. For example, Chen Jianjia, Xiao Qingxiu, and Lin Hao's third senior sister, Dongfang Shenyan. Winning them over requires appropriate methods. Chen Jianjia has already been won over, Xiao Qingxiu is practically his, and Dongfang Shenyan is just one step away from being confessed to. TSK before she knew it, Lin Hao had almost won over all three of his senior sisters. Looking at the gold card in front of her, Ren Feifei was at a loss and could only look to her sister for help. Ren Shanshan nodded to her. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How could she not understand Su Liang's meaning? However, she knew Su Liang very well, they knew each other inside and out. Aside from having a huge number of women, she's excellent and perfect in every way. Becoming his woman means no worries about her future. A single word from him can solve all her work problems, even securing her a high position. A thought suddenly popped into her head. Su Liang has many women, and she doesn't have any advantage among them. To gain more favor, she needs to be different. Perhaps having her younger sister join in wouldn't be bad. Chapter 76, the protagonist's mentality collapses again after being kicked out of the house by his second senior sister. After Ren Feifei accepted the card, Su Liang smiled, a smile full of meaning. It was clear from the look in her eyes when she looked at him. This female lead was gradually falling for him. Suddenly, he sensed a malicious gaze and frowned. At the end of the street, a figure was staring in their direction. Upon closer inspection, it was Lin Hao. With a disdainful smile, Su Liang beckoned to the two sisters, intending to explore other areas. In the distance, watching Su Liang and the two sisters gradually disappear, Lin Hao clenched his fists, his teeth itching with hatred. After being framed for a staged accident, he had been arrested and taken to the police station. Fortunately, the incident was controversial, not as egregious as his previous intrusion into the Su group to kill Su Liang. He wasn't locked up in a solitary confinement. Nor did he encounter the devilish policewoman. However, because he had assaulted people, including an elderly person, the situation was more complicated. He needed a lawyer to get out. Even though Xing Yue would pull strings, he only got out of the detention center today. Unexpectedly, the first thing he saw upon his release was Su Liang with two beautiful sisters. He didn't need to guess to know their relationship. Damn it! He'd only been locked up for a few days, and Su Liang had already hooked up with two stunning sisters. It made him incredibly envious and resentful. No, it should be that he felt sorry for the women Su Liang had deceived, and angry at their lack of self-respect. At the same time, the thought that his senior sister was one of them caused him immense heartache. Senior sister, wait for me. I'll soon make you see Su Liang's true colors. He gripped his phone, his eyes resolute. Just now, seeing Su Liang with the two sisters, he took out his phone and snapped a picture. His senior sister was deeply involved, he had to show her the evidence. Taking a deep breath to calm his urge to kill Su Liang, Lin Hao immediately headed towards the Star Moon Society. Star Moon Society. Ever since their defeat to the Wolf Alliance in the final battle, the atmosphere had been somewhat oppressive. Even the underlings had become much more discreet. Today, the Star Moon Society once again radiated a spark of vitality. Because their leader, Xia Qingxiu, whom they hadn't seen for several days, had reappeared. The underlings breathed a sigh of relief, their leader hadn't abandoned them. If they knew that their revered leader, the underworld queen, had been working as a maid for the past few days, being subjected to various positions by Su Liang, they wondered what their expressions would be. Xia Qingxiu was inspecting her territory. However, every few steps she took, her brows furrowed, as if she had something difficult to say. Xia Qingxiu gritted her teeth inwardly. 3 whole days. Does anyone know how she'd survived these past 3 days? During the day, it was a little better, at least Su Liang would make her do some of the things a maid should do. Nighttime was a different story, there was absolutely no time to rest. Even with her hidden strength, she couldn't withstand such beatings. Second senior sister. Just as Xia Qingxiu was inwardly blaming Su Liang, a familiar voice rang out. Turning her head, she saw Lin Hao entering from outside. Seeing him, Xia Qingxiu's face immediately darkened. She had repeatedly warned Lin Hao to be careful, discreet, and low-key. But he hadn't taken it to heart at all, immediately walking right into someone else's trap. If he hadn't been arrested, she wouldn't be in this predicament. Although she knew that even if Lin Hao hadn't fallen for the trap, he would have been kicked out in some other way. But after suffering so much injustice, someone had to take the blame. Seeing Lin Hao appear, Xia Qingxiu was immediately furious, and said without any politeness, "Get out of here." The smile that had just appeared on Lin Hao's face froze instantly. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Lin Hao was completely bewildered. His second senior sister had been quite nice to him before. How come her attitude had completely reversed after just a few days? Things had changed. What exactly had happened outside while he was in the detention center? Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Could the decisive battle with the Wolf Alliance be over? When he entered earlier, he sensed something was off about the atmosphere within the Star Moon Society. With this thought in mind, he quickly asked. Xia Qingxiu ignored him, coldly ordering, "Men, throw him out." 2 henchmen immediately stepped forward to drag Lin Hao away. He understood Xia Qingxiu's attitude perfectly. The decisive battle between the Star Moon Society and the Wolf Alliance was over, and they had lost. Lin Hao was dejected. A wave of regret and guilt washed over him. The reason was simple, he had betrayed Xia Qingxiu's trust. Just the day before, Xia Qingxiu had repeatedly warned him to keep a low profile and avoid trouble. The very next day, he was caught in a simple trap. Even after being dragged out the door by 2 underlings, he hadn't recovered from his regret. Those guys from the Wolf Alliance are inhuman. They fight like madmen. Now I avoid them like the plague. It's not that they're strong, it's that the new leader is ruthless. He put a knife to their families' throats, how could they not fight to the death? Say, I haven't seen the leader for 3 days. I thought he'd given up on us. The leader must be furious, right? Today she looked pale, and she was even walking with a frown. A few underlings happened to pass by, and their conversation reached Lin Hao's ears. Whoosh! A flash of lightning struck his mind. He suddenly realized a very serious problem. The decisive battle between the Star Moon Society and the Wolf Alliance was actually a bet between Xia Qingxiu and Su Liang. Although Xia Qingxiu hadn't said what the stakes were. But judging from the level of importance she placed on it, the stakes were undoubtedly high. Combined with what he had just seen Xia Qingqiu's unsteady gait and the added allure of a young married woman, Lin Hao froze on the spot. After a long while, he had to accept a fact. That was, his second senior sister had also been won over by Su Liang. Given the precedence of his fiancée Lu Rolan and his senior sister Chen Jianjia, he couldn't be mistaken. This explained why Xia Qingqiu was so angry with him. Because he wasn't there, his fiancée had been snatched away by Su Liang, and she was pregnant. It was because of him again that he hadn't revealed Su Liang's true nature to his senior sister, watching her gradually succumb and ultimately become like him. And it was because of him that he carelessly fell into a trap, missing the decisive battle between the Star Moon Society and the Wolf Alliance, causing his second senior sister to be forced into submission by Su Liang. It was all because of him. Lin Hao crouched on the ground, clutching his head. Overwhelming regret, self-blame, and remorse surged through him. Ding. Lin Hao's self-doubt increases, villain value plus 999. Ding. Lin Hao's mentality explodes, villain value plus 1000. Ding. Chapter 77. The Aloof Queen actually did this. Lin Hao was in a daze, not even knowing how he left the Star Moon Society. He didn't bother to ask. He felt so ashamed he didn't know how to face Xia Qingqiu. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, he came to his senses and found himself unknowingly at Bai Chao Tang. Thinking of the photos he'd taken at noon, Lin Hao went into Bai Chao Tang. After Su Liang had spent the day with her and then berated her so badly she couldn't get out of bed, Chen Jianjia had regained her usual composure. She no longer cared about how many women Su Liang had. If Su Liang only had her as his woman, that would be torture. She didn't want to be bedridden every day. Seeing the manager was no longer so cold, everyone at Bai Chao Tang was less worried and worked even harder. When Lin Hao entered, Chen Jianjia was on her way home and happened to run into him. "Why are you here?" She frowned, her expression somewhat displeased. After Su Liang ignored her for several days, she became even more dependent on him. She couldn't let Lin Hao make him distance himself from her. Lin Hao felt a pang of sadness. This was his senior sister, from the same sect. How had their relationship deteriorated to this point? Remembering his purpose, he composed himself and said, "Senior sister, I'm here to tell you about Su Liang's character. He's a scumbag. From what I've seen, there are at least 4 or 5 women around him, and who knows how many more he is behind the scenes." Speaking of Su Liang, Lin Hao was furious, wishing he could kill him. Sensing his malice towards Su Liang, Chen Jianjia's expression changed, her tone turning cold. And then? Lin Hao was dumbfounded. What then? Shouldn't you be furious at this point, call Su Liang and berate him, then declare all ties severed? It's true, I even took pictures of him with other women. Thinking his senior sister didn't believe him, he quickly pulled out his evidence. Opening his phone's photo album, he saw pictures of Su Liang with 2 sisters. In the photos, the 3 were chatting and laughing. Their relationship was definitely not ordinary. After scrolling through the photos, Lin Hao looked at Chen Jianjia again. She remained as calm as ever. So what are you trying to say? Lin Hao was dumbfounded again. This scene felt somewhat familiar. He remembered that when he told Lu Rolan, she reacted the same way. She even said she was willing to be Su Liang's mistress. Could it be that his senior sister also had this idea? Impossible, impossible. He shook his head inwardly, but a bad premonition welled up inside him. The next moment, he heard Chen Jianjia's voice. "Stop doing these pointless things. I know Liang Ji's affairs better than you do. I don't care how many women he has, as long as he has me in his heart." After coldly uttering those words, she strode away. Lin Hao stood there, stunned, unable to recover for a long time. His face gradually darkened, becoming extremely ugly, and he felt worse than if he had eaten shit. As dusk fell, Lin Hao walked alone on the street, a sense of loneliness welling up within him. He had been kicked out of the house by his second senior sister, and his eldest senior sister didn't welcome him either. Now he's homeless again. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a familiar car passing by. It was Su Liang's personal vehicle. His suppressed anger exploded at that moment. He immediately wanted to chase after it, to see if he could find an opportunity to kill it. Indeed, Su Liang was very strong, he couldn't defeat him. Su Liang's medical skills were also superior to his. But no one is perfect, everyone has weaknesses. Since coming down from the mountain to the city, he had lived in Su Liang's shadow, forgetting his own abilities. He also knew medicine, he knew several potent poison formulas. Colorless and odorless, once poisoned, it would cause death by bleeding from all 7 orifices. Even if Su Liang's medical skills were extraordinary, it wouldn't be useful. Immediately, Lin Hao flagged down a passing taxi. "Master, catch that car for me." Wow, that urgent tone. The driver realized a sucker had come to him and quickly locked the car doors to prevent escape. Then he slowly drove off in the direction Lin Hao was pointing. "Master, drive faster." Lin Hao was frantic. "Young man, this is the main city area, crowded, and there are speed limits." After explaining the seriousness of the situation, the driver revealed his true colors. "It'll cost extra." Lin Hao. Judging from the driver's expression, was he about to rob him? But he couldn't care less. Looking for another car would definitely be too late. He rummaged through his pockets and pulled out his last 1,000 yuan. The driver was delighted, pocketed the money, and patted his chest, assuring him, "Don't worry, young man, leave it to me. Back in the day, I participated in car races. Following a car is a piece of cake. What happened to your leg?" Lin Hao keenly noticed that his master's leg was a prosthetic. Everyone makes mistakes, even horses stumble. It's normal for accidents to happen in car races. Don't worry about the details, just leave it to me. With that, the master stepped on the gas, and the car's speed suddenly increased dramatically. The sudden acceleration almost threw Lin Hao off, startling him so much that he quickly fastened his seatbelt. There are countless roads, but safety is the first priority. "Master, someone is following us. Should we deal with it?" The taxi had only been following for a short time when it was discovered by the woman in red. What a joke, trying to follow a top-tier assassin. No need, let him follow if he wants. Su Liang didn't care. He'd just seen Lin Hao by the roadside, and now another person had appeared, following him. He didn't need to guess who it was. Shortly after, the car drove into an upscale residential area, where taxis couldn't enter. The driver clutched his pocket tightly, trying to prevent Lin Hao from taking back his fare. "It's not my fault I can't get in." Lin Hao didn't bother arguing with him, got out of the car, and sped off. Following him, Su Liang's car stopped in front of a detached villa. He didn't approach, but found a secluded corner to hide behind. A grandmaster of internal energy possesses keen senses, getting too close would reveal him, this distance was just right. He thought he hadn't been discovered yet. Little did he know, to both Su Liang and the woman in red, he was completely exposed. Lin Hao concealed himself while peering out to assess the situation. Why was Su Liang here? Could this be one of his residences? Or the home of one of his women? Soon, he would no longer need to ponder this. But what he saw before him left him dumbfounded. With his excellent eyesight, he could clearly see the area around the villa. He saw Su Liang arrive at the villa's entrance, the door opening from the inside. A woman dressed as a maid came out and knelt down to change Su Liang's shoes. Her practiced movements left no doubt that she was a professional maid. "Quite the pleasure, since you're going to die anyway, enjoy your last moments to the fullest." Wait, second senior sister. Thinking he was seeing things, Lin Hao quickly rubbed his eyes. Only after his eyes were rubbed raw and red did he finally open them wide. Who else could it be but his second senior sister, Xia Qingqiu? Lin Hao was furious. This was outrageous. Su Liang had actually trained his second senior sister to be a maid. Xia Qingqiu was so proud in the eyes of outsiders, revered as a queen. It was unimaginable what Su Liang had done to her to make someone as proud as her willingly become a maid. His initial annoyance at Xia Qingqiu for driving him away vanished instantly. Compared to her fate, What did a few curses at him matter? It was all his fault. If it weren't for him, his second senior sister wouldn't have ended up like this. He had previously planned to endure it, waiting for an opportunity to secretly poison Su Liang. Now, seeing his second senior sister being bullied like this, how could Lin Hao tolerate it any longer? Enough was enough. Let go of second senior sister. Chapter 78 Two Worlds. The heroine throws himself into his arms. Ding Lin Hao is consumed by rage and hatred, villain value plus 999. Ding Lin Hao's mind is unstable, villain value plus 999. Ding. Release second senior sister. Su Liang sneered, completely ignoring him. As for Lin Hao outside, there was no need to worry. Were all his subordinates useless? Lin Hao roared and charged out. Su Liang completely disregarded him. This blatant disregard was the greatest humiliation for him. Lin Hao, enraged, unleashed his fastest speed ever towards the villa. Whoosh! However, before he even reached the villa, a flash of blood-red light appeared. His hair stood on end, goosebumps rose on his skin, and a sense of impending death surged into his heart. At the critical moment, he braked abruptly, his body twisting in a bizarre arc. He narrowly dodged a fatal blow. He dodged it, but not completely. The sharp blade sliced through his clothes, a sharp pain shooting through his skin. Lin Hao broke out in a cold sweat and immediately focused his gaze. He saw a red figure standing before him. Another stunningly beautiful woman. He was horrified. When did Su Liang acquire a bodyguard at the peak of the Dark Force realm? He could sense the aura emanating from the beautiful woman opposite him was no weaker than his own. That intense killing intent seemed almost tangible. Many had undoubtedly died at her hands. Lin Hao's expression turned serious. He slightly bent his knees, assuming an attack stance. So what if there was a peak Dark Force expert blocking his way? He had to break through and save his second senior sister. The thought of his second senior sister being sexually assaulted by Su Liang in the villa just a wall away made him feel suffocated. Lin Hao tried to force his way in, but found he couldn't get in at all. Several times he was nearly fatally wounded by the blood-red dagger in the other's hand. Even so, he was covered in cuts and bruises, blood dripping down his body. Frustrated. He felt incredibly frustrated. He wanted to engage in a brutal, hand-to-hand combat, but the woman in red wouldn't give him the chance. With the blood-red dagger in hand, he couldn't even get close. He wanted to compensate for the weapon's shortcomings with the fighting skills he had honed over the years. But he discovered that his opponent's combat ability was no weaker than his, perhaps even stronger. Her keen senses seemed born to kill, every strike deadly. He narrowly escaped death several times. Exhausted, he didn't approach the villa again, finally leaving dejectedly and in a sorry state. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight to the end for his second senior sister, but it was pointless. He sensed the auras of several grandmasters lurking in the shadows. Even if he broke through the red-clothed figure's obstruction, even stronger beings would emerge. After experiencing several life-or-death crises, Lin Hao gradually calmed down. Since he couldn't save his second senior sister no matter what, he might as well keep his body for revenge. Fortunately, Su Liang didn't seem to intend to kill him, and he escaped smoothly. Inside the villa. Just as Lin Hao had expected. Su Liang lay on the bed, lost in thought. Once she submits, he'll let Xia Qingqiu take over the Wolf Alliance and become the godfather of Shanghai's underworld. Then she'll be the true queen. As for Yi Yuan, that madwoman isn't suited for the urban underworld. He could put her in Skynet, let her cause all sorts of trouble. It would surely bring some excitement to this peaceful world. Xia Qingqiu was indeed no longer so averse to Su Liang. Isn't there a saying? Life is like well, you can't resist it, so you can only lie there and enjoy it. She thought it would be another day of being a maid, but then in the evening, Su Liang received a message and left. Why did she feel a pang of reluctance? A sudden surge of emotion, a reluctance to part with Su Liang, startled her, and she quickly dismissed the thought. She didn't have Stockholm Syndrome. Meanwhile, Su Liang arrived at a romantic restaurant. A woman invited him to dinner. It was Li Xiaoming. She had her period earlier. Feeling guilty that Su Liang hadn't had his fill, she felt guilty. So, as soon as her period ended, she came to throw herself at him. Li Xiaoming stood at the restaurant entrance, glancing occasionally at her Patek Philippe watch, then looking around. It was lunchtime, and the street was bustling with people, many attracted by her stunning beauty and amazing figure. Many were eager to approach her. However, seeing that she seemed to be waiting for someone, most of them gave up the idea. Li Xiaoming's near 1.8-meter height, which allowed her to be selected by the airline, further filtered out a group of insecure individuals. Only one young man, dressed in expensive clothes and clearly from a wealthy background, dared to step forward. But before he could act, a top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce pulled up, and Li Xiaoming happily went to greet it. Watching the two enter a romantic restaurant, the young man kept wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He was relieved he hadn't had a chance to approach her. He never expected that she was the woman Mr. Su had his eye on. After a candlelight dinner, Su Liang and Li Xiaoming strolled down the street. The surrounding noise and chatter didn't bother Li Xiaoming. She held Su Liang's hand, her face beaming with happiness, enjoying their private time together. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match, attracting admiring glances from passers-by. No, there were exceptions. A beggar on the roadside looked at them with eyes filled with anger, hatred, and heartache. Upon closer inspection, he was none other than the other protagonist, Yi Shen. That night, Ye's father, upon learning that he had squandered all the family fortune and was now burdened with a mountain of debt, collapsed, vomiting blood. Yi Xian rushed him to the hospital for emergency treatment. His life was saved, but whether he would wake up was another matter. Upon learning that Ye's father was in a vegetative state, all the debt collectors focused their attention on him. Now, he was the only one in the Yi family capable of repaying their debts. If he escaped, the money they had lent out would be lost. They had to keep a close eye on him. How could Yi Xian bear being watched every day? Only after escaping the hospital did he realize the dire problem he faced. He had squandered all his family's money. He was now penniless. He couldn't go back to the hospital, and he dared not reveal his identity to find work. Days passed, and he was now practically a beggar. Only now did he finally wake up to reality. His stock trading skills, his status as a chosen one, it was all a delusion. He was filled with regret. But there's no going back. If heaven gave him another chance, he would fight gambling and drugs to the bitter end. Today, he was doing what he always did. Taking advantage of the peak dining hours, with crowds on the streets, he hoped to beg for some money. Unexpectedly, he saw Su Liang and Li Xiaoming together. He had fallen to the status of a beggar, while Su Liang was embracing his goddess every day. The contrast between the two immediately triggered a surge of negative emotions within him. Besides regret and self-blame, Yi Xian's deepest hatred was for Su Liang. If Su Liang hadn't tricked him, he wouldn't have been so eager for revenge that he'd impulsively speculated on stocks. It was all Su Liang's fault. If Su Liang knew his thoughts, he would be slightly surprised. A blind cat stumbled upon a dead mouse and guessed right. This was indeed Su Liang's secret plan. However, Yi Xian clearly didn't know the truth yet. It didn't matter, Su Liang would tell him the details. Let him die knowing the truth. After all, to kill someone, you must destroy their spirit. Chapter 79: Killing someone by destroying their spirit. The protagonist trembles with furious cold. To die unaware. Ding Yi Xian has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 666. Ding Yi Xian has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 777. Tisk. Glancing at Yi Xian, whom even his own mother wouldn't recognize, Su Liang's face showed a faint smile. Yi Xian's eyes were practically spitting fire. His fists were clenched tightly, veins throbbing on his forehead. He couldn't wait to go up and beat Su Liang up. But then he thought about how his identity would be exposed and he'd be chased by a group of debt collectors, so he loosened his grip. Noticing that Yi Xian's killing intent was gradually dissipating, Su Liang was somewhat surprised. It seems this protagonist has grown up. He's learned to be patient, not as impulsive as before. He glanced at the luck above Yi Xian's head. After a series of blows, it was almost gone. He had originally planned to play along with him, he still had many tricks up his sleeve. A single combo would guarantee Yi Xian a fate worse than death. Since his luck had been almost completely drained, there was no need to waste any more time. He had an idea he hadn't tested yet, and he could use it as an experiment. His eyes flashed, and Su Liang spotted a love hotel not far away. An idea struck him. He whispered a few words in Li Xiaomeng's ear. "Ah!" Li Xiaomeng exclaimed in surprise. Realizing something was wrong, she quickly covered her mouth. She looked at the hotel, then turned back, her beautiful eyes wide as she stared at Su Liang. Finally, she nodded. Then, to Yi Xian's dumbfounded gaze, the two walked into the love hotel. Although he had some suspicions about their relationship, seeing it with his own eyes still sent a chill down his spine. Ding Yi Xian's mental state collapsed, villain value plus 888. Just then, two ordinary-looking, unremarkable young men appeared. They suddenly attacked as they passed by Yi Xian. Two men grabbed his hands, one of them pressing a gun against his waist. "Don't move, don't speak, just come with us." Yi Xian didn't react at all. When he came to his senses, he was completely dumbfounded. He'd been kidnapped? Are you kidding me? If anyone's going to kidnap someone, it should be Su Liang. He's just a beggar, penniless. Don't they even know where they're going to kidnap someone? He was in a state of panic, too afraid to resist, and could only be led away. The two men dragged him to the side of the road, where a van was parked. They seemed to have been following him for a long time. That's right, they were Su Liang's men, sent to monitor Yi Xian. After being put in the van, Yi Xian began to panic. "Big brother, have you robbed the wrong person? I'm just a beggar." He looked around, trying to distract the kidnappers and see if there was a chance to escape. However, the two men didn't give him a chance, a gun pressed firmly against him. Yi Xian sighed helplessly. He had no doubt that if he dared to make a move, they would shoot without hesitation. Soon afterward, he was taken to an abandoned factory. What struck him as odd was this. The two kidnappers, after tying him up, stood to one side, seemingly waiting for someone. Someone was directing him. This thought crossed his mind. Who was it? Unfortunately, his question was destined to remain unanswered. Unable to break free of the ropes, and seeing that he couldn't escape either, Yi Xian could only endure the agonizing wait for his judgment. 10 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. 2 hours, 3 hours. More than 3 hours passed, and the feeling of waiting to die filled him with immense pressure, cold sweat pouring down his back. Just then, a commotion came from outside. It sounded like a car was approaching. Yi Xian's spirits lifted, and he tensed up. Was he finally about to meet the mastermind behind his kidnapping? Tap tap tap. A series of footsteps approached. Each step seemed to pound on his heart, making Yi Xian feel suffocated. He stared intently at the doorway. Soon, a figure appeared. Su Liang. Upon seeing who it was, Yi Xian's pupils contracted, utterly astonished. "Tisk, sorry, I'm late." Su Liang walked in, and seeing Yi Xian bound, couldn't help but click his tongue. However, his face wore a playful smile, showing not a trace of apology. Yi Xian's face darkened. "Late? Why are you so late? This is blatant humiliation." He knew Su Liang was deceiving Li Xiaomeng, now he's finally showing his true colors. Damn it! Yi Xian was furious, glaring at Su Liang and roaring. "Come at me." "Hey, is that so?" Su Liang chuckled, then his tone changed. "I came to find you, didn't I?" Yi Xian was taken aback, sensing something was wrong. "Su Liang, what do you want?" Seemingly realizing something, he sneered. "You kidnapped me to extort my demolition compensation, right? I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Having been locked up here for over 3 hours, he had thought a lot. What was there to kidnap about a nobody like him? He recalled the news that his family had received 50 million yuan in demolition compensation, which had still been publicized and was still generating buzz. It must be this money that attracted some criminals. Unexpectedly, this person was Su Liang. Looks like he was still too conservative. Su Liang wasn't just a scumbag who deceived women and emotions, he was also a criminal who kidnapped, extorted, and committed all sorts of evil deeds. Thinking about his goddess being manipulated by him, Yi Xian felt his heart aching. Su Liang. Do I look like I'm short of money? Yi Xian sneered, stop pretending, otherwise why did you bring me here? Of course, so that you can die knowing why. Chapter 80 Collapse. The protagonist's end. Another female lead gets pregnant. What? Yi Xian was shocked, blurting out, you're going to kill me. His expression shifted rapidly. Kill him? How could that be? This is a society governed by law. Murder is punishable by death. Shabi Pharmaceuticals, Baopi Group, Torso Company. Su Liang found it amusing, stroking his chin as he casually named several companies. At first, Yi Xian didn't understand. Gradually, he understood, his eyes widening. Weren't these the foreign companies he had invested in when he was trading stocks? It was because of the collapse of these companies that he lost all his assets, a memory still vivid. He hadn't told anyone about this. How did Su Liang know? Could it be? A strong sense of unease welled up in Yi Xian's heart. How do you know about these companies? He had previously suspected he'd fallen victim to a pig butchering scam, but after several large companies went bankrupt, he stopped thinking about it. Now, this absurd thought resurfaced. What do you think? Su Liang's smile was playful. This seemingly tacit agreement made Yi Xian's heart skip a beat, and he quickly shook his head in denial. No, impossible. Even if you were behind it all, how could you possibly bring down those companies worth hundreds of billions? Oh? Are they that powerful? Compared to the Su family, they're just large ants. Yi Xian's body trembled, and he exclaimed in shock. You're from the Su family. Su Liang, the Su family, no wonder. Few people didn't know about the Su family, the head of the 4 major families in Shanghai. When he saw Su Liang with Li Xiaoming, he simply assumed he was some rich second-generation scumbag. He hadn't investigated Su Liang's identity. If he had known beforehand, even if he was being played, he wouldn't have thought of revenge. He would have accumulated enough strength before making his move. But it was all too late. Combined with the fact that he had fallen victim to a pig butchering scam, everything made sense. What a grand scheme! To deal with a mere tens of millions of yuan, they actually caused several large companies to go bankrupt. Was it his honor? Or his misfortune? Yi Xian muttered to himself, his expression somewhat deranged, suddenly raising his head, his eyes bloodshot. It was you, it was all your fault, wasn't it? He lost all his compensation and family fortune in the stock market. His father was repeatedly driven to the point of vomiting blood. He fled in panic after being chased by debt collectors. The anger he had suppressed for days finally erupted at this moment. He struggled frantically, wanting to fight Su Liang to the death. Unfortunately, the rope was tied too tightly, he couldn't break free at all. Ding! Yi Xian's mentality exploded, villain value plus 1,000. Not too stupid. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, his smile undiminished. By the way, there's something I need to tell you. It wasn't all a pig butchering scam. You do have a talent for stock trading. You didn't need much planning. It was just a little push that made you sink deeper and deeper. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. Yi Xian was stunned. A talent for stock trading, his intuition was right. Originally, because of bankruptcy, he hated stock trading immensely. Now, suddenly someone tells him that there's nothing wrong with stock trading, he's just been set up. Seeing him on the verge of a breakdown, Su Liang paused, then pressed his advantage. And another thing, weren't you going to test your relatives and friends? I'll help you expose them and get them trending. Surprised? Unexpected. Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded. So, his being exposed for testing people's hearts was also Su Liang's doing. Destroying his spirit. What does destroying his spirit mean? This is it. After a long while, he angrily asked the question that had been nagging at him, hysterically. Why? He couldn't understand. He didn't seem to have offended Su Liang, did he? On the contrary, it was Su Liang who deceived his goddess, exposing his schemes, causing his bankruptcy. Why was Su Liang going to such lengths to target him? I'm doing it for fun, that's all. I'm doing it for fun. For fun. I don't want to. Yi Xian closed his eyes, his body trembling uncontrollably. Just because he was willing, he had caused his family's ruin and reduced to a beggar. Ding Yi Xian's mentality exploded, villain value plus 1000. Ding Yi Xian's mind collapsed, villain value plus 1000. Ding. In Su Liang's sight, the luck above Yi Xian's head visibly decreased. He had originally planned to continue his attack and reap the rewards. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He remembered his guess and needed to verify it. His luck was about to run out, perfect timing. So, he ignored the shouting, seemingly crazed Yi Xian. He gave his subordinate a look and left. Su Liang got back into the car he had come in and returned. Not long after, a deafening explosion rang out behind him. The abandoned factory had exploded. Even if a special task force investigates, they'll only find out about a gas pipeline explosion that killed a beggar inside. The truth will remain buried forever, forever unknown. Ding Yi Xian vanished into thin air, villain value plus 1000. In the car, Su Liang propped his head up, lost in thought. Based on Yi Xian's remaining luck, he should be able to harvest 5 or 6 more waves. This villain value is only equivalent to 1/5. He was speculating whether he could directly kill the protagonist and seize all the luck. If he could, things would be simple. It turned out he was overthinking it. He would lose at least 1/5 of his luck, not worth it. So be it, a little trouble is fine. Besides, in his opinion, it's not troublesome, just a slight waste of time. He's bored anyway, might as well add a little fun to life. Thinking this way, Su Liang's mind cleared, and a benevolent smile appeared on his face. In a high-end residential area not far away. In an exquisitely decorated room. A stunningly beautiful woman in her 30s furtively opened the door and entered the house. She glanced into her daughter's room before quietly going into the bathroom and carefully unwrapping a pregnancy test. Chapter 81. Returning to find wife and daughter living in a doghouse? Had he let them move in beforehand? Around noon, the two walked out of the Love Hotel. Su Liang remained as composed as ever. Li Xiaomeng walked somewhat unsteadily, as if she had sprained her ankle. Just as they were about to go for lunch, she suddenly received a message. Su Liang had changed his plans. After telling Li Xiaomeng, he got into a car and left. The message indicated that one of his women was likely pregnant. Su Liang was particularly concerned about the woman's pregnancy. He specifically instructed his subordinates to report to him immediately if there were any developments in this area. Seeing Su Liang leave her alone, Li Xiaomeng's eyes held a hint of resentment. Last night's ordeal had left her with difficulty walking. However, she wasn't the kind of woman who acted without considering the consequences. Su Liang was the eldest son of the Su family and the president of the Su group. It was normal for him to be busy, wasn't it? If she knew Su Liang had gone to see another woman, she wondered if she would be furious. Su Liang drove to the Happiness residential area. As soon as he got out of the car, a pretty woman with short hair and a smartly dressed approached him. Young master, tell me the details. After saying this, Su Liang didn't linger and walked straight ahead. The pretty woman followed behind, always trailing by half a step. These past 2 days, I've noticed Su Wanqing acting strangely. She's been nauseous frequently, and last night she went to the pharmacy to buy a pregnancy test. She didn't go to the company this morning, just stayed in her room spacing out. There's a 90% chance she's pregnant. Based on the female lead's various behaviors, she was basically certain. The reason she said 90% was out of caution regarding her work. Su Wanqing, the eldest daughter of the Su family. The Su family has assets of several billion, making them a respectable family. But in a metropolis like Shanghai, families with assets of tens of billions are commonplace, and some even have assets exceeding 100 billion. The Su family seemed rather insignificant then. To ensure a better future for the Su family, they opted for a marriage alliance. Su Wanqing naturally became the marriage partner. It must be said, this eldest daughter of the Su family was ruthless. Unwilling to become a sacrifice for the family, she found someone and got married. Not long after, she even had a child. This infuriated the Su family. They immediately severed ties with her and began suppressing her in every way possible. When Su Liang saw her a few months ago, she and her daughter lived in a dilapidated house. It was like a doghouse. Their life was miserable, they were constantly hungry and cold. Seeing this scene, Su Liang felt a sense of familiarity. It resembled scenes from some novels. Seeing that the mother and daughter, despite their hardship, were managing to get by, Su Liang felt it wasn't enough, they hadn't reached the point of despair. On a whim, he bribed the shrewish landlady. From then on, her attitude towards Su Wanqing and her daughter became even worse, subjecting them to all sorts of mockery and humiliation. She even actually found them a doghouse to live in. Just when the mother and daughter were in despair, Su Liang appeared. Like a ray of light, he pulled them out of the darkness. Not only did he help them teach the shrewish landlady a lesson, but he also got them a place in an upscale neighborhood. They wore clothes others couldn't afford and ate food others couldn't have. The mother and daughter were incredibly grateful to him. This kind of high-class life was something Su Wanqing had enjoyed since childhood, without much trouble. For freedom, to avoid an arranged marriage, she could endure any hardship. But seeing her daughter's happy expression, her heart softened, and she didn't refuse Su Liang's help. "I'm not afraid of you accepting, I'm afraid of you wanting nothing." The rest was easy. After some tender care, Su Wanqing gradually succumbed. Subsequently, Su Liang secretly had someone inform the Su family about this. Seeing that Su Wanqing not only hadn't suffered but was actually living a good life, the Su family was furious and flew into a rage. "How can you live so well? You should be living in hell. I'll make sure your lives are even worse than before. No one can help you. I said, even Jesus couldn't." These words stunned the mother and daughter. Being pulled from hell to heaven is easy to adapt to. But being pulled from heaven back to hell is something even Su Wanqing struggled to accept. Especially with a 5-year-old daughter. The mother and daughter fell into despair again, and Su Liang once again came to their rescue. But when they saw it was Su Liang who helped them, the Su family was dumbfounded. They quickly retracted their previous words, declaring that Su Wanqing would always be the eldest daughter of the Su family and would never force her into an arranged marriage again. What a joke! With Su Liang around, what need is there for an arranged marriage? Whether the Su family could rise to power was just a matter of his word. Su Wanqing felt like she was in a dream. She never expected that it would be the eldest son of the Su family who helped them. Now she was respectfully invited back to the family, everyone fawning over her. You heard right, invited. She was given unparalleled respect. Her emotions fluctuated wildly. Coupled with her already favorable feelings for Su Liang and her lack of vigilance, she got drunk that very night. Everything fell into place naturally. Su Liang achieved his goal, bringing Su Wanqing into the family. However, looking at the red mold spots on the blankets, he fell into deep thought. Didn't Su Wanqing have a daughter? And she was married, so why was this her first time? Later, Su Wanqing told him the reason. It was all a pretense she had arranged. To avoid an arranged marriage, she married someone else. Her daughter was adopted from an orphanage. The two had no relationship. She hadn't even let that person touch her. After severing ties with the Su family, she drove that person away. He hadn't seen him for years. Su Liang curiously asked the man's name. Jiang Tianci. Su Liang. Tianci? Definitely a protagonist's name. Who knows when the god of war will return? What if he comes back to find his wife and daughter stolen by him? Originally planning to investigate, Liang changed his mind. Everything was now focused on winning over the female lead. No matter what kind of war god returns, as long as his family members are numerous enough, they will all be defeated before him. At this moment, Liang had already taken the elevator and arrived at Su Wanqing's door. The pretty woman following behind bowed slightly, took out her key, opened the door, and entered the apartment across the hall. There were only 2 apartments per floor in this complex. The bodyguards he had arranged were right across from the female lead's apartment, obviously for better protection and surveillance. In the beautifully decorated living room, a girl of about 5 years old, with delicate features like a porcelain doll, was sitting on the sofa watching cartoons. Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. Pretty Goat, Boiling Goat, can you eat a little more politely? Boiling Goat, I'm sorry, I won't do it again next time. Pleasant Goat, can you eat a little more politely? Pretty Goat, it's okay, that's what makes a boy heroic. Boiling Goat. Bang bang. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Xiao, go open the door. A mature and pleasant voice came from the kitchen. The little girl named Xiao got off the sofa, obediently went to the door, and tiptoed to open it. Seeing Liang outside, the little girl was stunned for a moment, then her face lit up with joy as she called out, "Brother!" She had initially thought it was the girl next door, but unexpectedly, it was her favorite brother, and she was overjoyed. Liang smiled slightly and picked her up. Xiao, did you miss me?" Xiao nodded her little head and answered without hesitation. "Of course I missed you." Xiao missed you every day, during the day, at night, even in her dreams. Chapter 82. A Family of 3. An old cow eating young grass? The female lead breaks off the engagement. After finishing her story, Xiao pouted and kissed Liang on the cheek, expressing how much she missed him. The little girl had suffered alongside Su Wanqing. Ever since her life changed for the mother and daughter, she had become very dependent on Liang. If it weren't for the need to win over other female leads, calling him dad wouldn't be a problem. "Mommy, come out quickly, brother's here." Su Wanqing, wearing an apron, emerged from the kitchen. Her face was stunningly beautiful, flawless, with bright eyes that seemed to see right through people. Even after years of hardship, her skin hadn't lost its luster, it remained as white as snow. Now, dressed in an apron, she looked every bit the housewife, truly exuding a mature, married woman's aura. However, when she saw Liang holding her daughter, she froze on the spot. "Mommy, what's wrong? Aren't you happy that brother's here?" Seeing Su Wanqing frozen in place, Xiao was somewhat puzzled. In the past, when her brother came, her mother was always just as excited and thrilled as she was. Why is it a little strange today? Su Wanqing snapped out of her reverie, forcing herself to remain calm, and asked, "I just finished cooking, have you eaten?" "Not yet, is it okay to add an extra bowl and chopsticks?" Liang replied with a smile. Judging from Su Wanqing's expression, it seemed she had no intention of telling him about her pregnancy. Or rather, she hadn't figured out how to tell him yet. That's right, with his divine medical skills, he knew Su Wanqing was pregnant the moment he saw her. Liang's smile was somewhat playful. "Let's see how long it takes you to tell him." "Of course, no problem. Xiao will get the bowl and chopsticks for brother right away." Xiao cheered and immediately rushed into the kitchen. The mother and daughter had a clear division of labor. Su Wanqing brought out the food, and Xiao was responsible for getting the bowl and chopsticks. 3 dishes and a soup, simple home-cooked meals, but fragrant and delicious. It seemed the past few years of hardship hadn't been in vain. Liang had offered to hire a nanny for them, but Su Wanqing politely declined. Over the years, she and her daughter had relied on each other, and she wasn't used to outsiders intruding on their lives. Except for Liang. He didn't insist. Bodyguards were stationed around, so their safety wasn't a concern. "Brother, here you go." While eating, Xiao picked up her chopsticks and put some food in his bowl. Liang smiled and put a piece in her bowl as well. "Xiao, eat too." Seeing her brother put food in her bowl, Xiao's eyebrows curved into crescents, and her smile became even brighter. Su Wanqing silently ate her meal. Watching this scene of fatherly love and filial piety, she felt both gratified and a little jealous. She was relieved because Su Liang didn't mind that Xiao Xiao was an adopted daughter. She was jealous because she noticed Xiao Xiao was closer to Su Liang than to her, a feeling that her little darling was being neglected. She felt a mix of emotions, and touched her lower abdomen. Su Liang seemed to really like children, but she wondered what she thought of their child. It was precisely because she didn't know Su Liang's attitude that she hadn't dared to tell him about her pregnancy. Su Wanqing loved children and decided to give birth to the baby, otherwise, she wouldn't have adopted Xiao Xiao. What if Su Liang made her abort the child? Just as she was lost in thought, Xiao Xiao's excited exclamation came from beside her. Really? Brother is free today, can you play with me and mommy? Su Liang ruffled her hair and smiled. Of course. Tell brother where you want to go, and I'll play with you all day. Xiao Xiao immediately cheered. However, she didn't ask Su Liang to take her to any fun places. Having suffered with Su Wanqing for several years, children from poor families mature early, she was more mature than her peers. In the afternoon, Su Liang took the mother and daughter to the amusement park. Children generally like these kinds of places. This was a kind of unconventional upbringing for him. Su Wanqing didn't want to go, she didn't know how to face Su Liang now. But she couldn't resist Xiao Xiao's pleading. The three of them walked through the amusement park. A handsome man, a beautiful woman, and a little girl as delicate as a porcelain doll. They looked like a family of three, attracting everyone's attention. So handsome. Mommy, I'm in love. Is that his girlfriend? They even have a child? Mommy, I'm heartbroken again. They look so young. How come they already have a child? The whole family is so good looking. The little girl is so pretty, she'll definitely be a beauty when she grows up. Hearing the whispers around her, Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed, feeling a little embarrassed. Although she and Su Liang had explored countless positions, her age was undeniable, she was several years older than him. It felt like an older man with a younger woman. Next, Su Liang led the mother and daughter through various activities, and the little girl had a wonderful time. Happy times always pass too quickly. Before they knew it, the afternoon had passed. The little girl was very happy, her smile never faded. In her heart, her mother and brother were her closest relatives. Going to the amusement park together was something she never even dared to dream of. Su Wanqing also felt happy. Just as the three were heading home, a dramatic scene was unfolding elsewhere. Ren Shanshan, you've gone too far. The engagement was arranged by both families. Now that the wedding was about to take place, and the news had been spread, how can we bear this if you break off the engagement now? In the coffee shop, a tall, handsome young man, not exactly ugly, glared angrily at the woman before him. The woman was stunningly beautiful, with fair skin and a curvaceous figure. Her gesture of sipping her coffee exuded elegance and poise. Ren Shanshan put down her coffee cup, her expression indifferent. I'm not here to discuss this with you. I'm here to inform you that our engagement must be cancelled. She paused, then continued. As for the impact on your family's reputation, I apologize. Consider this 100,000 yuan in this card as compensation. She then took out a bank card and placed it on the table. For a working-class person, 100,000 yuan is a considerable sum. Wu Zhe kept his head down. Slowly, he chuckled coldly, his tone mocking. Hey, no wonder you wanted to break off the engagement, so you've hooked up with a rich guy. Ren Shanshan frowned, a hint of impatience in her eyes. Her family and Wu Zhe's family were from the same village, and their families had a good relationship. Even after Wu Zhe's family moved to the city, the two families maintained contact. A year ago, the two families' elders casually discussed their children's marriages and decided to arrange an engagement. The chosen couple was Wu Zhe and Ren Shanshan. The engagement was arranged by the two families' elders. Ren Shanshan was completely unaware of it. That's how it is in the village, some old-fashioned customs still exist, with marriages decided by parents and matchmakers. She didn't find out about it until half a year later. By then, she had already submitted to Su Liang. She happened to be in the middle of the wedding preparations and didn't pay attention. It wasn't until recently, when her family brought up the marriage again, that Rin Shanshan remembered it. She immediately refused, stating that she already had a boyfriend. The elderly couple, Rin and her husband, were now in a dilemma. They had been engaged for almost a year, and the wedding was just around the corner. Now their daughter suddenly announced she had a boyfriend. What were they to do? They couldn't bring themselves to ask the Wu family to annul the engagement, so they left it to Rin Shanshan to handle. That's how this scene unfolded. Rin Shanshan summoned Wu Zhe to explain. "Take your stinking money back. I, Wu Zhe, don't need this 100,000 yuan. Remember one thing, it wasn't you who annulled the engagement, it was me who divorced you." As if feeling humiliated, Wu Zhe laughed angrily, turned, and strode out. Before leaving, he didn't forget to utter a very pretentious remark. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, never underestimate a young man's potential. Chapter 83. Why are you crying when you brought up the annulment? Winning over both sisters? That's just wishful thinking. Watching Wu Zhe's figure leave the coffee shop, Ren Shanshan's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Although somewhat surprised by Wu Zhe's words, she didn't regret them at all. In her heart, Su Liang was her everything. Compared to Su Liang, Wu Zhe wasn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. Glancing at the card on the table, she put it away instead of taking it with Wu Zhe. She had offered compensation, but Wu Zhe had refused it himself. Meanwhile, after leaving the coffee shop, the gentle breeze outside calmed Wu Zhe down. He gave a bitter smile, his heart filled with helplessness. Unlike Rin Shanshan, who was unaware of the engagement between the two families. His parents had told him about it long before the engagement. He had also seen Rin Shanshan's photo. She was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. Marrying her would be like saving the world in his past life. Wu Zhe had been looking forward to their wedding a year later. With a sense of anticipation, the good fortune of being a 007 cop didn't seem so unbearable. Unexpectedly, tragedy struck. Just before the wedding, Rin Shanshan announced she was calling off the engagement. Besides feeling his dreams shattered and humiliated, Rin Shanshan's last-minute cancellation also caused the Wu family a great loss of face. So, in anger, he uttered those words. Don't be fooled by his domineering words, they were just something he'd read in novels. In reality, he was just a wage slave. Want to turn his life around? More talk than action. For him. Don't underestimate a young man's poverty has two more lines. Don't underestimate a middle-aged man's poverty. Don't underestimate an old man's poverty. Wu Zhe walked absent-mindedly down the street, unknowingly veering off the sidewalk and into the middle of the road. Just then, a dump truck crashed into him. A passerby noticed this and quickly shouted a warning. Get out of the way. A car is coming. Are you crazy? That's the road. Get out of the way. Watch out. Seemingly hearing the shouts around him, Wu Zhe snapped back to reality. Coming to his senses, he realized a dump truck was hurtling towards him. The distance was too close, it was too late to dodge. A single thought flashed through his mind. I'm going to die. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock. Some young girls even covered their eyes, unable to bear witnessing the horrific accident that was about to unfold. The dump truck driver noticed Wu Zhe walking in the middle of the lane and slammed on the brakes. However, the immense force of the impact still slammed into him. Wu Zhe was thrown 7 or 8 meters, blood flowing freely, a gruesome sight. Call 110, the police emergency number. What's the use of calling the police? Call an ambulance. It's over, this guy's dead. He was thrown so far. Who can he blame but himself? The sidewalk is so wide, why did he have to run into the middle of the road? These were the voices Wu Zhe heard as his consciousness faded. Suddenly, he remembered the study materials on his phone, his spirits lifted, and his consciousness returned slightly. His blood-stained hand trembled as he reached into his pocket. Enter password, unlock screen, open settings, restore factory settings, confirm. All done in one smooth motion. After completing all this, he suddenly collapsed and passed out. The crowd at the scene stared in disbelief, completely dumbfounded. The accident scene had become a traffic jam, surrounded by onlookers. It's been over 10 minutes, why hasn't the ambulance arrived yet? The body will be cold by now. That's normal, it's rush hour. Look how congested this road is. Wait, look, he seems to be awake. Ah, he's come back to life. Holy crap! It's true. He was hit so badly and he survived? It's a medical miracle. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone at the scene looked at the figure lying in a pool of blood. Wu Zhe, whom they had already declared dead, actually moved a finger and then sat up. Wu Zhe also noticed the scene around him, his face completely bewildered. Where am I? Wasn't I supposed to be on a blind date? Ouch, why does it hurt so much? Asterisk whoosh asterisk. A sharp pain shot through his mind, and a flood of information rushed in. Then, Wu Zhe's expression changed drastically. Shock, bewilderment, confusion, a truly fascinating display. I've been reborn. Reborn from 2.5 years in the future. Through this memory, he understood his current situation. Before 2:30, Ren Shanshan had come to him to discuss breaking off the engagement. He couldn't handle the blow and was walking down the street lost in thought when he was hit by a dump truck. He'd returned to this point in time. After understanding everything, all the emotions on his face transformed into excitement, exhilaration, and ecstasy. 2.5 years. Do you know how he spent those 2.5 years? Since being dumped by Ren Shanshan, he had been completely despondent. He hadn't given up, he wanted to prove Ren Shanshan right for her words, don't underestimate a young man's potential, and give her a good slap in the face. However, the harsh realities of life had worn down his edges. That was all in the past. Now he was reborn, and everything would change. Rebirth meant foresight. Although he had lived a mediocre life for the past 2.5 years, achieving nothing, the experiences he had gained were enough to make him defy fate. His only regret was that he hadn't paid attention to some national affairs during those 2.5 years. That would have allowed him to rise even faster. Fortunately, Wu Zhe could still remember some things that had happened around him. A winery near his home was about to go bankrupt, but who knew it would soon be revitalized and grow into a force to be reckoned with, comparable to Mutai? And then there was cryptocurrency. Who could have known that a cryptocurrency with no reputation now, after being hyped up by Wall Street, would reach a price of tens of thousands of US dollars per coin in 2 years? No need to do anything else, just buy a few hundred cryptocurrencies now, and you'll be financially free in 2 years. Most importantly, tomorrow, in his dejected state, he'll buy a lottery ticket. He was just one number away from winning the grand prize, he remembers it clearly. You know, the grand prize is 10 million. With 10 million as starting capital, and thanks to his foresight. 2 years later, he wouldn't be the richest man in the country, but making tens of billions would be no problem. The more Wu Zhe thought about it, the more excited he became. He felt no pain from being hit by the dump truck. Then his eyes flashed, and he thought of Ren Shanshan, who had proposed breaking off the engagement. He wanted to slap her in the face, to make her regret it. The thought of him, worth billions, appearing before Ren Shanshan, her crying and begging for him back, filled him with excitement. He would say then, "You were the one who proposed breaking off the engagement, why are you crying now?" Ha ha ha. Awesome. So awesome. Wait, he remembered Ren Shanshan had a younger sister, right? Her looks were no less than hers, even more innocent, her type. If he managed to win over her sister, what would Ren Shanshan's expression be? It would definitely be interesting, wouldn't it? Then, he could just forgive her out of kindness, and gaining both sisters wouldn't be a problem. Thinking this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. In the pool of blood. The person who should have been killed sat up, even laughing. The scene was incredibly bizarre. Holy crap, that's creepy. Is he possessed by a ghost? Damn, Now that you mention it, it suddenly feels like a zombie coming back to life. It's kind of scary. I think he's probably been brain damaged. Sigh, that's what happens when you're walking and looking at your phone. The onlookers pointed and whispered. The dump truck driver was terrified. If he hadn't done nothing wrong, and it wasn't entirely the guy's fault, he would have already run away with his buckets. 10 minutes later, the ambulance finally arrived, and the traffic police came to disperse the crowd. The scene returned to calm, with only the pool of blood telling the story of a car accident that had occurred. Meanwhile, at Su Wanqing's home. After a day of playing, Xiao Xiao was tired and went to bed early. Children tend to be sleepy. Next came the adults' entertainment time. Chapter 80. For the heroine's excitement, all the sacrifices were worthwhile. In the living room, only Su Liang and Su Wanqing remained. Su Liang smiled, sat down close beside her, and took her hand. Wanqing, what's wrong? Su Liang feigned confusion, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Su Wanqing panicked. What to do? Without a choice, she could only tell Su Liang about her pregnancy. Actually, I'm pregnant. After saying this, she lowered her head, occasionally glancing worriedly at Su Liang. Su Liang's eyes lit up with a smile. Finally, she's willing to say it. He pretended to ponder, and Su Wanqing, seeing this, became even more worried and quickly said, I'll help you in another way. Could you let me have the baby? Su Liang's heart skipped a beat. Such a good thing? How could he not want children? He just wanted as many as possible. Even the same pregnancy-stabilizing medicine as Lu Rulan's was prepared. Unexpectedly, after he only pondered for a moment, Su Wanqing couldn't sit still. So, he changed the subject. The baby will be born without problems, but... The next morning, Su Liang had various tonics and pregnancy-stabilizing medicines delivered, and she was overjoyed. From this, she felt Su Liang's concern for the child, and that was enough. The following day, Su Liang didn't go anywhere, staying with the mother and daughter. Mainly to reassure Su Wanqing. This made Su Xiaoxiao extremely happy. The cartoons she used to enjoy suddenly lost their appeal. Watching cartoons couldn't compare to the joy of being with her brother. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Wu Zhe walked out of the hospital. Despite being thrown 7 or 8 meters and bleeding profusely, he only suffered minor injuries. After receiving a blood transfusion, he was perfectly fine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bought a lottery ticket at this time in his past life. 10 million, here I come. Wu Zhe's eyes gleamed with excitement as he walked towards a nearby lottery shop. After buying a double color ball lottery ticket and confirming the numbers several times, he excitedly left. Ring 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 ring. On his way home, the phone rang. Wu Zhe picked it up and saw it was his supervisor calling. He immediately frowned. At the company, this guy had exploited him a lot. He made him run errands, steal his sales targets, and schedule all sorts of overtime. It could be said that this guy was largely responsible for his 007 work schedule. Before, he couldn't resist. To avoid being fired, he could only let himself be manipulated. Now humph. Wu Zhe, is that you? You piece of trash, trying to rebel? If you're not dead, get your ass over here. Also, you didn't come in today, and you didn't ask for leave. This month, no, next month, the month after that, your full attendance bonus will be completely deducted. The moment the call connected, he was met with a torrent of abuse. Wu Zhe's face was extremely ugly, and he finally couldn't hold back his anger and retorted. You fat pig, whoever wants to work this class, I'm not putting up with this anymore. What the hell did you say? Say it again if you dare. The voice on the other end sounded furious. Isn't that clear enough? Now I'm firing you from your company. Even a dog wouldn't go to that idiotic company. Wu Zhe hung up the phone after saying that. After venting his anger, he felt incredibly relieved. He'd been reborn, who would go to work now? That night, he checked the lottery results while comparing them to his own ticket numbers. After confirming they were correct, he gripped the ticket tightly, his eyes blazing with wild joy. The next day, he went to the lottery center to claim his prize. Ha ha ha. Leaving the prize center, seeing the 10 million yuan deposited into his account, he couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. From now on, the sea is wide for fish to leap, the sky is high for birds to fly. His future would be infinitely bright. Money was within his grasp, beauties and goddesses once unattainable were now within his grasp. His laughter drew stares from those around him, who secretly thought yet another young man driven mad by life. Wu Zhe gripped his phone, his eyes gleaming. With 10 million in initial capital, it was time to plan for the future. Back in his rented apartment, he bypassed the Great Firewall and registered a cryptocurrency account. He spent 10,000 yuan to buy 1,000 virtual coins. He dared not buy more, fearing it would attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Don't underestimate 1,000, in 2 years, that would be tens of millions of US dollars. Afterward, Wu Zhe went to a winery near his home. The winery was struggling, unable to cover expenses, nearly 100 employees had been laid off, leaving almost none. The winery owner was utterly devastated. He wanted to sell the distillery, but after learning of its losses, several interested owners withdrew. Just when he decided to hold on a little longer, and if things got too tough, sell the distillery at a bargain price. A young man came knocking. 3 million, I want the distillery. The distillery owner was shocked. It seemed the young man was just a greenhorn, he thought he was being taken advantage of and had just quoted a random number. That price would have been enough to buy the distillery when it wasn't losing money. Even if it dropped to 1 million, he'd be willing to sell. He hadn't expected this young man to be so audacious. How could the distillery owner miss out on such a gullible opportunity? The transfer was completed quickly. Seeing the distillery owner's beaming face, Wu Zhe smiled too. You see, once this distillery takes off, its market value will be in the billions. And that's only 2.5 years from now. In time, its value will only increase. You might make a profit, but I'll never lose. Chapter 85. An unforgettable figure. How could she steal a man from her sister? To clarify, there are 2 types of rebirth, the timeline before Su Liang's transmigration and the timeline after his transmigration. Having harvested the winery, this money-making machine, Wu Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. With the winery, he wasn't afraid of anything going wrong with the cryptocurrency. Real-world business was the most reassuring. What should I do next? He pondered. The events and changes of the past 2 years flashed through his mind. A certain area in the eastern part of Shanghai was soon to be transformed into an economic development zone, causing land prices to skyrocket. Investing in advance would definitely make him a fortune. However, his several million wouldn't even be enough to cover the development costs. What's a quick way to make money? World Cup betting was a quick way to make money, but unfortunately, he didn't like football and had no memory of it. Stocks and futures? He'd heard of them, but knew absolutely nothing about them. He knew that an African swine fever outbreak would occur in 6 months, causing meat prices to skyrocket, which would be a good time to make a fortune. But that's 6 months from now, he wouldn't consider it for now. Sigh, if only I had Yi Xian's stock trading talent. Wu Zhe sighed. With the 50 million yuan he received from the demolition compensation, he invested it in the stock market and soon became a stock market guru, surpassing Buffett. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. Right, Yi Xian seems to have risen to prominence recently, right? Not just Yi Xian, but also Lin Hao, Mu Bai, Chen Zhou, they'll all become famous figures in the future. He must befriend them before they rise to power. Wu Zhe thought to himself. Thinking of those big shots. Wu Zhe also knew that Mu Bai owned a new energy vehicle company. But Mu Bai was the young master of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate and wouldn't even consider his investment. To become friends with these people, he needed to have considerable power. Then he wondered if there were any other ways to make quick money. Antiques and jade? He was just a 007 office worker, completely ignorant of these things only the upper class could afford. Real estate, the internet, and new energy were all industries poised to make money in the next 2 years, but unfortunately, he couldn't get involved in any of them for the time being. After reflecting, he realized that there wasn't any quick way to make money right now. He couldn't help but secretly regret why he had been so lethargic for the past 2.5 years. If only he had gathered more information, things wouldn't have come to this. Shaking his head, Wu Zhe decided to buy a house first. Real estate was definitely going to be incredibly profitable in the next 2 years. He even planned to have his close relatives and friends buy a few houses to hold onto. It definitely wouldn't be a loss. Working in profitable industries, networking with big shots, seeing if he could remember any good projects. After secretly planning his future, Wu Zhe relaxed. With the money issue resolved, it was time to enjoy life. He thought of Rin Shanshan's younger sister, Rin Feifei. Didn't you break off the engagement? I'll just go after your sister. After some mental calculation, he went to the trade center, changed his clothes, and bought a BMW worth 800,000 yuan. This was his capital for picking up girls. He figured it was money he should spend, and didn't care about the cost. Sitting in the car, enjoying the comfort of his new BMW, Wu Zhe took a while to calm his excitement. Everything was ready except for the final touch. Next was finding a target. He remembered that Rin Feifei was about to start university and had been staying at Rin Shanshan's house for the past few days. Unfortunately, he didn't know where Rin Shanshan's house was. No problem, he could just wait a few more days, school was starting soon anyway. Let's go for a drive first. With that thought, Wu Zhe stepped on the gas and sped away. Handsome, wanna hang out? I'm sweet, salty, and alluring. On a bustling street, a brand new BMW was parked on the side of the road. A woman dressed extremely seductively leaned over and smiled flirtatiously at a young man in the driver's seat. This young man was, of course, Wu Zhe. After driving around in his new BMW for a while and enjoying the ride, he thought of the luxury cars parked outside his university. Watching luxury cars pick up beautiful female students one after another, he was filled with envy and resentment. Now that he had that kind of power, of course he wanted to experience it himself. What? School hasn't started yet? No problem. Wu Zhe drove to a bar entrance or a bustling commercial street anywhere with lots of people would do. Sure enough, not long after he parked, many beautiful women approached him to chat. This woman, whose looks were passable, was already the 10th. Sorry, I'm waiting for someone. Wu Zhe smiled and rejected the glamorous woman. If it were before, he would have blushed for ages just talking to a woman like this. Now, he felt nothing, being reborn gave him confidence. Women like this no longer caught his eye. He wanted to find a stunning beauty like Rin Shanshan. The woman left disappointed. Just as Wu Zhe was thinking about where to go next, a figure came into view. Not far ahead, a simply dressed girl, whose figure couldn't be concealed, walked down the street. Looking at her face, Wu Zhe trembled. The girl's face bore a resemblance to Rin Shanshan, though a hint of childishness remained in her features. Wasn't this Rin Feifei, Rin Shanshan's younger sister, whom he had dreamed of meeting? He immediately couldn't sit still and quickly started the car. Rin Shanshan was busy with work and not home, leaving Rin Feifei alone. Feeling a little bored, she decided to go for a walk. It was also a way to familiarize herself with the atmosphere and environment of Shanghai. Her older sister had always taken her there, she had never explored the city alone before. The bustling metropolis made her, coming from a village, feel somewhat lost and afraid. Fortunately, she had her loving older sister and brother-in-law. Thinking of her gentle and refined brother-in-law, her heart fluttered, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Ever since she saw her brother-in-law, his image has been constantly on her mind. She even dreams about him. The first thing she did the next morning was to take a shower. How could she have such thoughts? He's her brother-in-law. How could she steal her sister's man? A wave of shame washed over her. Shaking her head to clear her mind, Rin Feifei smiled again, her heart pounding with excitement. Because her sister had told her that she would be taking her to her brother-in-law's company that afternoon. Just as she was feeling excited about meeting her brother-in-law, a voice rang out. Hey, beautiful, wanna be friends? Wu Zhe slowed his car, keeping pace with Rin Feifei's walking speed, a smile he thought was charming spreading across his face. Chapter 86. The protagonist is dumbfounded. The goddess encounters someone else throwing themselves at her. The sudden sound startled her. Turning her head, she saw someone in the car smiling at her. Ren Feifei frowned slightly. She'd been in Shanghai for a while now, and this kind of advances had happened many times. At first, she was a little scared, but gradually she got used to it. Her sister told her to just ignore these people. She turned back and continued walking, pretending not to see them. Wu Zhe stroked his chin. Ren Feifei's attitude didn't stop him, instead, it piqued his interest even more. She was different from other women who would approach him for his contact information just because he drove a luxury car. She wasn't as materialistic as her sister. That's right, Ren Shanshan's annulment of the engagement, in his view, was simply because he felt her family wasn't good enough for him. What to do if she ignored him? Wu Zhe frowned in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he called out. Fei Fei. As expected, Ren Feifei paused upon hearing his words. She asked, somewhat surprised. You are? She didn't recall having such a friend. I'm your sister's friend. Wu Zhe's eyes darted around as he smiled. Oh. Ren Feifei responded, then prepared to leave. Wu Zhe quickly said, It's almost noon, have you eaten? My treat. Ren Feifei instantly became wary. She was naive, but not stupid. Saying she was her sister's friend and knew her was somewhat plausible. But inviting her to lunch seemed a bit too eager. No need, my sister cooked at home, I need to go back and eat with her. After hastily replying, Ren Feifei hailed a taxi. Wu Zhe realized he had been too hasty and felt a pang of annoyance. Gradually, a thought struck him. Ren Feifei is going home? He wants to pursue this young lady, and he certainly can't rely on luck like he did today. Knowing where she lives makes it easier to make his move. Besides, if Ren Shanshan saw him now. He's decked out in designer brands from head to toe, driving a top-of-the-line luxury car. Would she regret breaking off the engagement? She'd probably cry, wouldn't she? Wu Zhe was lost in his own world. When he came to his senses, he realized the taxi carrying Ren Feifei was almost out of sight. He quickly started his car and gave chase. While he was following Ren Feifei, he didn't realize a car was also following him, and a pair of eyes were coldly watching him. These were, of course, the bodyguards Su Liang had arranged. He always assigned female bodyguards to protect any leading lady he discovered. These were all women he had his eye on. He didn't want some kind of dramatic twist, like the heroine being kidnapped and robbed, and then the protagonist showing up as a hero to save the damsel in distress. Arranging this kind of plot is pure idiocy. They're experiencing writer's block and use this to pad their word count. A kidnapping scene usually takes at least 5 or 6 pages, sometimes even a dozen or more. They'll argue that it's to build up the female lead's favor, part of their strategy to win her over. But can't they think of other ways to win over the female lead? They could at least cater to her interests, or at least add some slice-of-life scenes. Have you ever considered the consequences if these stunningly beautiful heroines had a few, or even dozens, of photos taken of them? Some writers even add details about the kidnappers. They'll say that's more realistic. Their protagonists are flesh and blood people, not the typical overpowered protagonist of a fantasy novel. But aren't you just writing a novel? Having your own fetishes and trying to instill them in others is disgusting. There are so many protagonists in this world, Su Liang wants to see if such a protagonist exists. He guarantees to let them know what despair is, what it means to wish they were dead. These heroines are surrounded by female bodyguards he arranged, and not just one. They'll notify him if anything happens, completely eliminating any blatant clichés. Of course, besides protecting the heroines, these bodyguards also serve a surveillance purpose. They'll provide him with information when needed, to better recruit them into his family. Ren Feifei arrived at the garden residential area by car. After paying, he walked in under the respectful gaze of the security guard. Garden Residential Complex. As one of the most famous residential complexes in Shanghai, it excels in both environment and security. The residents are all extremely wealthy and powerful, a single apartment costs at least tens of millions. In some prime locations, money alone isn't enough to buy a place, power and connections are also essential. Wu Zhe was completely dumbfounded. Rubbing his eyes, he stared blankly at the clearly visible words Garden Residential Complex. He knew this complex was famous, of course. What stunned him was that when Ren Feifei said she was going home, she meant home was here. How could that be? How could Ren Shanshan live here? Even if he had a few million left and wanted to buy a house, he never considered buying here. His money was only enough to buy a small plot of land here. Ren Shanshan is being kept by a powerful man. That was the only explanation. There was no other possibility. Wu Zhe gritted his teeth in anger. Although Ren Shanshan had proposed breaking off the engagement, he harbored resentment and was determined to make her regret it. But he couldn't deny that a sliver of hope remained, to win both sisters. Unexpectedly, the woman he had his eye on had already fallen into someone else's arms. Damn it, who is it? Wu Zhe clenched his fists, his heart filled with anguish. Watching Ren Feifei's figure gradually disappear from sight, he wanted to chase after her. However, he was stopped by the security guard as soon as he reached the entrance. Please show your identification. The security guards here were all retired Special Forces soldiers, extremely dedicated. Their first task was to recognize all the residents of the community and not to obstruct these people. If it was anyone else, they needed to show proof of invitation from the resident. Wu Zhe had no proof. He explained with a smile. Brother, I'm that girl's friend, could you please make an exception? Swish, swish, swish. A multitude of eyes turned to him, sharp and piercing. The steely aura of a soldier emanated from him. Wu Zhe felt a suffocating pressure and could only leave dejectedly. Sigh. Parking his car on the side of the road, Wu Zhe sighed. He had originally wanted to show off in front of Ren Shanshan, make her regret it, and put her in pain. But what was the point of showing off now? She lived in a top-tier neighborhood, while he couldn't even get through the gate. However, he didn't give up. He was determined to find out who the man behind Ren Shanshan really was. Chapter 87. Did Su Liang fulfill the twins' wish? Taking control of everything. When Ren Feifei returned home, Ren Shanshan had just finished cooking and came out of the kitchen. She didn't hire a housekeeper, she cooked for herself at home. Firstly, because it was a hobby. Secondly, she didn't want to lose her culinary skills. She wanted to cook a sumptuous meal for Su Liang when he came, hoping to bring them closer. To be fair, the actresses Su Liang had won over weren't just pretty faces, they were all quite good cooks. You're back? I was just about to call you. Ren Shanshan greeted her sister with a smile. Ren Feifei washed her hands and sat down at the table. While eating, she told her sister about what had happened while she was out. By the way, sister, do you have a friend like this? Thinking of the person she had struck up a conversation with earlier, Ren Feifei suddenly asked. She even gave a brief description of Wu Zhe. Ren Feifei's expression immediately turned serious. Based on her sister's description, the man drove a newly bought luxury car, dressed elegantly, and wasn't too ugly. She didn't know such a person. Moreover, besides Su Liang, she had absolutely no male friends. And besides Su Liang, she had never told anyone about her sister's situation. Then who exactly was this person? Looking at her innocent sister, she asked in a low voice. What exactly happened? Immediately, Ren Feifei recounted how Wu Zhe had approached her and claimed to be her friend. Upon learning that the person had invited her sister to dinner, Ren Shanshan became somewhat nervous. She only relaxed after hearing her sister refuse. You did well. I don't have any friends like that. That person is definitely a liar. Ah! Ren Feifei exclaimed in surprise, a wave of fear washing over her. Luckily, she hadn't accepted the invitation to dinner. Feifei, this is a big city, there are many scammers, unlike the simple and honest people in our village. From now on, besides me and your brother-in-law, you have to be careful what anyone else says. Ren Shanshan immediately began lecturing her younger sister. Ren Feifei listened obediently, nodding occasionally. After dinner, Ren Feifei insisted on clearing the dishes, and Ren Shanshan didn't refuse. After resting for a while, she looked at her sister, still dressed in the same simple clothes. Her eyes flickered, and she smiled and suggested, "We're going to the company, do you want to change your clothes?" Su Liang hadn't even made a move yet, but as the older sister, she had already begun to secretly help. Since she couldn't change the outcome anyway, why couldn't she take the initiative and at least curry favor with Su Liang? Do I need to change my clothes? Ren Feifei obviously knew she was going to the company to see her brother-in-law, and immediately stammered guiltily. "So, do you want to change?" Ren Shanshan crossed her arms, creating a deep cleavage. A mocking expression played on her lips. "I'd better change." Ren Feifei blurted out anxiously. Noticing her sister's strange gaze, she felt utterly ashamed and dashed into her bedroom. After some searching, she chose a JK uniform. "This dress looks beautiful," she'd never worn it before. Today, it was a bold attempt for Su Liang. After changing, Ren Shanshan also put on light makeup, and the two sisters went out hand in hand. Outside the residential complex. At this moment, Wu Zhe was anxiously waiting in a BMW parked by the roadside. He had been waiting here for several hours, his stomach growling loudly. Why hadn't he seen the Rin sisters come out yet? Just as he was hesitating whether to go back for dinner and come back later to scout the place, a white Maserati Quattroporte appeared in his line of sight, driving out of the complex. At first, he didn't pay much attention, but when he glanced at the driver, he was completely stunned. He saw that the person driving the Maserati Quattroporte was none other than Rin Shanshan. This car was worth at least several million, his BMW was trash compared to it. This dealt Wu Zhe another blow. His plan to flaunt his wealth in front of Rin Shanshan was aborted. His face was grim, his mood incredibly heavy, yet also filled with curiosity. What kind of powerful figure had Rin Shanshan hooked up with? Not only did he shower her with luxury homes, but he also gave her luxury cars. Seeing the Maserati Quattroporte slowly drive away, he followed without hesitation. He had to find out who was keeping Rin Shanshan. Moreover, he had to win Rin Feifei over as soon as possible. If he let her stay by Rin Shanshan's side, what if one day that powerful figure took a liking to her? Wouldn't his wish to have both sisters be fulfilled by someone else? Following her, Wu Zhe arrived at the Su group. He was quite surprised, and a guess began to form in his mind. Could Rin Shanshan be backed by that young master of the Su family? If that were true, giving her cars and houses wouldn't be surprising. But something didn't make sense. Wasn't Su Liang a simp? He had been pursuing Lu Rulin relentlessly, only to be constantly rejected. Later, he was subjected to a miserable ordeal by the legendary healer Lin Hao. 2.5 years before his rebirth, Lin Hao and his three masters confronted the powerful Su family. As for the outcome, he didn't know. Anyway, he knew that Su Liang, the eldest son of the Su family, was a complete simp, constantly bullied by Lin Hao. He disdained such spoiled young masters. Even if their families were wealthy and their backgrounds powerful, he looked down on them. Wu Zhe planned to go eat first, but there were security guards at the company entrance, preventing him from entering. Unexpectedly, Ren Shanshan's Maserati stopped at the entrance. Soon, two figures stepped out of the car. One was, of course, Ren Shanshan, dressed in a professional suit, radiant and beautiful. The other was Rin Feifei. The two sisters standing together made Wu Zhe almost drool. Wait a minute. He suddenly noticed something he'd overlooked. Ren Feifei had changed into a JK uniform. The outfit suited her perfectly, making her look cute and youthful. Strange, Ren Feifei was wearing jeans and a white t-shirt before. Why was she wearing this? Was she deliberately dressed up to impress that young Master Su? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he quickly shook his head, dismissing it. How could that be? How could the innocent Ren Feifei do something like this for a man? The two sisters stood at the door, most likely waiting for the man who was keeping her. Wu Zhe stared intently, his eyes unblinking. Shortly afterward, a Rolls-Royce pulled up at the door, and a figure stepped out. Who else could it be but Su Liang? Upon seeing Su Liang, the two sisters smiled. Their relationship was clearly unusual. In the distance, Wu Zhe, witnessing this scene, gritted his teeth. Judging from Rin Shanshan's affectionate behavior, she had definitely been won over by Su Liang. And Rin Feifei's gaze towards Su Liang was somewhat strange. His hands, gripping the steering wheel, veins bulging a sign of extreme rage. Ding Wu Zhe has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 666. Ding Wu Zhe has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 777. Ding Wu Zhe is consumed by rage and hatred, villain value plus 888. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, tracing the source of that malicious gaze to a BMW in the distance. Another protagonist? They really are like leeks, one harvest and another sprouts up. Withdrawing his gaze, Su Liang looked at the Rin sisters. It seemed this protagonist was related to them. So, while leading the sisters into the company, he took out his phone and sent a message. He instructed the bodyguards protecting them to report detailed information. Not long after, a compiled message was sent. It included what Rin Shanshan and Rin Feifei had done and the people they had contacted. He extracted a key figure from this. Wu Zhe. 2 days ago, Rin Shanshan asked him to break off their engagement. This afternoon, she struck up a conversation with Rin Feifei and followed him here. His subordinates had obviously noticed this as well. The information report included Wu Zhe's details. Wu Zhe, male, 25 years old, lives in Nanchang. After quickly glancing at this basic information, Su Liang's gaze fell on the events of the past 2 days. From the moment Rin Shanshan broke off their engagement, he was hit by a dump truck on the street, thrown 7 or 8 meters, and then, after being unconscious for less than 10 minutes, sat up as if nothing had happened. Then he was taken to the hospital, examined, and given blood transfusions hailed as a medical miracle. The first thing he did after being discharged the next day was buy a lottery ticket. He won the first prize of 10 million. Afterwards, he bought cryptocurrency and acquired a nearly bankrupt winery. The investigation was very detailed. The cryptocurrency was controlled by Huar Street, managed by several financial giants, and they were preparing to speculate on it. The distillery was popular due to its unique brewing methods and distinctive taste, but its impending bankruptcy was actually due to suppression. After doing all that, Wu Zhe went to the commercial city, buying clothes and a car, giving off a nouveau riche vibe. He strolled around the suburbs, then stopped outside a bar on a bustling street, where he tried to chat up Rin Feifei. After being rejected, he followed her to the garden residential complex. After waiting for several hours at the entrance, he followed Rin Shanshan's car again, arriving at the Su group. Tisk. Through Wu Zhe's actions, Su Liang already knew that this protagonist was a reborn protagonist. The only question was, what type of rebirth? Using him as a reference. If he was reborn in the timeline before he transmigrated, even if he was reborn, his current situation wouldn't be known. Dealing with such a protagonist would be no different from dealing with other protagonists. But if he was reborn in the timeline after he transmigrated, dealing with such a protagonist would be a bit more troublesome. The first issue to consider was how many methods he knew. But it didn't matter, cautious as he was, he certainly wouldn't reveal all his trump cards. Even if some powerful protagonists were reborn, they might know that he was the mastermind behind Skynet. But did he know how many assassins were in Skynet? What were their strengths? And was Skynet really the most mysterious and terrifying assassin organization in the eyes of the world? Could there be something even deeper hidden? All of this perhaps only Su Liang knows. With a protagonist like this reborn, there's no doubt he was killed in his previous life, and he's confident he can kill him again. Chapter 88 unlocks a new achievement? I'll unlock this achievement first. Entering the company gates, Rin Feifei was overwhelmed by the opulent layout. Upon learning that the entire building belonged to the Su group, she was even more stunned. No wonder a single meal with him cost over 200,000 yuan. Buying her several outfits for hundreds of thousands, and then handing her a 1 million yuan gold card without batting an eye. She now had a clear understanding of her brother-in-law's wealth. Shanshan, why don't you show Feifei around the company? Su Liang didn't have time to show Ren Feifei around. After entrusting the task to Ren Shanshan, he went to the president's office. His personal secretary, Shui Yurong, approached him, winking with a teasing smile. That's Shanshan's sister, isn't it? Looks like it won't be long before the president unlocks a new achievement. I'd rather unlock your achievement first. Watching Su Liang leave, Ren Feifei pursed her lips, feeling a pang of reluctance. However, she also knew that Su Liang, as the president of such a large company, must be very busy. Beside her, Ren Shanshan noticed her sister's expression, a smile appearing in her eyes. Suddenly, she reached out and patted her. What are you looking at? Ah. Nothing. Ren Feifei snapped out of her reverie, her face instantly turning red, and she shook her head vigorously. Seeing her sister so adorable, Ren Shanshan's smile widened, and she took her hand. Come on, weren't you curious about the company? I'll take you to see it first. In the president's office. Su Liang was signing documents that had piled up for several days. Shui Yurong had just finished her work report and left. Bang bang bang. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. Su Liang said in a deep voice. Su Liang recognized Li Wanjun from the footsteps. Sure enough, the door opened, and Li Wanjun's slender figure walked in. Hearing Su Liang, her eyes lit up. She had rushed over as soon as she heard he was at the company. Now it was just the two of them in the office, their private time about to begin. However, she didn't forget her business and began reporting to Su Liang on her work over the past few days. After finishing her report on recent company events, she stared intently at Su Liang, her eyes practically drooling. Su Liang's focused work ethic was simply too captivating. Seeing Su Liang stretch his neck, she had an idea and decided to give him a massage. Su Liang signed documents while enjoying the massage, a truly unique experience. After signing the last document, Su Liang stretched his arms. Comfortable. He turned and patted Li Wanjun's shoulder in appreciation. An afternoon passed. Ren Shanshan took her younger sister on a tour of the Su group, broadening her horizons. Ren Feifei, who had come from the village to the big city, initially looked somewhat lost and bewildered, but this feeling had vanished. After the tour, Ren Shanshan planned to take her sister home. But just then, Su Liang found them and invited them to dinner that evening. The two sisters were overjoyed. Ren Shanshan assumed it was because of her younger sister that Su Liang was paying more attention to her. Her gaze towards her sister changed instantly. She looked thoughtful, as if brewing some plan. Ren Feifei, on the other hand, was more naive. She thought Su Liang had neglected his work just to have dinner with her. Like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, ripples spread. Su Liang took in the sisters' expressions, his gaze somewhat strange. He had only received word that Wu Zhe was still waiting outside, preparing to reap some benefits. Were these two sisters overthinking things? What's this called? A happy accident. At the company entrance. Inside the BMW. Wu Zhe had been waiting impatiently. After Su Liang led the sisters inside, unsure when they would leave, he went to buy a loaf of bread to fill his stomach. But one loaf of bread wasn't enough. An afternoon passed, and his stomach started growling again. Suddenly, he perked up, seeing Su Liang's Rolls-Royce pull up. Through the crack in the car window, he keenly noticed that the Ren Shanshan sisters were also in the car. Ren Shanshan was one thing, she'd already been manipulated and corrupted by Su Liang. But how could he let Ren Feifei be with Su Liang? He quickly started the car and followed. While following, Wu Zhe fell into deep thought. He felt that this Su Liang was different from what he remembered. His appearance was more handsome, his physique better, and most importantly, his demeanor. Gentle, refined, and approachable, like a gentle breeze. Is this the kind of demeanor a simp should have? His personality was completely different too. Shouldn't Su Liang be a simp? Wherever Lu Ruolin was, he was there too. Now, he seems like a scumbag who cheats people out of their feelings and sex? Wu Zhe couldn't help but start to question the meaning of life. Chapter 89: A backstab from Su Liang. Pushing his sister into a fire pit? Wu Zhe followed the Rolls-Royce until it stopped, then he braked immediately. Soon, he saw a woman in red get out of the driver's seat and open the back door for Su Liang. The Ren sisters got out from the other side. He ignored the sisters, his gaze fixed on the woman in red. She was stunningly beautiful, with an amazing figure, no less beautiful than the Ren sisters. Wu Zhe was stunned again. Before his rebirth, he had seen Su Liang once from afar, with bodyguards opening car doors for him. But it wasn't this woman in red. He began to realize that something was wrong. Su Liang beckoned to the two women and led them to a nearby seafood restaurant. This was the largest seafood restaurant in Shanghai. The restaurant was stocked with all kinds of seafood: king crab, bluefin tuna, spiny lobster. These were seafoods most people could only dream of. Whether he wanted to eat them depended entirely on his mood. It had to be said, the seafood was quite delicious, and Su Liang was a frequent customer. The owner had even reserved a private room for him. However, what annoyed him was the recent rumors that Japan was going to release nuclear wastewater. He hadn't expected to encounter such a ridiculous situation after transmigrating. He had already put Skynet into action. Release nuclear wastewater? They can deal with that themselves. If they still didn't repent and persisted in their ways, that island would have no reason to exist. The true power Su Liang possessed was beyond everyone's imagination. Achieving this wouldn't be difficult. His eyes flashed, and he regained his composure. At that moment, a waiter approached, extremely obsequious. Young Master Su. The boss had instructed these waiters that they must treat Su Liang with even greater respect than he would treat him personally upon his arrival, and to promptly notify him to come and greet him. Su Liang smiled slightly, stopping the waiter from notifying the boss, and didn't request a VIP room. How could he absorb the protagonist's luck if he went to a VIP room? He told him to arrange a quiet spot in the main hall. The waiter was trembling with fear, his eyes fixed straight ahead, afraid of displeasing this top-tier young master. After hearing the instructions, he quickly went to make the arrangements. A short while later, the waiter returned, informing them that the arrangements were complete. Leading them, the three arrived at a window seat. Even in the main hall, this was a prime location, not crowded around. Let's stick to the old menu. He didn't give the two women a chance to order. Su Liang's old menu was a table full of the restaurant's best dishes. A meal like that would probably cost several million. Su Liang didn't care about the money, his main concern was having a good time. After all, money was just a string of numbers to him, he could have as much as he wanted. Okay, Mr. Su, please wait a moment. The waiter respectfully replied before leaving. Ren Shanshan's eyes lit up. She, along with Shui Yurong and Li Wanjun, the three beauties of the Su group, had accompanied Su Liang to this restaurant several times. The seafood there was truly top-notch, an absolute delicacy that made people linger. However, it still fell far short of Su Liang's betrayal. Next, it was time to wait for the delicious food to be served. But the wait wouldn't be long. Because no matter how many people were ahead of them, the chefs would temporarily stop what they were doing to prioritize cooking for Su Liang. Ren Shanshan pulled her younger sister to a seat, pulled out a chair, and gestured for her to sit down. Ren Feifei obediently stepped forward. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Ren Shanshan's foot blocked the way, and Ren Feifei accidentally tripped. Her body involuntarily tilted. And the direction she fell was directly towards Su Liang. How could her little action escape Su Liang's eyes? Of course, he didn't expose her, this was a good thing. He wouldn't miss such a good assist. Slightly turning his body, he reached out and pulled her into his arms. Ah! Feeling dizzy, Ren Feifei's mind went blank, and she exclaimed in surprise. In midair, she frantically grabbed at anything, searching for a lifeline. Suddenly, she felt herself fall into a warm embrace. Her body stopped falling, and her hands gripped something, only then did she feel safe. After she breathed a sigh of relief and came to her senses, the scene before her left her dumbfounded. At this moment, she was being held in Su Liang's arms, and she had actually wrapped her arms around his. The scene was incredibly ambiguous. The strong masculine scent emanating from her nose made Ren Feifei's face instantly turn bright red. Her mind went blank, she remained frozen in that position, completely forgetting that she was still in the restaurant lobby. It was Su Liang's voice that pulled her back to reality. "Are you all right?" His voice was gentle and pleasant. Ren Feifei quickly released her hands, breaking free from Su Liang's embrace, and straightened up. "And no, I'm fine." She waved her hand hastily, but a sense of loss welled up inside her. How I longed to return to that warm embrace. "Feifei, you're so careless." Ren Shanshan's voice rang out from beside her. Ren Feifei, overwhelmed with shyness, lowered her head, almost burying it in her breasts. She remained silent, oblivious to the smile on her sister's face. After helping her younger sister sit down, Ren Shanshan moved to sit on the other side of Su Liang. The two sisters sat on either side of Su Liang. It gave the impression of someone enjoying the bliss of having two women on either side. At a table not far away. To observe the situation, Wu Zhe, pretending to be a customer, booked a table. From this angle, he could clearly see what the three were doing. And when Ren Shanshan pulled out a chair, she deliberately stuck out a leg to block Ren Feifei's view, which he happened to see. At that moment, he was a little puzzled. Why would Ren Shanshan harm her own sister? A moment later, he realized he had been too conservative. She wasn't just harming her sister, she was practically pushing her into a fire pit. Pushing her sister to Su Liang, what else could it be but pushing her into a fire pit? Seeing Ren Feifei and Su Liang embracing in an extremely intimate posture, Wu Zhe gritted his teeth in anger. He'd taken a fancy to a woman, barely exchanged a few words, and Su Liang had already slept with her. But that wasn't what infuriated him the most. Ren Feifei and Su Liang's embrace was orchestrated by her older sister. Not only did she give herself to Su Liang, but she also dragged her younger sister into it. The thought of Su Liang with women on both sides made Wu Zhe's eyes blaze with fury. A powerful urge surged within him. That was to rush up and beat Su Liang senseless, then berate Ren Shanshan for being a disgraceful older sister. Ding Wu Zhe hates you to the bone, villain value plus 888. Ding Wu Zhe is furious, villain value plus 999. Ding. Chapter 90, Envy, Jealousy, and Hatred from the Protagonist. Wu Zhe ultimately suppressed that impulsive thought. Despite the fact that Su Liang would be manipulated by Lin Hao in the future, making him despise Su Liang from the bottom of his heart, he was still a member of the Su family. The Su family's power was too immense. Even if Su Liang was utterly incompetent and a hopeless case, he was still someone a nobody like Wu Zhe couldn't afford to offend. What if another woman he fancied was taken by Su Liang? Although Wu Zhe was unwilling, he had no choice but to let go. After all, he was a reborn person, a chosen one, a man destined to reach the pinnacle of life. Why should a great man worry about not having a wife? He knew plenty of beautiful women, there was no need to hang himself on one tree. But those were the Ren Shanshan sisters. In both his past and present lives, he had essentially suffered two rejections from Ren Shanshan, which had become his obsession. He dreamed of achieving great things, standing before Shanshan, and making her regret her decision. He'd also managed to win over her younger sister, infuriating her to no end. So, as long as Su Liang hadn't won Ren Feifei over, Wu Zhe wouldn't leave. In his line of sight, the three were chatting and laughing, a picture of perfect harmony. He watched with envy, wishing he could take their place. Just then, a rich aroma wafted past him. His stomach growled involuntarily. His gaze shifted to the side, it was waitresses carrying trays past. The dishes they carried were exquisitely crafted, beautifully sculpted like sculptures. Not only did they smell incredibly delicious, but their appearance alone was enough to whet one's appetite. That was king crab, that was spiny lobster, that was. The dazzling array of dishes made Wu Zhe's head spin. He swallowed hard, his stomach growled even hungrier. The dishes were then delivered to Su Liang's table. Damn it, what a rich bastard. He couldn't help but curse under his breath, feeling incredibly envious. Even if he hadn't eaten pork, he'd seen pigs run, right? These dishes were all ones he'd seen on food shows, all of them added together, they were worth at least $1 million. Since his rebirth, he'd been winning the lottery and scheming for the future, working himself to the bone. And what about him? He didn't have to do anything, yet he lived a life countless times better than him. Who's ever seen someone spend over $1 million on a single meal? Comparison is the thief of joy. Even if all his schemes succeeded, he'd never reach the heights of the Su family. It has to be said, some people are born at the finish line for countless others. Su Liang's casual meal almost broke his composure. Wu Zhe took a deep breath, taking a long time to calm down. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Keep living it up. You won't be smug for long. If I remember correctly, Lin Hao has already gone down the mountain. Your nightmare is about to begin. Ding Wu Zhe has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 666. The food was served, and Ren Feifei was stunned. She thought that the meal she ate at the hotel last time, costing over 200,000 yuan, was already the epitome of luxury. She never expected this meal to be even more outrageous. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel touched that Su Liang had brought her to eat such a delicious meal. Ren Shanchan picked up her chopsticks and, as usual, served food to Su Liang. Su Liang casually placed one hand on Ren Shanchan's leg, enjoying its smooth texture. Although he had already guessed the nature of their relationship. Seeing Ren Shanchan not resisting Su Liang's advances still made Wu Zhe feel uneasy. His only consolation was that Ren Feifei hadn't fallen for him yet. A wealthy scumbag, and his sister who was ruining her sister's life. Ren Feifei was in grave danger. He had to get her out of this mess before Su Liang made his move. Wu Zhe's expression was resolute. However, what he saw next almost broke his composure. At the dining table. Seeing her sister serving food to her brother-in-law, Ren Feifei felt it wouldn't be right not to do something. So, she peeled a lobster and handed it to Su Liang. Su Liang, whose hands were busy, winked at her. Ren Feifei understood. She glanced at her sister before shyly offering the shrimp to Su Liang's lips. Su Liang ate the lobster and nodded in satisfaction. This female lead is quite perceptive. Ren Feifei quickly withdrew her hand. Even with the plastic gloves, that brief touch still made her blush and her heart race. It took her a while to recover. After the first time, the second time wasn't so awkward. Especially after getting her sister's tacit approval, the atmosphere started to change strangely. The older sister served Su Liang food, and the younger sister peeled shrimp and fed it to his mouth. It was practically heavenly. Meanwhile, Wu Zhe, watching this scene from afar, was completely stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? He looked at Su Liang in the distance, enjoying the exquisite food while being served by the two sisters. Looking at himself sitting there all alone. Damn it, why hasn't the food I ordered arrived yet? He knew it was peak dining time, and the restaurant was busy, so the food would be served late. The waiter had reminded him. But knowing and understanding were one thing, he was just annoyed. Very annoyed. He'd gone to all this trouble to come to this upscale restaurant, and he'd ordered quite a lot, ready to experience a taste of high society. But damn it, he'd waited forever and still hadn't seen any seafood. 10 more minutes passed before the waiter finally brought the dishes. I'm sorry, sir, there were some things delayed in the kitchen. We'd like to offer you a 10% discount as an apology. Calling it a delay wasn't wrong, they were preparing the dishes for Su Liang. Actually, their restaurant had several kitchens, and they even hired special high-end chefs for VIPs. But because Su Liang had ordered so much food, and the assistants weren't professional enough, all the chefs needed to work together. This caused the other people's food to be served slowly. After waiting for almost 2 hours, and watching Su Liang enjoy his meal for 2 hours, Wu Zhe was furious. Unexpectedly, the restaurant offered a discount and apologized, and he forcefully suppressed his impending rage. A 10% discount was already quite a lot. Intending to enjoy himself, he splurged and ordered dishes worth over 10,000 yuan. A 10% discount would save him tens of thousands of yuan. Gurgle. His stomach growled, and Wu Zhe waved the waiter away, preparing to eat. He glanced habitually at Su Liang's group, then paused. The three of them had finished eating and were packing up to leave. He looked at his chopsticks, then at the fragrant seafood. Finally, his gaze fell on Su Liang and the others. They were walking towards the door. Wu Zhe was starting to panic. Damn it, are you kidding me? Between eating to fill his stomach and going to rescue Ren Feifei, he chose the latter. Before leaving, he took one last, reluctant look at the food on the table. Ding Wu Zhe has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 777. But before he could even leave, a waiter blocked his way. Sir, where are you going? The waiter's expression was serious. Wu Zhe recognized it, the look of someone looking at someone who had dined and dashed. His pent-up frustration surged, and he erupted in fury. Don't you guys have any sense of how long it's been since you brought the food? I'm not eating anymore, goodbye. With that, he shoved aside the waiter and prepared to leave. At that moment, several tall, burly men surrounded him. They sneered, rubbing their fists together. Kid, you trying to dine and dash? Ms. Misunderstanding. Chapter 91. The protagonist is revealed to be a troublemaker for her older sister. The younger sister expresses great anticipation. Wu Zhe immediately backed down and obediently paid the bill. Losing over 10,000 yuan at once stung. The waiter didn't mock him, instead, he offered to reheat the food and let him come back to eat when he was done. Wu Zhe's mood improved slightly. He was about to chase after Su Liang and the others when he saw a familiar figure jogging in. Ha! Isn't that Ren Feifei? Wu Zhe was somewhat surprised. Then he saw Ren Feifei go into the restroom. So she came back to use the restroom. A thought struck him. Perfect opportunity. He was just wondering how to tell Ren Shanshan about how she had tricked him, and now the chance had arrived. So he went to the restroom and waited outside. Women passing by gave him strange and wary looks. Wu Zhe's face darkened. Did they think he was a pervert who came to see a beauty coming out of the restroom? Seeing Ren Feifei come out, he quickly stopped her. The sudden appearance of the figure startled her. Seeing it was the guy who had approached her at noon, Ren Feifei was filled with suspicion. Her sister had said she didn't know this person at all, that he was a fraud. Who are you? My sister said she doesn't know anyone like you. How do you know my name? Faced with her barrage of questions, Wu Zhe was speechless. How was he supposed to answer? Should he say he was going to pursue her to get revenge after her sister broke off their engagement? Don't worry about the details. He touched his nose, remembering his purpose, and said, Feifei, listen to me first. That Su Liang isn't a good person. Don't be fooled by him. He's just a simp. Ren Feifei was a little confused. She thought this guy was just trying to pick her up again, but he was actually bad-mouthing her brother-in-law. Her brother-in-law was a towering figure in her eyes. How could she let someone smear him? She immediately snapped coldly. You're the simp, your whole family are simps. Her brother-in-law a simp? What a joke! What kind of status, what kind of appearance, what kind of demeanor does her brother-in-law have? He wouldn't be someone's simp, others should be fawning over him. Wu Zhe. He was completely dumbfounded. He had only stated a fact. Ren Feifei's reaction was far too much. She was definitely brainwashed by Su Liang and her sister. Thinking about Ren Shanshan pushing her sister into a fire pit filled him with anger. Oh, right, I have something to tell you, about your sister. Actually, I was watching you two the whole time. When Ren Shanshan pulled out the chair, I saw her stick out a leg to block you, deliberately making you fall onto Su Liang. She was pushing you into Su Liang's arms, pushing you into a fire pit. You need to stay away from her. Hearing this, Ren Feifei, who was angrily about to leave, stopped in her tracks and looked at him in surprise. You're telling the truth. In an instant, she felt her breathing quicken, her heart race, and her face began to flush slightly. Thinking she didn't believe him, Wu Zhe quickly raised his hand and swore an oath. Absolutely true. If I'm lying, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. After saying this, he stared intently at Ren Feifei's expression. However, he was disappointed. He didn't see anger, shame, or any other emotion on her face. Instead, he saw a hint of excitement, anticipation, and expectation. Holy crap! What the hell? Ren Feifei's expression. It was practically saying, let the storm rage on, she's fearless. Wu Zhe was dumbfounded. Ding. Wu Zhe is questioning his existence, villain value plus 999. Ignoring Wu Zhe, Ren Feifei's mind was completely elsewhere. With a smile on her face and a heart full of excitement, she skipped and hopped out of the restaurant. Su Liang and Ren Shanshan were waiting outside. The guy was incredibly handsome, the girl was stunningly beautiful, attracting envious glances from countless people. What a handsome guy! I want to be close to him, how come he already has a girlfriend? Damn it, you're being so direct, you're not really respecting me as his boyfriend. The guy's handsome, and the girl's not bad either, she's definitely a school beauty. I also want a beautiful girlfriend like that. Wait, how come there's another one? Suddenly, someone's eyes widened, staring blankly ahead. Another beautiful woman appeared, her features very similar to the first one. Holy crap! They were actually two sisters. Watching Su Liang leave with the twin beauties, the group of male students couldn't help but question their existence. Getting even one beauty like Ren Shanshan, a school beauty, would be incredibly lucky for them. Su Liang actually got two. And not only that, they were twin beauties. Double the happiness. When Wu Zhe snapped out of his daze and chased after them, he saw that Su Liang and the Ren sisters hadn't left, they were strolling down the street. He breathed a sigh of relief, but then he heard whispers around him, all envying Su Liang and the sisters for having both. Damn it! Wu Zhe's face was ashen. He was reborn, he was the protagonist. He should be the one with the sisters on either side. Why should Su Liang? He was just a simp, and he'd be toyed with by Lin Hao in the future. How could Wu Zhe stand by and watch Ren Feifei be ruined by him? His anger was almost uncontrollable. Besides Su Liang, Ren Shanshan smiled happily. It was rare for Su Liang to go shopping with her. She hadn't forgotten who had brought all this on her sister. Her gaze fell on that innocent face, and Ren Shanshan fell into deep thought. Would she accept? Judging from her sister's reaction, it should be fine. While pondering, the dazzling neon lights caught her eye. She looked closer. The four large characters Universal Studios were very eye-catching. Her eyes lit up, and she suggested to Su Liang beside her. Brother Liang, are you free tonight? How about we go see a movie? She finished speaking with expectant eyes. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. He had originally planned to spend the night with another woman, but it seemed he'd have to change his plans. He glanced at the furtive Wu Zhe and smiled. Okay. Ren Shanshan was delighted. She thought to herself that this was the charm of the twin sisters, they could actually change Su Liang's mind. Ren Feifei was also happy. Her sister had taken her to the movies, which meant she could spend more time with her brother-in-law. The three of them headed towards Universal Studios. Wu Zhe, following behind, became increasingly uneasy. Are they going to see a movie? Suddenly, a scene flashed through his mind. Su Liang in the middle, Ren Shanshan and her sister on either side, during a scary scene. Wu Zhe suddenly shuddered. No, he absolutely couldn't let that happen. Immediately, he stopped hiding and appeared directly in front of the three of them. Ignoring the sisters' surprised looks, he looked at Su Liang and got straight to the point. Su Liang, young master of the Su family, you're about to face a terrible disaster. Chapter 92. The protagonist's arrogance gets him struck by lightning. She's nothing but Ilu's trash. Su Liang, young master of the Su family, you're about to be in big trouble. Wu Zhe had thought carefully before starting with this line. If he had simply jumped out and mindlessly said, let those two sisters go, let me handle this, he'd probably be beaten up like a thug. Even if he said something nice, Su Liang wouldn't care. After all, the difference in their social status was obvious. On the contrary, his current mysterious and profound demeanor might pique Su Liang's curiosity. Once he had his interest piqued, Wu Zhe was confident he could intimidate this good-for-nothing young master. However, before Su Liang could ask anything, Ren Feifei spoke first. Her face was full of anger. "What nonsense are you spouting, you liar? My brother-in-law is perfectly fine now, you're the one who's about to be in big trouble." Then she looked at her sister, whose expression was somewhat strange, and pointed at Wu Zhe. "Sister, that's him. He's the one I told you about. He claimed to be your friend and even called me by name. Just now, when I went to the bathroom, he said some things to me. He was clearly following us." Like beans spilling from a bamboo tube, Ren Feifei told him everything about Wu Zhe. Wu Zhe. Did he have to betray me so completely? Seeing her sister stand up for Su Liang, she secretly thought it was settled, then Ren Shanshan's expression turned ugly. She immediately guessed Wu Zhe's intentions. He was still angry about her broken engagement and wanted to pursue her sister. And he even deceived her under the guise of being her friend. He really had no integrity whatsoever. She had previously thought Wu Zhe's "don't underestimate a young man's potential" statement was very powerful, assuming he was a real man. Now it seemed he was just a despicable person. Disgust flashed in her eyes as she said indifferently, "Wu Zhe, I need an explanation. You lied to my sister under the guise of being my friend. When did I ever have a friend like you?" Asterisk whoosh asterisk. Wu Zhe was now a powder keg. Ren Shanshan's words were like a spark, ready to explode. "Put away your arrogant attitude. You used the same tone when you broke off the engagement. It disgusts me. Why should I, Wu Zhe, explain my actions to others? Who I pursue is none of your business." After saying this, he felt much better. He took out his car keys again. "Ren Shanshan, didn't expect this, did you? I'm different now. See this Armani? And these car keys, a BMW worth 800,000. He paused, then continued. "I'm going to pursue your sister. Then I'll stand in front of you and make you regret breaking off the engagement." Wu Zhe felt incredibly satisfied. He had finally spoken his dream aloud. But the effect? Absolutely none. Ren Shanshan looked at him as if he were a clown, her face full of mockery. "Regret? You dare make me regret? You still want to pursue my sister? A toad trying to eat swan meat." Beside her, Ren Feifei suddenly realized. So he was her sister's fiancé. She'd heard about it back home. Her family had arranged the engagement for her sister. When her sister revealed she had a boyfriend, the atmosphere at home became rather somber. That explained why he'd called her name so quickly. He must have seen their family's information. Immediately, her gaze towards Wu Zhe turned hostile. This guy actually pursued her after her sister's engagement was broken off. Could it be that he thought her taste was inferior to her sister's? Just because her sister broke off her engagement, she thought she could like him? Even if Ren Feifei died out there, went blind, got hit by a car, she wouldn't fall for someone like that, okay? Besides, she already had someone she loved. Feeling the sister's mocking and disdainful gazes, Wu Zhe's heart skipped a beat. He knew he'd acted impulsively. He'd left a bad impression on Ren Feifei. However, since things had come to this point, he couldn't care less about anything else. Gritting his teeth, he laughed angrily. "Fine, I'm not worthy, then what are you? Just a kept woman. Who knows when you'll be abandoned, left with nothing." Ren Shanshan was furious, but she couldn't refute him. Everything she had was given to her by Su Liang. Calling her a lover was absolutely right. Just then, a gentle voice rang out. "How could I abandon Shanshan? And you're wrong about one thing, Shanshan isn't my lover, she's my girlfriend." The speaker was, of course, Su Liang. The show was over, it was time for him to step in. Swish, swish, swish. All three eyes turned to him. Ren Shanshan was deeply moved. She knew her place perfectly well, she was indeed practically a lover. Su Liang's words were a gesture of respect, helping her out of an awkward situation. She secretly thought that she must repay Su Liang properly when she got back. Ren Feifei felt her brother-in-law was incredibly domineering at this moment. A domineering CEO protecting his wife? So incredibly cool. She couldn't help but feel a little jealous that her sister had found such a good boyfriend. Wu Zhe, having calmed down from his anger, took a deep breath and said, "What I just said is true, you are indeed about to face a great calamity." Oh. Su Liang's expression was strange, and he asked with interest. How so? His eyes were as if he were watching a clown performance. From the moment this reborn protagonist dared to appear before him, he knew that this wasn't his own timeline after his transmigration. This kind of protagonist, like Lin Hao, Mu Bai, and Yi Xian, who was actually Yilu's type, was easy to deal with, no harder than stepping on an ant. What interested him more was, would these protagonists exist in Wu Zhe's reborn timeline? If he does, then he should know about the other main characters. We could get a list from him, that would be very interesting. The protagonist hasn't even activated his cheat ability, hasn't even started his path of showing off, and he's already been imprisoned and sent to the hospital. Are you pursuing Lu Roland, the president of the Lu Group? Actually, she has a fiancé named Lin Hao. He's incredibly strong, he can kill a bull with one punch. His medical skills are phenomenal, he can cure any disease, a veritable divine doctor. Not only that, he's also very talented, he can curse without using a single swear word. He also has 3 extremely powerful masters. Wu Zhe's tone was filled with admiration for Lin Hao, then his tone changed. You're pursuing his fiancé? I don't need to say more about what he'll do. So? Su Liang's expression grew increasingly strange. Wu Zhe sighed. These young masters are so stubborn, they won't believe anything you say, and are even arrogant enough to dismiss it. Damn it, having a good background means you're fearless. There was no other way, he had to change his tone and settle for second best. Chapter 93: The Twin Sisters' Invitation. Rebirth? More like a fake rebirth. Didn't you want to pursue Lu Roland? I can help you, I can definitely help you win her heart. Wu Zhe's tone was filled with strong confidence. In his memory, Su Liang's pursuit of Lu Roland was incredibly relentless. He would take any advice given the opportunity. After revealing so much information and offering to help him pursue his goddess, Wu Zhe believed he would definitely impress Su Liang. Saying he would help him win over Lu Roland was just Wu Zhe's way of diverting his attention from Ren Feifei. That way, he could have a chance to pursue Ren Feifei. At the same time, it also revealed Su Liang's scumbag nature. It was a veiled message to the Ren sisters. See? This is Su Liang, always wanting more than he has. He's a scumbag. Ren Shanshan regrets it now, doesn't she? Ren Feifei, don't be bewitched by Su Liang. Of course, this was just a temporary measure. Wu Zhe had already planned how to take advantage of the chaos and surrender to Lin Hao. That man was a true big shot. Judging by the momentum 2 years from now, he might very well overthrow the Su family. He absolutely had to latch on to this powerful patron. As for offending Su Liang, he wasn't afraid at all. That guy was a good-for-nothing, a sycophant, the kind who wouldn't fight back even if bullied. That was why he dared to step forward. I do have a favor I need your help with. Su Liang's expression was playful. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhe's face showed a predictable smile, and then he heard Su Liang say, Brother Liang is very happy that you're talking to him. But Brother Liang doesn't like your tone, so I'll have to break one of your legs. No problem, give it to what? Wu Zhe patted his chest, then quickly realized what she meant, his face filled with astonishment. What? What does disliking my voice have to do with my leg? Before he could think, the woman in red appeared before him. She grabbed his clothes and lifted him up like a chick. What are you doing? Having been suspended in mid-air, his collar tightening, Wu Zhe was terrified. He was about to scream for help when a powerful killing intent surged forth, as if gripping his fate by the throat. He felt breathless, unable to utter a sound. Then, the woman in red dragged him into an alley. With a stomp of her foot, a groundhog's howl echoed. Ding Wuze has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 999. Su Liang looked at the two sisters with a gentle smile. The annoying fly is gone. Didn't you want to see a movie? Let's go. The two women nodded. They felt no sympathy for Wuze whatsoever, it was all his own doing. After entering the cinema, Ren Shanshan went to buy the tickets. She specifically gave Su Liang the tickets for the middle seats, and the sisters sat next to him. During the movie, the older sister fed Su Liang popcorn, and the younger sister held a drink to Su Liang's lips. Su Liang was simply enjoying himself. It has to be said, Wuze's fantasy had come true. Unfortunately, he was destined not to see this scene. He lay in a dark alley, utterly bewildered. The excruciating pain in his right leg told him it wasn't a dream, it was all real. Since his rebirth, his mindset had changed. He always felt extraordinary, like a protagonist in a novel, a chosen one. Because of his godlike perspective, he always had an inexplicable confidence when dealing with others. Reality, however, slapped him hard in the face. Because he relied too much on his premonitions, he misjudged Su Liang's personality. In his memory, Su Liang was a sycophant, weak-willed, and easily bullied. He thought that even if he couldn't fool him, Su Liang wouldn't do anything to him. Who would have thought that he would have his leg broken? Starting with a broken leg, how was he supposed to pick up girls now? Wuze's face was extremely grim. The hatred he felt for Su Liang was like a raging river, endless and relentless. This won't end here. The pain you caused me, I will repay 1,000-fold. Having silently made this vow, Wuze shakily stood up and limped out of the alley. He reached the roadside, intending to hail a taxi to the hospital. His joints were throbbing with pain, he wondered if they could ever be set. Just as Wuze was waiting for a taxi, a homeless man passed by. He glanced at him casually, then looked away, only to abruptly turn back to look at the homeless man. His face was filled with disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and blurted out, "Lin Hao." "Ha!" Lin Hao turned his head in confusion, finding a fool staring blankly at him. He frowned. "It really is you." Seeing him respond, Wuze immediately became excited. He had just been thinking about how to get revenge on Su Liang. The best way was to find Lin Hao and have him go find Su Liang. Unexpectedly, they ran into each other right away. Ha ha ha. As expected of the protagonist, even the heavens are helping him. Who are you? Lin Hao asked, somewhat puzzled. Could this be a fan? After all, he had the nickname Shaking Brother. Hopefully, he wasn't someone forced by his girlfriend to become her apprentice. Lin Hao, Brother Lin, I have something to tell you. Do you know your fiancé, Lu Ruolin? There's a guy named Su Liang who's pursuing her relentlessly. Go teach him a lesson and warn him that not just any woman can be stolen. You're welcome, I'm Lei Feng. If you really want to thank me, then help me beat that guy up. Lin Hao's face turned incredibly ugly upon hearing this, his eyes filled with anger as he looked at Wuze. He thought Su Liang had sent someone to play a trick on him. This is too much. Was Su Liang pursuing Lu Ruolin? He was clearly making advances, and she's already pregnant. Now she's even willingly become his mistress, completely subservient to him. Seeing Lin Hao's lack of reaction, Wuze scratched his head, puzzled. In his memory, Lin Hao was incredibly domineering, always ready to charge at anyone he disliked. Upon hearing that someone was eyeing his fiancée, he was ready to fight to the death. Although 2.5 years later, there was still no news of Lin Hao winning over Lu Ruolin. Who are you? At this moment, Lin Hao suddenly asked, his aura exploding. A familiar suffocating feeling washed over him, and cold sweat beaded on Wuze's forehead. He immediately embellished the story, claiming that Su Liang had stolen his fiancée and future sister-in-law. As for something as significant as his rebirth, he wouldn't mention it. He wasn't that stupid. What if it got exposed and he was dragged off a biography? After listening to Wu Zhe's story, Lin Hao unconsciously toned down his aura, his eyes instantly becoming much kinder. A feeling of shared misfortune welled up within him. This was also a pitiful person whose fiancée had been stolen by Su Liang. They were both in the same boat. Since Wu Zhe was so frank, Lin Hao didn't hide anything either, recounting his own experiences of being persecuted by Su Liang. He stole his fiancée, then went on to take advantage of his two senior female classmates, leaving him homeless. Wu Zhe was stunned after hearing this. What the hell is going on? This is completely different from what I remembered. Especially after hearing that the incredibly powerful Lin Hao was slapped to the ground by Su Liang, he was even more bewildered. Wasn't Su Liang a pushover, easy to bully? When did he become so fierce? He stared at Lin Hao in disbelief, his pupils contracting. His hair was disheveled, his clothes tattered, and he reeked of the stench of a homeless person. His face was also dirty, as if he hadn't washed it in a long time. You could even see sleep in the corners of his eyes. In his memory, Lin Hao always dressed like this, looking incredibly dashing, cool, and domineering. Only then did he realize that Lin Hao was a genuine homeless man. Wu Zhe was still somewhat incredulous. Hearing Lin Hao mention that he'd even trended on social media, he quickly pulled out his phone. He couldn't find any news about Lin Hao, but he did find Yi Xian trending first. 50 million yuan demolition compensation, pretending to go bankrupt, testing people's hearts. Yi Xian loses all assets and stocks, being chased for credit by relatives and friends. What happened? The stock market guru Yi Xian actually lost his entire fortune in the stock market? It's an absolute joke. Wu Zhe didn't believe it and continued scrolling through the recent news. Soon, another news item appeared before his eyes. The Mu family, a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, declared bankruptcy. The family patriarch died after vomiting blood due to anger at his youngest son. Mu Bai was mistakenly killed by a mentally ill person in a detention center. The future father of new energy vehicles, worth hundreds of billions, and you're telling me he's dead? This is chaos, utter chaos. Wu Zhe was dumbfounded, his eyes glazed over, his face filled with existential doubt. Rebirth? He must have been reborn into a fake life. Chapter 94, the protagonist is questioning his existence. The female lead invites him to go home together. Wu Zhe slumped to the ground, his helpless eyes like those of a 300-pound child. No one understood the utter despair he felt. He had thought that after his rebirth, he could easily amass wealth, befriend powerful figures, and have beautiful women throw themselves at him, all thanks to his precognitive abilities. He envisioned a life of luxury, surrounded by beauties, wielding power over the world. But what was reality? The woman he desired was stolen from him, and he had fallen deeply in love with someone else. The powerful figures he knew from his previous life, Mu Bai and Yi Xian, were mistakenly killed by a mentally ill person, and Lin Hao had become a homeless man. The rapid rise of these three men in his memories wasn't entirely unrelated, but it was completely unconnected. He no longer possessed that godlike perspective, that superior attitude towards everything. Now, besides bewilderment and disbelief, he felt a sense of panic. A panic stemming from things slipping out of his control. Reality had deviated from what he knew from his previous life. He wondered if his investments in the winery and the cryptocurrency he bought would run into any problems. This was his biggest worry. In his past life, he was just a corporate slave, completely lacking in skills. These were the two most profitable projects he knew of. If these two projects also changed, then even his rebirth seemed pointless. Ding Wu Zhe's mentality collapsed, villain value plus 888. Ding Wu Zhe's mind panicked, villain value plus 999. Ding. Beside him, Lin Hao saw his distraught state and felt a pang of pity. Still too young. His resilience is too weak. A sense of shared suffering welled up within him. He had come this far himself. Seeing him was like seeing his younger self. Driven by these emotions, he kindly took Wu Zhe home and then used silver needles to heal his broken leg. Su Liang said that the woman in red had used excessive force to break his leg, resulting in a severe disability. Lin Hao still had to use the Tai divine needle to heal him. Even so, he would need several days of rest to fully recover. After administering the acupuncture, Lin Hao was covered in sweat, feeling extremely frustrated. His medical skills, once renowned as awe-inspiring, had been utterly useless since he left the mountain. The only time he had used his skills, he hadn't cured the patient and had even tarnished the reputation of traditional Chinese medicine. This time, the acupuncture was successful, but it was on a man, and there was no one cheering him on. What's the difference between returning from mastery and not being able to show off? Thank you, Brother Lin. Wu Zhe put down his phone, looking at Lin Hao gratefully. If it weren't for him, his leg would really be broken. Rest well for the next few days, don't wander around. Lin Hao waved his hand. The two looked at each other, a palpable tension filling the air. Wu Zhe nodded, the series of blows had taken their toll. Drowsiness washed over him, and he gradually drifted off to sleep. Lin Hao was now homeless and penniless, sleeping in the park like a vagrant every day. Since he was at Wu Zhe's house, he decided to stay there. Feeling a bit bored, Lin Hao noticed Wu Zhe still clutching his phone and couldn't help but wonder. Wu Zhe had been looking at his phone the whole way, his emotions fluctuating wildly. He seemed to be looking at something. Curious, Lin Hao took the phone. It contained some news articles. Nothing strange about it. After looking at it for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. His gaze fixed on the top trending topic. Queen of Pop Dongfang Xuanyan's global tour next stop Shanghai. Dongfang Xuanyan, his third senior sister. Since being kicked out of his home by his two senior sisters, he had been homeless. Now, seeing his third senior sister coming to Shanghai, a feeling of returning home welled up inside him again. Third senior sister, I will definitely protect you, I will never let you get hurt. Lin Hao clenched his fist, his face filled with determination. He would never let what happened to his eldest and second senior sisters befall his third senior sister. Meanwhile, the three of them emerged from Universal Studios. Su Liang was in a good mood. The movie wasn't a waste of time, he learned something new. Ren Feifei's hands were just as smooth as her sister's. The two sisters were also very happy. With Su Liang by their side, they felt time flew by. They wished time could stand still at this moment. When Su Liang suggested staying at her place that night, Ren Shanshan was taken aback, then her smile instantly brightened. Then she couldn't help but blush. What Su Liang wanted to do at her place was self-evident. She stole a glance at her younger sister. Ren Feifei clearly hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. At this moment, she was looking down, her fingers intertwined, her thoughts racing. The next day at noon, Ren Feifei went to the living room. Her older sister was busy in the kitchen, humming a song, clearly in a good mood. Her brother-in-law wasn't there, he must have left. She felt a void. Seeing her younger sister come out of the bedroom, Ren Shanshan asked with some suspicion. Feifei, you've gotten into the habit of sleeping in late, that won't do. There are some early classes at university. Ren Feifei, upon hearing this, bristled like a cat. How dare you say that? Her tone was full of anger. Ren Shanshan felt a little embarrassed. Ah well, the sun is really bright today. She looked out the window and chuckled awkwardly. But there was no sun outside. It was a cloudy day, the change of topic was too abrupt. Go wash up first, dinner will be ready soon. Her sister's gaze made her feel a little guilty. After saying that, she quickly slipped into the kitchen. Ren Shanshan thought to herself that it was a bit inconvenient for her sister to be home. If only she could get her involved. As her eyes flickered, the idea gradually took shape in her mind. Chapter 95, Third Senior Sister Makes Her Appearance? A little white rabbit who falls over at the first push. On the wide street, a Rolls-Royce drove smoothly. Inside, Su Liang was scrolling through the tablet in front of him, which displayed information about cryptocurrency. That's right, he was starting to prepare to take action against Wu Zhe. The winery was easy to deal with, he could just continue to suppress it. Following the original trajectory, the company that suppressed the winery would soon go bankrupt. Without suppression, the winery would take off, unstoppable. The winery had decent potential, and Su Liang was somewhat interested, but not much. It wasn't qualified to be included in the Galaxy Group. He planned to have the Su Group take over. The cryptocurrency was a bit more troublesome, though. The manipulators behind it were several business giants on Hwar Street. But it was only slightly more troublesome than dealing with the winery, nothing more. For Su Liang, it only depended on whether he wanted to take action against these business giants, and how. Would he obstruct them commercially? Or would he assassinate them once and for all? A business raid would take time. Assassination, on the other hand, is much simpler and easier. I don't like trouble, so let's solve the problem at its root. So, he picked up his phone and dialed a mysterious number. My lord. The call connected, and an incredibly respectful and fervent voice came from the other end. I've sent you a list. Take care of them. Yes, sir. Hanging up, Su Liang toyed with his phone, a warm smile still on his face. It was impossible to tell that his order had just decided the fate of several Wall Street business tycoons and their professional teams of hundreds. Killing with a smile, nothing more. Actually, he didn't need to do this. There were many ways to deal with Wu Zhe. He could even hack into transferring all the cryptocurrency Wu Zhe had purchased. But Su Liang did it anyway. These business tycoons wanting to make money on his turf made him somewhat unhappy. More than that, he thought it was a good idea. Having dealt with all those in the know, he planned to create a cryptocurrency and reap the rewards worldwide. Ahead, the woman in red, driving, was terrified. Just to deal with a nobody, he had wiped out the mastermind behind the cryptocurrency investment. However, she could no longer feel any compassion. All she felt was submission to Su Liang and fervent worship. Ring 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 ring. The phone rang. Su Liang glanced at it and immediately smiled. Lin Hao's third senior sister was about to make her appearance. After pressing the answer button, a clear, melodious voice, as sweet as a nightingale's, rang out. Brother Liang, it's confirmed. My global tour is in Shanghai in 3 days. We'll finally meet again. Her joy was evident in her tone. Oh? You're so eager to see me. Su Liang teased. Of course. World tours are so boring, I want to be with you every day. When I get there, you have to spend as much time with me as possible. Their relationship was now practically on the verge of becoming lovers, just one step away from being officially acknowledged. Dongfang Shenyan said this quite naturally. All right, then you, this little thrush, won't be able to escape my grasp. Su Liang smiled, his words carrying a deeper meaning. Dongfang Shenyan understood, her pretty face flushing slightly, her heart racing. How could you possibly catch a thrush yearning for freedom? Then I'll lock her in a cage and raise her as a canary. After chatting for a while, the call ended, Su Liang's expression somewhat playful. What Dongfang Shenyan didn't know was, she, this thrush yearning for freedom, had already become his caged canary. A few months ago, Su Liang had only recently transmigrated. After awakening the system, he considered who to target first. Senior sister Chen Jianjia, with her resolute character since childhood, was striving for the revival of traditional Chinese medicine, a rather difficult task. Second senior sister Xia Qingxiu lacked the power to pursue this thorny rose, the risk was too high. Third senior sister Dongfang Shenyan was the easiest to win over. At this time, Dongfang Shenyan wasn't a superstar yet, she hadn't achieved fame, only having some domestic recognition. Su Liang orchestrated a chance encounter, and the two became acquainted and added each other as friends. He possessed memories from before his transmigration, effortlessly reciting countless famous songs and poems. Dongfang Shenyan, already somewhat of a literary type, was immediately captivated by his talent. Through chatting, the two quickly became acquainted. Su Liang seized the opportunity, offering to give her these songs, on the condition that she join his company. Dongfang Shenyan hesitated. The company she joined was a connection arranged for her by her master. This was also why she had been able to avoid the dark side of the entertainment industry, and no one had bothered her. Out of her desire for those songs, and based on her positive impression of Su Liang's character after chatting for so long, she agreed. Su Liang smiled. Once she was at his company, she was like a fish in a barrel, completely at his mercy. He wasn't in a hurry to make his move. Firstly, forcing her wouldn't bring rewards, and secondly, he felt she wasn't famous enough. He figured he'd wait until she became a superstar, her influence spreading worldwide, then make his move and acquire her. The sense of accomplishment would be immense. After Dongfang Shenyan joined the company, Su Liang kept his promise and gave her all sorts of songs. These songs were completely useless to him. Giving up his status as a top tycoon to become a star singer would be too beneath him. So keeping them was pointless. It was better to give them to Dongfang Shenyan and let them shine in the world. From then on, Dongfang Shenyan became incredibly popular, like the Yellow River overflowing its banks, unstoppable. With the Su group backing her on the surface and Skynet protecting her behind the scenes, her path to stardom was smooth sailing. A few months later, under Su Liang's management, Dongfang Shenyan had become a global sensation. Countless business tycoons sought collaborations with her, but she rejected them all. These tycoons felt it was a pity, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't use the same blacklisting tactics they employed against other celebrities. The reason is simple: the Su group stands behind her. Fortunately, they didn't do anything, because the guys who were secretly causing trouble were already dead without a trace. While Dongfang Shenyan was at the height of her fame, her relationship with Su Liang was also heating up. Now it's reached the point where they could collapse at any moment. Su Liang stroked his chin, his gaze full of interest. The little white rabbit has been fattened up, it's time for him to savor the delicious treat. Chapter 96. One glimpse of Su Liang, and your life is ruined. The mother-in-law can't wait to meet her son-in-law. Far across the ocean. In a lavishly decorated villa. On the sofa, a slender figure sat. She wore a sky-blue dress, her demeanor dignified and elegant, her face exquisitely beautiful. Combined with her slightly flushed face and a gentle smile, she was breathtakingly beautiful. This was Dongfang Shenyan, who had just spoken with Su Liang. The thought of returning to Shanghai and meeting Su Liang filled her with excitement. Since they met, she had been deeply captivated by his talent and personal charm. Even her current fame was largely due to Su Liang's help. Hearing that her dream was to stand in front of the screen, he gave her his hit songs and arranged countless promotional resources for her. Hearing that she yearned for freedom and wanted to see the world, he arranged a global tour for her. Su Liang had always given so much for her without asking for anything in return, deeply moving Dongfang Shenyan. What she didn't know was, there's no such thing as a free lunch, every gift comes with a price. Ring ring. The phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. Dongfang Shenyan picked it up and saw it was her mother calling. A helpless expression appeared on her face. Her mother had called several times recently, urging her to find a boyfriend. It made her hesitant to answer. How could she possibly find a boyfriend? After meeting Su Liang, she couldn't see any other man. Meeting Su Liang was a mistake for life. Is there a more perfect man in the world than Su Liang? The answer is no. Not before, not now, and certainly not in the future. Suddenly, a thought struck her, her heart skipping a beat. Would Su Liang be willing to be her boyfriend? Her relationship with Su Liang was such that they could talk about anything and joke without reservation. But Su Liang hadn't yet crossed that final line. Because Su Liang didn't say anything, she, as a girl, felt even more embarrassed. It wouldn't be good if Su Liang thought she was a promiscuous woman. The most fitting description of their relationship was 8 words. Not lovers, but better than lovers. She couldn't help but think of Su Liang's seemingly meaningful words earlier. Could it be that he'd confess his feelings to her when she went back this time? Should she say yes? Or yes? Or yes? Wouldn't it be too much of a stretch to say he was her boyfriend beforehand? As she expected, before she could even exchange a few words on the phone, the mature woman on the other end sighed. I'm not worried about your career, I'm worried about your marriage. When are you going to find me a son-in-law? I can die in peace then. Mom, what are you saying? What do you mean by die? Dongfang Shenyan muttered under her breath, then her eyes darted around, a smile playing on her lips. It's just a boyfriend, isn't it? I already found 1 inch. Really? The woman's tone was full of doubt. Of course it's true, don't you trust your daughter? No. Dongfang Shenyan was exasperated, but the woman quickly replied. All right, I believe you. Aren't you going back to Shanghai in 3 days? Bring your boyfriend back to meet me. If my future son-in-law doesn't come back with you, don't bother coming back to see me. It's settled then, bye. Beep beep beep. Dongfang Shenyan. She was completely bewildered. He spoke so fast and then hung up the phone, giving her no chance to argue. Fine, I'll bring him. Who's afraid of who? She waved her fist defiantly, her mind racing with thoughts of how to convince Su Liang to pretend to be her boyfriend. She was just wondering how to express her feelings, and pretending to be her boyfriend seemed like a good excuse. Asterisk bang bang asterisk. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Dongfang Shenyan took a deep breath, calming her turbulent thoughts, and regained her usual composed demeanor. Come in. It was her female manager who entered. She was one of the bodyguards Su Liang had assigned to Dongfang Shenyan. Yes, one of them. She has many bodyguards, including over a dozen experts in the transformation realm. Dongfang Shenyan is too famous now, she'll encounter a lot of trouble. Moreover, this is a foreign country where shootings happen every day, she faces dozens of waves of thugs almost daily. But all of these have been dealt with silently. Even the masterminds behind it have been eradicated. Within a month, the number of deaths, directly or indirectly, exceeded 10,000. Now, apart from some hotheads, fewer and fewer people are causing trouble. Everyone has realized that Dongfang Shenyan is backed by a powerful force. Asterisk swoosh asterisk. The car stopped in front of a villa. Knowing Su Liang was coming, a figure dressed as a maid was already waiting at the door. When he approached, the maid obediently called out master. Then she knelt down to help him change his shoes. If someone who knew her saw the scene, they would be utterly horrified. The once powerful underworld queen had been reduced to a lowly maid. Su Liang stroked her head, a smile playing on his lips. Before Dongfang Shenyan arrived, he wanted to enjoy the company of her 2 senior sisters, a comparison for himself. Time flew by. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Su Liang visited Shenzhenjia, but spent most of his time with Xia Qingqiu. He could sense that she had given up on resisting. A slap followed by a sweet treat. Then, he just needed to be nicer to her and build her favor. Just like with Lu Roland, this process would be easy, Su Liang wasn't in a hurry. Now, his gaze was fixed on the direction of the Shanghai Sports Center. Dongfang Shenyan's concert tonight was being held there. The woman in red drove up, parked in front of him, and got out to open the car door for him. Meanwhile, at Wu Zhe's house, Lin Hao had also set off. He absolutely had to go to his 3rd senior sister's concert. Actually, Wu Zhe also wanted to go, but due to his leg injury, he could only wish for it but couldn't. Shanghai Sports Center. The area outside was packed with people. As far as the eye could see, it was all heads. These were all fans of Dongfang Shenyan, many were male fans, and quite a few were female fans as well. The reason they didn't go in was because Dongfang Shenyan's concert was so popular, they simply couldn't get tickets. Tickets sold out instantly as soon as they appeared. It's that ridiculous. Chapter 101 Family Member +1. Amazing Reward. Thunder King. I am satisfied with Su Liang. But since he's her daughter's boyfriend, she, as his mother, still needs to find out more about him. After a meal, she learned Su Liang's identity, which shocked her once again. Su Liang was actually the eldest son of the Su family. He had taken over the Su group at such a young age. Meanwhile, he's also the boss of his daughter's company. His daughter's meteoric rise to fame in just a few months is all thanks to him. After the initial shock comes worry. His daughter's relationship with a top-tier rich kid like Su Liang, is it a blessing or a curse? In TV dramas, there are plenty of girls whose feelings are toyed with by these wealthy young men. Besides, wealthy families are often rife with intrigue and power struggles. Although Su Liang appeared well-mannered and refined from her perspective, he didn't possess the spoiled air often associated with scions of wealthy families. But who knew if he was just putting on an act? You can know a person's face but not their heart. So, under the pretense of going to the restroom, she went to the bathroom. She searched for information about Su Liang on Baidu, the youngest president of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. The eldest son of the Su family's philanthropic deeds, founding Project Hope, building Hope primary schools, and donating billions to mountain villages. The internet is full of positive reviews about Su Liang. Even the occasional negative review stems from jealousy of Su Liang. This demonstrates Su Liang's shrewdness. Adding a few negative details makes it seem more authentic. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed she had been overthinking things. This young master of the Su family was different from other spoiled brats. Relaxing her worries, Lu Lingli became excited. What parent in the world doesn't want their child to have a good future? Her daughter dating Su Liang meant, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would be marrying into a wealthy family. Then their family would instantly become top tier, and their future children might even inherit billions. Just thinking about it was exciting. Calm down. Lu Lingli patted her chest and took a few deep breaths. She had been too happy too soon. She wasn't even sure if her daughter and Su Liang were actually dating. What if he was just a shield her daughter had used? Su Liang was a good person, and her daughter liked him. Even if they weren't a couple, she would still try her best to bring them together. When she reappeared, her gaze towards Su Liang had changed, becoming even more enthusiastic. After dinner, the three of them sat together on the living room sofa, chatting. Xiao Liang, my daughter is a bit clumsy, so I'll need your patience. Mom, what are you saying? Dongfang Xianyan immediately protested. Not at all, Xianyan is just innocent and lively, I love her more than anything. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her. Su Liang smiled, emphasizing the words take good care of her. The mother and daughter didn't understand the true meaning behind his words, both looking delighted. After chatting for a while, Su Liang glanced at the time, then pretended to look at the sky outside. It's getting late, I should go back now. Thank you for your hospitality, Aunt Lu. He stood up to leave. However, a hand grabbed him. It was Dongfang Xuanyan's mother, Lu Lingli. She feigned displeasure, saying, Didn't I tell you? Make yourself at home. Why go back so late? Just rest here. Xuanyan's bed isn't too small. At the same time, her gaze swept back and forth between Su Liang and her daughter. Could she have guessed right? Were they pretending to be a couple to fool her? Ah, this. Su Liang remained unmoved. This scene was not unexpected. But on his face, he looked at Dongfang Xianyan with a conflicted expression. Hearing her mother's words, she was startled, her heart pounding rapidly. Oh my God. From what her mother was saying, she wanted her to sleep with Su Liang? They were indeed a couple. But wasn't it moving too fast? They only recently confirmed their relationship. Soon, she felt her mother's suspicious gaze. Dongfang Xuanyan's heart tightened, and she blurted out. Yes, it's so late, Liangji, why don't you stay? That's fine too. Su Liang smiled inwardly, feigning hesitation for a moment before agreeing. He was then pulled back to the sofa by Lu Lingli. The seeds of suspicion planted wouldn't dissipate so easily. Watching her daughter and Su Liang go into the bedroom, she didn't go back to her room to rest. Instead, she sat in the living room, listening intently. In the bedroom. Even though Dongfang Xianyan hadn't returned for over a month, her room remained spotless, meticulously maintained by her mother. A faint fragrance lingered in the air. With a snap, the door closed. Only the two of them remained in the room. Dongfang Xianyan lowered her head. Gone was the elegant composure she possessed on stage, and the joyful excitement she displayed upon seeing Su Liang. Now, she resembled a young woman from ancient times awaiting her wedding day. Su Liang sat on the soft bed, his gaze lingering with interest on her girlish demeanor. Having admired her enough, he suddenly grasped a soft, boneless hand and gently pulled it. "Xianyan, are you sure you want to be my girlfriend? You won't regret it." Su Liang lifted her chin, gazing into her bright eyes, his question carrying a double meaning. Dongfang Xianyan was startled by his words, then her gaze hardened. "I don't regret it. Ding, do you wish to bring Dongfang Xianyan into the family? Make her a family member?" Late at night, Su Liang finally had time to check the information in his mind. Without hesitation, he chose yes. "Ding, congratulations, host, family member +1, you have obtained the Thunder King." Thunder King, mastery of lightning, meticulous attention to detail. Whoosh! Su Liang's eyes lit up. The Thunder King? Had he awakened extraordinary power? He began to mobilize the mysterious power that had suddenly arisen within him, applying it to his palm. However, nothing happened. Wait, there was still something there. Su Liang's keen senses detected a key point. Slight strands of electricity flowed through his palm. That's right, just a tiny strand, the size of a hair. Su Liang fell silent. He thought he had awakened extraordinary power, but that's all? This little bit of power can only paralyze ordinary people. What use is it? To charge a phone? Or? Su Liang felt he could increase the power of the lightning by consuming his mental energy. But even if he drained all his energy, the power wouldn't increase much. To him, it was completely useless. For now, this ability seemed utterly worthless. He wondered if it would improve in the future, or if he could find a way to enhance it. Su Liang withdrew his attention, deciding to study it slowly later, and then drifted off to sleep with his beauty in his arms. Chapter 102, All three senior sisters have been subdued. The protagonist completely collapses. The next day. Near noon. Lu Lingli, sporting huge dark circles under her eyes, went out to the nearby market to buy groceries. Oysters, dried shrimp, chives, she kept stuffing the bag full. Having barely slept all night, she looked rather listless. Her emotions were a roller coaster. At first, she even suspected that the two of them were just pretending to be a couple. Her ears were perked up, but she still couldn't hear clearly, almost wanting to stick her head in. However, it wasn't long before she started to worry about the poor soundproofing of the house. If it weren't for the late hour, she would definitely have gone outside for some fresh air and to clear her head. When she returned to cook, her daughter and future son-in-law finally emerged from the bedroom. Su Liang seemed calm and collected. During the meal, Lu Lingli kept putting food on her daughter in Su Liang's plates, deciding to nourish them. "Xiao Liang, eat more." She placed an oyster in Su Liang's bowl. She paused, coughed, and kindly reminded her. "I know you young people, but you also need to understand." Feeling her mother's strange gaze, Dongfang Xianyan blushed and lowered her head, burying her face in her food. It was so embarrassing. Her mother must have overheard something. But what could she do? She couldn't help but resent her mother. Why bring this up? Su Liang nodded with a smile. He didn't seem to care. After finishing his meal, Su Liang said goodbye to the mother and daughter and left. He wouldn't linger for just one tree, a vast forest awaited him. That afternoon, Dongfang Xianyan arrived at the entertainment branch of the Su Group. She had started her career here. A few months ago, she was just a moderately famous singer. Now, she was a world-renowned superstar. It has to be said, this star-making operation was a great success. Su's Group's entertainment division has risen to become a top-tier entertainment company nationwide. Countless men and women with dreams of stardom are scrambling to get a job there. Since she's in Shanghai, it's only natural she should go back to the company to visit and encourage the newcomers. Unbeknownst to Dongfang Xianyan, someone was already waiting for her at the company entrance. That person was naturally Lin Hao. Last night, he ran out of the sports center but didn't see Su Liang and Dongfang Xianyan, letting out a screeching sound like a groundhog. He didn't give up searching. Even if there was only the slightest possibility of stopping Su Liang, he wouldn't give up. However, Shanghai isn't a huge city, but it's not small either. He searched all night without finding them. It wasn't entirely fruitless. He learned that his third senior sister's company was. It turned out to be an entertainment company under the Sue's group. His third senior sister's current fame was inseparable from Su Liang's help. No wonder his third senior sister was so deeply in love with him. This news only fueled his rage. Since you've been interested in your third senior sister all along, why did you still target your eldest and second senior sisters? He had to destroy their relationship and make his third senior sister see Su Liang's true colors. Lin Hao didn't sleep all night, scouting the company entrance early in the morning. He didn't know if his third senior sister would come. He could only rely on luck. He would wait until she came. It seemed even the heavens couldn't bear to see Su Liang deceive so many women. Finally, in the afternoon, his third senior sister appeared. Lin Hao was excited and immediately stood in front of the car. However, when he saw the unintentional allure on his third senior sister's face, he was dumbfounded. He froze on the spot, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. It was too late. His third senior sister had already been taken by Su Liang. Seeing a young man who looked like a beggar blocking the car, the driver, his manager sisterly, was about to shoo him away when Dongfang Xianyan stopped her. She was indeed a top star in the entertainment industry, but she wasn't arrogant. She got out of the car, puzzled. Perhaps she took too big a step, aggravating her wound, and her brow furrowed. He couldn't help but recall last night, and another blush and heartbeat washed over him. Lin Hao snapped out of his reverie, took a deep breath, and approached Dongfang Xianyan. He looked extremely haggard, his hair a mess, like a bird's nest, and he reeked of sweat. As he drew near, Dongfang Xianyan involuntarily took a half step back. Lin Hao's lips twitched. Was that last half step you were serious? Such a small movement, yet it caused so much harm. Composing himself, he called out with a touch of sadness. Third senior sister. Dongfang Xianyan was stunned, not understanding what this beggar meant. Just as she was about to ask, something suddenly occurred to her, and a thought flashed through her mind. Like her two senior sisters, she had also received a letter from their master. It said a junior brother had come down the mountain and asked her to take care of him. Could it be this junior brother? He's really in a terrible state. Can't you even do basic life skills? How could master take someone like this as an apprentice? Dongfang Xianyan looked astonished and tentatively asked. Your name is Lin Hao. What happened to you? Lin Hao felt a pang of sadness. It was exhausting to talk about it, but he had to. Third senior sister, you must believe me. Su Liang is a scumbag, don't be deceived by him. He has many other women, even eldest senior sister and second senior sister fell victim to his cruelty. He began to recount Su Liang's many misdeeds. Dongfang Xianyan was shocked, her expression constantly changing. She thought to herself. Eldest senior sister and second senior sister were very close to her, closer than sisters. How could they both be with Su Liang? She indicated she had no objections. Whether Su Liang could win over eldest senior sister and second senior sister was up to him. In her mind, her senior and second senior sisters both had strong personalities and opinions, and would never agree to such a thing. She hadn't expected Su Liang to have already made his move. Dongfang Xianyan gave a bitter smile. She couldn't live without Su Liang. In terms of her career, it's no exaggeration to say that everything she had now was a gift from Su Liang. In terms of relationships, Su Liang was the only person she had ever truly loved, and the thought of never seeing him again broke her heart. Dongfang Xianyan's eyes gradually regained their clarity. Her panicked heart calmed down, and she coldly stared at Lin Hao, who was still rambling on. She could sense that this junior brother harbored a grudge against Su Liang. However, since she had already chosen Su Liang, this junior brother was better off without him. Chapter 103, A Devastating Blow to the Protagonist. Manipulated at will. Are you finished? Dongfang Xianyan interrupted Lin Hao rudely. Not yet. After Su Liang made a bet with second senior sister, he actually treated her like a maid. Lin Hao was a little puzzled by third senior sister's reaction, but he still finished speaking. Thank you for telling me all this. Taking a deep breath, Dongfang Shenyan continued. This is between brother Liang and me. It's none of our business. You can leave now. After coldly uttering those words, she didn't linger, got into her car, and drove into the company. Although she chose Su Liang, she still harbored a lot of resentment. She had initially thought it was just a fling, but Su Liang had taken it seriously and had already made his move. She felt very uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Su Liang received the message from Sister Li, his face showing an expression of unsurprised surprise. Dongfang Shenyan harbored resentment, which was within his expectations. No big deal, one confrontation would solve it. If once wasn't enough, then a few more times would do. What he was thinking about now was how to deal with Lin Hao, the protagonist. The first method was to let things unfold naturally, letting him gradually watch his three senior sisters being placed together, slowly collapsing into despair. This was a gradual, step-by-step harvest. There was also a second, faster method. That was for him to take the initiative and make Lin Hao experience despair. Su Liang propped his head up, lost in thought. Not long after, an idea gradually formed. There were still many female leads to win over, he had no intention of playing along with Lin Hao. Then let's give Lin Hao a shock. He picked up his phone, typed a message, and sent it. Lin Hao stood frozen in place. He stood there alone, exuding a sense of loneliness and desolation. Just then, a motorcycle drove past him, its horn blaring music. Snowflakes fluttered, the north wind howled. The world was a vast expanse of white. A lone plum blossom stood proudly in the snow. Its fragrance was offered only for her. I love what I love, without regret. This love will forever remain in my heart. Lin Hao broke down. As if all his energy had been drained, he collapsed weakly to the ground. He couldn't believe it. He started in Tianhu. How did things turn out like this? His three masters were all reclusive masters, one possessed unparalleled medical skills, one was a peerless martial artist, and the other was proficient in everything. He had combined their skills and decided to descend the mountain and fight back, avenging his parents. The result. Upon descending the mountain, he learned that his betrothed, whom he had arranged since childhood, was pregnant. He wanted revenge, but couldn't even withstand a single blow from his enemy. As for his three senior sisters, although their masters hadn't explicitly stated it, their intention to match them up was obvious. However, he could only watch helplessly as his three senior sisters fell into the arms of others, powerless to stop it. Ding Lin Hao's mentality exploded, villain value plus 999. Ding Lin Hao's mind collapsed, villain value plus 999. Passers-by cast disgusted and disdainful glances at him. Tisk, he looks so pitiful. What's so tragic about it? A perfectly healthy young man with hands and feet, instead of studying hard, he chooses to beg like a beggar. A woman leading a little boy passed by. Seeing Lin Hao's appearance, she turned to her son and admonished him. See? This is the consequence of not studying properly. If you continue playing games every day, you'll end up like him. Wah! Lin Hao didn't know how he left, wandering aimlessly down the street. As he crossed an intersection, a dump truck went out of control and headed straight for him. Lin Hao, engrossed in his own world, was caught off guard and was violently thrown 7 or 8 meters. Many people around witnessed this, and gasps of shock erupted. Some called the police, others dialed 120, emergency services. Everyone thought Lin Hao was going to die on the spot, but to everyone's astonishment, he slowly stood up. He appeared to be unharmed, except for a few scrapes. Having spent 6 years on the mountain, frequently using medicinal baths to temper his body, his physique had greatly improved. The car accident also brought Lin Hao back to his senses. Hearing the gasps around him, his swagger rekindled. Recalling a joke circulating online, a wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Joy and sorrow are fleeting, but being cool is for life. He slightly bent his knees, struck a pose, and held up one finger. Next car. Holy crap, this young man. Is this idiot who escaped from some abnormal human research center? Why don't you go to the hospital for a checkup? Saying next car is just asking for trouble. He looks so cool, damn it, I've been fooled. The crowd pointed and whispered. Except for a few idiots who thought Lin Hao was cool, everyone else thought he was mentally unstable. Boom! A deafening roar followed as a sports car hurtled towards them at 200 miles per hour. It was so fast that only a blur could be seen. The next moment, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Hao was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He flew over 20 meters before landing, tumbling for another dozen meters before coming to a stop. Unlike before, when he was thrown 7 or 8 meters and stood up as if nothing had happened, this time he couldn't get up at all. Lin Hao was in excruciating pain, feeling as if his internal organs were about to shift. If it weren't for his constitution being far superior to that of an ordinary person, he would have died on the spot. Don't show off, or you'll get struck by lightning. A thought flashed through his mind, then his head lolled to the side, and he fainted. A deathly silence fell over the scene, followed by a moment of uproar. Holy crap, a car really crashed into me. Which bro helped me get revenge. At that speed, if he can still stand up, I'll eat shit right here and now. I'll eat all the shit in the world. Showing off gets you struck by lightning. This is what happens when you show off. Everyone should be more low-key in the future. Not long after, police cars and an ambulance arrived. The ambulance took Lin Hao to the emergency room. After some investigation, the police remained silent. The dump truck was driven by a fatigued driver. The sports car was completely ruined, its brakes suddenly failed. Actually, if Lin Hao hadn't been standing in the middle of the road showing off, he wouldn't have ended up on the verge of death. At the hospital. After an hour of emergency treatment, Lin Hao finally regained consciousness. The doctor found him immediately. The message was simple: his family and friends needed to pay the fees before the surgery could proceed. Lin Hao was wrapped up like a dumpling. He could feel how badly he was injured. He couldn't use his hands or feet, and his internal organs were throbbing with pain. Such injuries were nothing compared to his medical skills. He could be cured with Tai divine needles, and traditional Chinese medicine could gradually heal him. Surgery wasn't necessary at all. The key was he couldn't move. He didn't know anyone around, and no one would believe him if he mentioned a prescription. Speaking of family and friends, the first person he thought of was his senior sister. If his senior sister came, she could cure him in no time. Luckily, he knew her phone number. After giving the number, the doctor dialed and held the phone to his ear. "Senior sister, this is Lin Hao, I'm." The call connected, and Lin Hao quickly introduced himself. Beep beep beep. The next moment, the call was abruptly disconnected. Lin Hao was dumbfounded. The doctor tried calling back, but it was already unreachable. He'd been blocked. Under the doctor's strange gaze, not knowing his third senior sister's number, Lin Hao had him dial his second senior sister's and Lu Ruolan's numbers in turn. The results were surprisingly similar. Upon hearing his voice, the calls were immediately disconnected and then blocked. Lin Hao was utterly dejected. When the doctor asked if he knew anyone else, he suddenly realized he didn't have a single person around him who truly cared about him. In the end, he could only call his master in the mountains. Ding! Lin Hao's mentality collapsed. Villain value plus 1000. In an office. "Master, everything is ready." The woman in red stood up from her computer and respectfully looked at Su Liang. Su Liang reached out and patted her head with a smile. Feeling the large hand on her head, the woman in red actually felt a sense of enjoyment. Well done. When Lin Hao made the call earlier, he had the woman in red tamper with it. Transferring calls was a piece of cake for this top hacker, the woman in red. His gaze was deep as he looked into the distance. Before dealing with Lin Hao, there were 3 old guys to handle. He had no time to go to the mountains to find them. The purpose of arranging this car accident was to lure Lin Hao out of his 3 masters. He was completely unaware of all this, like a puppet on a string, being manipulated by Su Liang. Chapter 104. If you can't beat them, call your parents. The 3 masters are furious. long away in the mountains. The land was flat and wide, the houses neatly arranged, paths crisscrossed, and the sounds of chickens and dogs could be heard, a scene straight out of a paradise. At this moment, in front of a thatched cottage, a gaunt, sleazy-looking old man sat in a rocking chair, watching the sunset. Whistling, he occasionally picked up his teacup and took a sip. Life was incredibly leisurely. Ring 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 ring. Just then, a cell phone rang. The sleazy old man was startled. Not many people knew his number. He casually picked up a faded old Nokia. After pressing the answer button, a slightly choked voice came from the other end. "Master, it's Lin Hao." Recognizing it was his young apprentice's voice, and noticing the change in tone, the sleazy old man paused in his teacup-picking motion. "Little Hao, what happened?" He was filled with doubt. This young apprentice possessed exceptional talent, aptitude, and perseverance. He was a once-in-a-century prodigy. Ever since he'd lured him up the mountain, Lin Hao had diligently studied martial arts and medicine to seek revenge. In his memory, Lin Hao had always been a resolute and courageous person, undaunted by difficulties. But why did he sound like a child who'd been bullied and was running home to his parents? Hearing the familiar voice, all the negative emotions Lin Hao had suppressed these past few days erupted completely at this moment. A fine young man, he actually burst into tears. Truly, a tough man shedding tears. That's how people are, no matter how much injustice they suffer outside, once they suddenly receive the care of loved ones, they can't hold back anymore. Lin Hao recounted everything that had happened since he came down the mountain. The lecherous old man was shocked. The martial arts prodigy he considered a once-in-a-century talent had been defeated in a single move by someone his own age? His strength was even greater than the second son's? Was that person backed by the Su family? His expression turned grave. The Su family was a behemoth. Even with his early status as a divine physician, which had given him connections and a wide network of relationships, he still couldn't contend with the Su family. And when he learned that a junior member of the Su family also knew medicine and had taught his eldest disciple, Chen Jianjia, the 13 needles of Gigu, he was dumbfounded. What a joke! The Tai divine needle was his life's work, mastered after half a lifetime of practice. He had only encountered one prodigy like Lin Hao who mastered it in 5 years. The 13 needles of Gigu were a level above the Tai divine needle. You're telling me a junior has mastered this needling technique? What Lin Hao said next left the sleazy old man increasingly bewildered. With Su Liang's help, the eldest disciple, Chen Jianjia, fulfilled her wish to revive traditional Chinese medicine and voluntarily followed Su Liang. To avoid being misunderstood by Su Liang, she kicked Lin Hao out of the house. Lin Hao then went to seek refuge with his second senior sister, Xia Qingxiu, but because he lost a bet, he became Su Liang's maid. Su Liang blamed Lin Hao and kicked him out of the house. The third disciple, who had long been targeted by Su Liang, was actually taken away and right under Lin Hao's nose. All 3 of his female apprentices were stunning beauties, and he had even planned to match them up with his youngest apprentice. After all, it's better to keep the good stuff in the family. But then, they've all been taken advantage of, and they're even sharing one man? No, wait, adding Lin Hao's fiancée, and the other women he mentioned. The 3 female apprentices actually willingly became his concubines. Lin Hao, his junior apprentice, is seriously injured and hospitalized, and he won't answer their calls, he's blocked them. Wait, the hospital? Lin Hao's medical skills are no less than his, and he's in the hospital for surgery? The lecherous old man was stunned. Having finally processed all the information his junior apprentice had given him, he couldn't sit still any longer. Lin Hao was his most prized apprentice, and now that he was in life or death danger, he had to save him. Moreover, his disciples had been bullied so badly, as their master, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Judging from Lin Hao's words, his 3 senior sisters had all been deceived by that Su Liang. This time, he would descend the mountain to seek justice for his disciples. You stay at the hospital for now, I'll be down the mountain immediately. The lecherous old man lost his appetite for tea, abruptly standing up from his rocking chair, his aura dark and menacing. He went to the lakeside and sought his third brother, an old man with an otherworldly air. Brother, what's wrong? Sensing something amiss with his aura, the third brother asked with some confusion. My disciples are in trouble, I have to go down the mountain. The lecherous old man then recounted what Lin Hao had said. Upon hearing this, the third brother was equally furious. Dongfang Shenyan was his most valued disciple besides Lin Hao. She had actually been deceived in love and affection. This is simply intolerable. Big brother, I'll go with you. So what if it's the Su family? With our connections, we're not necessarily afraid of them. Where's the second brother? The sleazy old man understood his third brother's feelings and glanced around before asking. He went down the cliff to practice martial arts again. He's about to break through to the mid-stage of the transformation realm. The sleazy old man nodded. The second brother's breakthrough is a big deal. You wait here for him to come out of seclusion. I'll go down the mountain to check on Xiaohaozi first. But that Su family. Don't worry, I'm not that foolish to attack the Su family before I'm absolutely certain. The third brother hesitated for a moment before nodding. Then you go down the mountain first. After the second brother comes out of seclusion, we'll come find you together. The matter was settled. The sleazy old man didn't linger and immediately went down the mountain. Not long after he left, as darkness fell, another old man appeared. He looked withered, yet seemed to possess boundless strength. His mere presence instilled a sense of dread. He was the second of the three old men. At this moment, he looked puzzled. Even from a distance, he could sense a suffocating atmosphere. The third old man, seeing him return, explained the whole situation. The second old man, already short-tempered from practicing martial arts, immediately exploded with anger upon hearing this. Let's go, down the mountain. I think we've been in seclusion for too long, the world has forgotten our name. Anyone dares to bully us. That Su Liang dared to deceive and humiliate our disciple like that. The Su family is going too far. This time, we'll wipe them out when we go down the mountain. And so, following closely behind the lecherous old man, the two old men also stormed down the mountain. Little did they know, a large net had been woven, and they were about to walk right into it. Chapter 105 Unaware of being schemed against. Shattering the darkness with thunder. After making the phone call, Lin Hao was moved to a regular ward. The ward environment was terrible, the various odors made him almost nauseous. He spent the night in this noisy environment. The next day, Lin Hao thought that no one in the city cared about him anymore. But unexpectedly, someone appeared, Wu Zhe. He saw the news on TV that Lin Hao had been hit by a car and rushed over. Regardless of how amazing Lin Hao would be in the future, just the fact that he had healed his leg was like a lifesaver, so it was only natural that he came to see him. Looking at Lin Hao lying on the hospital bed, wrapped up like a dumpling, Wu Zhe was completely dumbfounded. Lin Hao was a miracle doctor, yet here he was, lying in a hospital bed. The scene looked utterly ridiculous. Brother Lin, are you alright? Did you have surgery? Wu Zhe asked with some concern. Lin Hao almost teared up. So, there were still people who cared about him. It was laughable that he was seriously injured, and his three senior sisters didn't even bother to check on him. When he called, they blocked him. They were even less cared for than Wu Zhe, a complete stranger he'd just met. He forced a smile and said, I won't die for now, so I don't need surgery. I've already called Master, and he should be here sometime today. Wu Zhe's spirits lifted. Lin Hao's master? Those were three big shots. Don't underestimate them just because there are only three of them, their connections are incredibly extensive. Plus, the connections Lin Hao has built up over the next 2.5 years are enough to rival the Su family. But he couldn't quite understand the current situation. Everything was developing in an unknown direction. Composing himself, he asked, somewhat puzzled. Brother Lin, what exactly happened? Didn't you go to your third senior sister's concert the other day? How come? Sigh. Lin Hao sighed. He and Wu Zhe were in the same boat, there was nothing wrong with him saying it. He immediately recounted how Su Liang had controlled him and taken away his third senior sister in front of him, Wu Zhe was dumbfounded. Everything was truly in chaos. Lin Hao's 3 senior sisters from his previous life were quite something. One was a goddess-like doctor, one a mafia queen, and one an entertainment diva. Now, they were all Su Liang's women. Just as he was feeling sorry for Lin Hao, he couldn't help but think of the Rin Shanshan sisters. Weren't they also infatuated with Su Liang? Wu Zhe felt depressed. The two looked at each other in silence, their hatred for Su Liang deepening. Lin Hao waited anxiously. When his master arrived, it was already nearing evening. He came to the hospital and saw his little apprentice, who looked like a mummy, remaining silent. Lin Hao immediately sought his master, and his eyes welled up with tears. The lecherous old man glared at him. What kind of behavior is this, a grown man crying like this? His gaze sharpened as he looked at Wu Zhe standing to the side. Suppressing his grievances, Lin Hao quickly explained. Master, he's my friend. He came to see me and even paid my medical bills. Hello, Mr. Lin. Wu Zhe greeted him somewhat nervously. He didn't know the old man's name, only that he shared the surname Lin. The old man then withdrew his gaze, nodded, and took Lin Hao's pulse. He then took out his ever-present silver needles and began acupuncture. A set of Tai divine needles was performed. Half an hour later, Lin Hao removed the bandages from his body. He felt much better, the excruciating pain in his internal organs had subsided. Now, he only needed to brew a few doses of medicine to fully recover. Tell me, how did you end up in the hospital? Old Lin asked casually, putting away his silver needles. Lin Hao was taken aback. Hadn't he told his master he'd been hit by a car? Thinking back to how he'd stood there acting tough after being hit by the first dump truck, he felt ashamed. I shouldn't have stood in the middle of the road. Foolish. Old Lin suddenly sneered. Before coming to the hospital, he went to the intersection where the accident had occurred to check the situation. After reviewing the surrounding surveillance footage, the experienced man quickly noticed something was amiss. Everything was too coincidental. According to Lin Hao's original walking trajectory, he would have turned before the intersection. And at that moment, the dump truck hit him, sending him flying 7 or 8 meters, landing right in the middle of the intersection. Just then, a Tesla went out of control and struck him. It seemed everything was prearranged. He used his connections to have the police investigate the surrounding surveillance footage, and sure enough, they found something. A Tesla sports car had appeared at each of the 4 intersections. Even if Lin Hao hadn't been standing there showing off, and had moved to another intersection, he would still have been hit by other Teslas. If Lin Hao had been lucky enough to escape one, or even all the other cars, they might have crashed into him. Furthermore, he was stunned by the attack at the time, otherwise, he wouldn't have been hit at all. The strength of a peak-level Dark Force cultivator is not weak. He could dodge bullets, let alone a car. It was all due to Lin Hao's carelessness. The person behind it all seemed adept at manipulating people's minds. He's been tricked and doesn't even realize it. He recounted his findings, and Lin Hao's face instantly turned deathly pale. Someone wanted him dead. Who was it? Besides Su Liang, he couldn't think of anyone else. His eyes blazed with fury, his fists clenched, veins bulging on his wrists. Su Liang stole his fiancée, took away his 3 senior sisters, and now he wanted to kill him. This was intolerable. This was intolerable. Wu Zhe, standing nearby, brightened up upon hearing this. It must be Su Liang. Let's call the police and have him arrested. Hearing this, both master and apprentice shook their heads. This kid was still too naive. Not to mention it was all just his deduction, without any evidence. Even with evidence, there's nothing they can do about Su Liang. The Su family's immense power, you think this is a joke? Meanwhile, in a room decorated entirely in pink, brimming with a vibrant atmosphere. Just then, the phone on the bedside table vibrated. Su Liang picked it up and looked at it, a playful expression on his face. It was a message about Lin Hao's master chef appearing. Everything he did in Shanghai, including investigating the car accident scene and his actions at the hospital, was recorded on the phone. Only one showed up. Playing with his phone, his eyes flashed. He thought all three would appear together and deal with them as a group. Since they were separated, he'd take them down one by one. He immediately typed a message and sent it. Make your move. Chapter 106. One unexpected turn of events after another. Su Liang's cruel methods. Feeling better, Lin Hao immediately checked out of the hospital. He didn't want to stay in that awful place for another second. Wu Zhe, eager to build a relationship, treated the master and apprentice to a lavish meal at a high-end hotel. Seeing they had nowhere to stay that night, he even invited them to his home. After dinner, old Master Lin left first. Since he had chosen to deal with the Su family, he needed to be fully prepared. He took out his old Nokia phone and started searching for numbers. The owners of these numbers were all of high status, he had saved their lives years ago, and they left their numbers to repay favors. He believed these people wouldn't refuse his help. However, before that, he decided to visit his eldest apprentice's 100 Herbs Hall. This eldest apprentice Lin Hao mentioned had not only mastered the Tai Divine Needle technique, but Su Liang had also personally taught him the 13 needles of Gigu. He felt it was a dream, he couldn't believe it. By Chao Tang. People flocked to see the doctor. Ever since the manager, Chen Jianjia, showcased her skills at the Sino-Western Medicine Exchange Conference, traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, had become incredibly popular. Bai Chaotang had become a TCM mecca in Shanghai. To respond to the public's demands, it even opened chain stores nationwide. At this moment, the Bai Chaotang lobby was packed with people, more bustling than ever before. The reason was simple. Today was another day Chen Jianjia was treating patients. She treated patients twice a week, each time treating cancer. Treatment was prioritized according to the severity of the illness. The more serious the illness, the earlier the patient would receive treatment. The appointments were booked 2 or 3 years in advance. It's worth mentioning that all these patients were from Kyushu. This was Su Liang's idea, and Chen Jianjia didn't object. The online criticism that she only treated 2 people a week was suppressed by Su Liang. And their names were written down, creating a treatment list. Those with particularly egregious offenses would be humanely destroyed. As for overseas, there were even fewer scruples. A few online criticisms were fine, but if someone wanted to cause trouble, well, sorry. It was precisely because of Su Liang's various methods that Bai Chaotang had remained peaceful. Look, Manager Chen has appeared. Truly worthy of being called a goddess doctor, combining beauty and medical skill, a true combination of goddess and miracle doctor. Manager Chen has already treated several cancer patients, hasn't she? After acupuncture treatment and a period of medication, their bodies gradually recover. It's simply miraculous. Seeing Chen Jianjia appear, the hall immediately erupted in discussion. Old Lin was also in the crowd. Unexpectedly, he arrived just in time for Chen Jianjia's treatment. He decided to observe first before going to greet her. Unlike when Lin Hao first descended the mountain, unable to even detect his fiancée's pregnancy, he immediately discerned that his eldest disciple had lost his virginity. The thought of his 3 female disciples being deceived and manipulated by Su Liang filled him with a grim expression. His eyes flickered, lost in thought. Soon, Chen Jianjia's acupuncture movements drew his attention. Ignoring the surrounding whispers, Chen Jianjia approached the bedside, picked up her silver needles, and began to administer acupuncture. Her movements were fluid and graceful, a feast for the eyes. It was as if she weren't treating a patient, but rather performing an art form. Everyone present held their breath. They couldn't understand Chen Jianjia's acupuncture technique, they just thought the goddess doctor was amazing. The only one who understood was Elder Lin. At first, he also frowned. Because the acupuncture technique Chen Jianjia used wasn't the Tai Divine Needle, nor was it the one described in the incomplete Giga 13 Needles manual. As Chen Jianjia's silver needles touched more and more acupoints on the patient, he gradually recalled a legendary acupuncture technique. His eyes gleamed, and his whole body trembled. Fu Shi 9 needles. He uttered the name of this acupuncture technique, his face filled with horror. This was an acupuncture technique even surpassing the 13 needles of Gigu, described only in ancient texts. Unexpectedly, his eldest disciple had actually demonstrated it. From then on, he had no more doubts that his eldest disciple knew the 13 needles of Gigu. Of course, compared to the 9 needles of Fushi, the 13 needles of Gigu were nothing. This acupuncture technique was, of course, taught to him by Su Liang, chest to back, hand in hand. The appearance of this legendary acupuncture technique was undoubtedly incredibly attractive to old Lin, who had dedicated his life to medicine. No matter what, I must learn the 9 needles of Fushi. Gradually, he calmed down and suddenly thought of a question. His eldest disciple knew this acupuncture technique. Should he, the master and a divine physician, learn medicine from his eldest disciple? Never mind, so be it, I'll just lose face. What's a little embarrassment for the sake of the Fushi 9 needles? Just as he was about to reveal his identity, he suddenly sensed the auras of several Grandmaster-level experts. He was startled and retracted his foot. He had heard Lin Hao mention it. Back then, over a dozen Grandmaster-level experts had locked onto him with their auras, and Su Liang had taken away 3 disciples right in front of him. He immediately understood, these were all Su Liang's men. Old Lin's expression shifted constantly, but ultimately he didn't reveal his identity. Now Su Liang was in the open, while they were in the shadows. It was best not to expose themselves first. As for the Fushi 9 needles, he could learn it from his eldest disciple after dealing with the Su family. After hesitating for a long time, he left the 100 Herbs Hall. He went to meet the important figures in the demon capital as agreed. Meanwhile, trouble came knocking on Lin Hao's door again. After dinner, Wu Zhe took Lin Hao to the mall and bought him several outfits. He didn't want to miss the opportunity to curry favor with the big boss and planned to have the master and apprentice stay at his house long-term. After buying the clothes, just as they were about to head home, a police car pulled up in front of them. Then, the car door opened, and a beautiful woman in a police uniform got out. Seeing this woman, Lin Hao's pupils constricted sharply, and he felt a chill. She was that policewoman named Tang Xin, the one he had almost ruined for him. You've committed a crime. Come with us. Tang Xin looked at him coldly. Seeing 2 men approaching him with handcuffs, a familiar scene filled Lin Hao with panic. I haven't broken any laws, why are you arresting me? Have you forgotten about the murder of young Master Su? There's a new development in the case. After explaining, Tang Xin's expression suddenly changed. What you want to resist arrest? In the end, Lin Hao didn't resist and was taken away. Because he knew that resistance would lead to a worse fate. He gave Wu Zhe a wink, signaling him to notify his master. Watching Lin Hao being taken away, Wu Zhe stood there, holding several bags of clothes, his mind reeling. With Lin Hao's master appearing, he felt everything was finally alright. As long as he followed in their footsteps, he would never have to worry about food or drink again. Before he could finish his dream, another change occurred, leaving him speechless with despair. Chapter 107: The Terrifying Power of the Su Family. They are feared and no one dares to provoke them. A gust of night wind swept in, startling Wu Zhe and snapping him out of his daze. He quickly picked up his phone and made a call. Luckily, old Lin had given him his number during dinner. In a high-end tea house, a dozen or so middle-aged and elderly people were chatting. Vice Mayor Zhang, you were also summoned here because of old Lin's kindness. Yes, back then I was terminally ill. If it weren't for old Lin's help, I would have died long ago. Hey Director Liu, long time no see. Are you here to repay a favor? Of course. Old Lin saved my family's life. How could I not come? Old Lin has summoned so many of us. It seems he's really in trouble. No matter what happens, as long as old Lin speaks up. Just as the group was discussing, the door suddenly opened. A sleazy-looking old man appeared in the doorway. A moment of silence fell over the hall as everyone greeted him. Seeing that all those he had summoned had arrived, old Lin smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that those he had saved back then weren't ungrateful. Entering the hall, he unceremoniously took the seat of honor, his gaze sweeping over everyone around him as he spoke with a smile. Gentlemen, 10 years have passed. How have you been? The crowd echoed his sentiments. 10 years have passed, yet old Lin remains radiant and as dashing as ever. Old Lin truly deserves his reputation as a master of medicine. His methods of maintaining health are truly admirable. Old Master Lin waved his hand, sighed, and said with apparent helplessness, "The reason I called everyone here is because of my apprentices. Over the past 10 years, I've taken on several apprentices. Now they're being bullied, and as their master, I can't just stand by and do nothing." Old Master Lin taking on apprentices is about passing on the traditions of traditional Chinese medicine in Kyushu. How dare they bully Old Master Lin's apprentices? Who's got a death wish? Old Master Lin, just tell me who it is, and I guarantee I'll give you an explanation. Old Master Lin, who are your apprentices? From now on, in this small corner of Shanghai, I guarantee they'll walk with their heads held high. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. Hearing their praise, Old Master Lin nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to speak, his phone rang. He frowned, hesitated for a moment, but still answered. "Old Master Lin, something terrible has happened. Brother Lin has been arrested." A hurried voice came from the other end. Judging from the voice, it was Lin Hao's friend. He just treated the master and apprentice to a lavish meal. What was Wu Zai's name again? For some reason, a bad feeling welled up inside old Lin, and he immediately asked in a deep voice, "What happened? Tell me in detail." So Wu Zai started by recounting what happened after their meal, going to the mall to buy clothes, and before leaving, a police car pulled up in front of them, eventually taking Lin Hao away. The reason given for taking Lin Hao away was that he'd failed in his attempt to murder young Master Su, and that the investigation had made new progress. Old Lin's brows furrowed even more deeply. Why arrest him now of all times? He had no doubt that someone had deliberately orchestrated this. Who was it? The reason was already stated in the phone call. Young Master Su? Su Liang. He wasn't wrong, this was all arranged by Su Liang. Lin Hao's value had been used up, it was time to speed up the harvest. Lock him in a dark room, subject him to electrocution and whipping that would guarantee he suffered a fate worse than death. As for how to make him break the law and get him arrested, no need, absolutely no need. Any excuse will do. After hanging up the phone, old Lin's expression was grave. Why Su Liang was taking action against Lin Hao at this time, he had no idea. He needed to get Lin Hao out first. Fortunately, the people here were all influential. Getting someone out of the police station was relatively easy. Just received news that my apprentice has been arrested by several police officers. Old Lin, leave it to me. I guarantee those blind underlings will be released with the same respect they showed when they arrested your apprentice. The speaker was the head of the Shanghai Public Security Bureau. He was extremely excited, glancing at the surrounding crowd with a faint smugness on his face. It was as if he were saying that the opportunity to curry favor with old Lin had fallen to him. Sure enough, those around him cast envious and jealous glances at him. Getting the police station to release someone would have been a simple matter of a word for them, but this guy had beaten them to it. But when old Lin described the characteristics of the police officers who arrested Lin Hao, the head of the bureau's heart skipped a beat. A very beautiful policewoman? Could it be that one? The image of Tang Xin flashed through his mind. Don't underestimate her just because she's a criminal investigation captain, even he had to give her face. Simply because she's the eldest son of the Su family. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? With a heavy heart, he picked up the phone and ordered his subordinates to investigate. Not long after, the call came in. After listening to his subordinates' report, the bureau chief's face darkened. The person was indeed arrested by Tang Xin. Moreover, this was at the behest of the eldest son of the Su family. This was very troublesome. If it were Tang Xin who made the arrest, he could still negotiate. But since the eldest son of the Su family had personally ordered the arrest, he didn't dare approach Tang Xin. Unless he wanted to antagonize the Su family. He wasn't like some ignorant people who thought that most of the Su family's power had moved to the capital. They thought that Shanghai was far beyond the reach of the emperor and couldn't control them. The idea that a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake was all nonsense. In reality, the Su family's control over Shanghai was not weak at all. The top two leaders were both promoted by the Su family. Getting them removed was just a matter of a word. After you step down, destroying you will be as easy as crushing an ant. So, he looked at Elder Lin and said apologetically, "Elder Lin, it was the eldest son of the Su family who arrested your disciple. I can't release him." His face was flushed with embarrassment. The more confident he had been just moments before, the more awkward he felt now. Everyone around him was stunned, and fell silent for a moment. If it was the eldest son of the Su family's doing, then things were truly difficult. No one wanted to be an enemy of the Su family. Observing everyone's reactions, Elder Lin narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke calmly. "To be honest, the one who bullied my disciples was Su Liang from the Su family. I've gathered everyone here today to discuss how to deal with the Su family." Whoosh! This single sentence caused a huge uproar. Everyone stared at him in shock, their faces filled with astonishment and disbelief. They wondered if they had misheard. Old Master Lin actually wanted to deal with the Su family? Could he not know how powerful the Su family was? Not to mention that the Su family patriarch was still alive, a founding father and pillar of the nation. And the eldest son of the Su family, one of the 9 cauldrons, with the potential to rise even higher. Going against the Su family, were they crazy, or had the world changed? After a long while, everyone finally processed this news. Someone picked up the phone, whispered a few words, and their expression changed drastically. "Sorry, Mr. Lin, something came up at home. My daughter-in-law is about to give birth, so I have to go back now. Oh dear, the water pipes are broken. I need to go back and fix them. My son's gotten into trouble again, I'll give him a good spanking when I get back." One by one, the dozen or so big shots in the hall left, each with their own bizarre excuse. Before long, the once slightly crowded hall was almost empty, with only a few people left. Chapter 108: The Correct Way to Harvest Leeks. Driving the protagonist to despair. The reason 2 people remained was out of wishful thinking. With most people gone, old Master Lin probably wouldn't be thinking of dealing with the Su family anymore. By staying, they could avoid offending the Su family and also give old Master Lin a good impression of unwavering loyalty. However, they didn't realize that. It wouldn't be long before Su Liang made them realize how wrong their thinking was. Another reason he hadn't attacked old Master Lin was to gauge the extent of old Master Lin's support. He wanted to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Old Master Lin sighed upon seeing this. He thought that by gathering these people together and uniting them as one, they wouldn't fear the Su family. But he had underestimated the impression the Su family held in their minds. Seeing only 2 or 3 people left in the hall, knowing what they were thinking, old Master Lin waved his hand dejectedly. After everyone had left, he sat alone, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. He pulled out his old Nokia phone. Since things weren't working out in Shanghai, he started contacting his connections in Beijing. At the police station, Lin Hao was taken to the small, dark room again. Sitting in the specially designed chair, the familiar interrogation environment sent shivers down his spine. Tang Xin didn't hesitate. She picked up the remote and pressed the electrotherapy switch. Su Liang had promised her that if she tortured Lin Hao severely, he would come and spend a few more days with her. Ding! Lin Hao's mentality exploded, villain value plus 1000. Ding! Lin Hao's mind collapsed, villain value plus 1000. A night passed quietly. Lin Hao was tortured beyond recognition. Looking at Tang Xin, who held a whip not far away, with her stunning beauty but ruthless heart, he felt a chill run down his spine. He even developed a fear of women. Women, when they're ruthless, are far more terrifying than men. Lin Hao was tortured all night, and his master, old Master Lin, also didn't sleep a wink. He made dozens of phone calls, asking them to help deal with the Su family. They either refused outright or made excuses, giving vague and evasive answers. He had no choice but to settle for second best, asking them to use their connections to get Lin Hao out. But they claimed that was Su family territory, and their influence didn't extend to Shanghai. This infuriated old man Lin so much he almost died on the spot. They always addressed him respectfully as Old Man Lin. But when it came to actually asking for help, they were quicker to shirk responsibility than anyone else. Su Liang's arrest of Lin Hao at this time was definitely not for good. He couldn't help but recall what Lin Hao had said before. After being locked in a small dark room, he was whipped and subjected to electrocution. His heart tightened. Old man Lin frowned, racking his brains. Soon, his eyes lit up. He had an idea. If these connections were unreliable, he would take matters into his own hands. He simply refused to believe that the powerful Su family could withstand the pressure of public opinion. He had his own ways of generating public attention. He couldn't help but think back to his youth, when his master sent him down the mountain to gain experience, and he came to the city to provide free medical care. Everyone was impressed by his medical skills and deeply grateful. Then he'd say a few words about the Su family's heinous crimes, deliberately kidnapping his apprentice. That's right, he wanted to use his influence to force Su Liang to release the man. Manipulating public opinion was only the first step. The main goal was to win over those with powerful backgrounds. He wouldn't make the same mistake as before. He no longer cared about repaying favors. Want treatment? Sure. Then help him deal with the Su family. Noon. The most bustling commercial street in Shanghai. Old Lin set up a stall at the entrance of the commercial street. A banner reading "Free Clinic and Free Medical Treatment" was displayed in front of the stall. Passers-by couldn't help but cast strange glances and whisper among themselves. Free medical treatment? Is this some kind of scam? Free clinic? What era are we living in? It's definitely some charlatan from who knows where. If I really need medical attention, I'd rather go to Baikatang, a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. It's so much better than these roadside stalls. Actually going wouldn't hurt, it's free anyway, and I've always had smelly feet. Standing under the scorching sun, with no one coming for half a day, old Lin was starting to lose his nerve. Finally, a young man approached, and his eyes lit up. Young man, what's wrong? No. The young man answered readily. Old Lin was stunned, then heard the young man ask expectantly. I have a bad case of athlete's foot. I wonder if there's any treatment. Old Lin was dumbfounded. Heaven and earth bear witness, in his entire life as a doctor, he had never heard of treating such a minor ailment. Seeing him frozen in place, and the suspicious looks from those around him, old Lin's heart skipped a beat. If he just dismissed the first person, who would come to him for treatment? However, how would he build his reputation? To make a good impression and convince these people, he told the young man to take off his shoes, preparing to administer acupuncture for a quick cure. However, as soon as the young man took off his shoes, a pungent, sour smell quickly filled the air. It almost killed him on the spot. Enduring the stench, he picked up his silver needles and pricked the young man's foot a few times. All right, I'll prescribe some medicine for you. Take it and you'll be fine. After dismissing the young man, old Lin finally realized. The looks he received from those around him were no longer suspicious, but contemptuous. They had smelled the athlete's foot from a distance. This old man was even using silver needles to prick other people's feet. What would happen if he pricked them too? Old Lin was practically spitting blood with rage. A police siren rang out in the distance, and a police car arrived. A police officer got out of his car and approached the stall. We received a report that you are practicing medicine without a license. Please show us your medical license. What? A medical license? What's that? Back in the day, when he was a renowned physician, he didn't have a medical license. Looks like you don't have one. Come with us. With a cold laugh, the officer produced handcuffs. And just like that, old Lin, completely bewildered, was led into the police car. When Wu Zhe received this news, he was once again utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Are you kidding me? That was a medical master, someone who had treated countless patients. Yet he was arrested and imprisoned for not having a medical license. On the other side. After receiving the news, Su Liang smiled, his mind focused on the system. His villain value had risen to over 30,000. Draw a lottery. Ding, congratulations, host, you have won a reward, business skill, advanced. At least the Thunder King was somewhat useful. A skill that's only advanced is completely useless to him, utterly ineffective. As for managing the company, does he really need to do it personally? What's the point of collecting so many female leads? Ding, congratulations, host, you have won a reward, luck +1. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Is it some kind of special attribute like luck? Seems pretty good. Hopefully, it will allow him to meet more female leads. Continue. Ding, congratulations, host, you have drawn a reward, your strength has increased by 1 small realm. Whoosh. The familiar warm current surged again, and his aura rose. A moment later, it reached the peak of the transformation realm. His aura was refined, profound, and unfathomable, showing no signs of instability. Not bad. After feeling the surge of power within him, Su Liang's gaze became intrigued. Lin Hao's master was arrested for not having a medical license. Their reunion after he's imprisoned will be quite interesting. What about those 2 old guys? He wanted to kill them and destroy their spirit. Chapter 109 Boost the bodyguard's skills. Complete and utter submission. Just as he was pondering how to deal with those 2 old men, a figure in red caught his eye out of the corner of his eye, and Su Liang's gaze flashed. As expected, those 2 old men, having failed to find Lin Hao, would come looking for him. One was at the transformation realm, the other at the peak of the dark realm. The bodyguard in red was somewhat lacking in strength. After observing her for some time, he found her to be diligent and meticulous in her work. She was quite reliable. Then he needed to improve her strength. Immediately, he beckoned to someone in the distance. Whoosh! A red shadow flashed past, and the figure in red appeared before him. Master! Su Liang flipped his wrist, and a box containing gene serum appeared in his palm. Inject it. Red's eyes brightened. She certainly knew about the gene serum produced by the Galaxy Group. She had even investigated it thoroughly, knowing more than others. Combined with the sudden appearance of the Skynet, which was filled with experts, she couldn't help but suspect that her master possessed a more potent medicine than the gene-enhancing potion, capable of creating experts in a short time. What was once just a suspicion became undeniable after what followed. Yi Yuan rapidly broke through to the Dark Force realm, and now, having reached the late stage of Dark Force, she was almost catching up to her. This was proof, filling her with envy. Now, was her master finally going to accept her and nurture her? Her body trembled slightly, filled with the joy of finally breaking through after being stuck at the peak of Dark Force for several years. Even more so, she felt excited by her master's trust in her. Her hands trembled as she accepted the technologically advanced box. In front of Su Liang, she took out the potion from the box and began injecting it without hesitation. The moment it entered her body, she felt a surge of heat coursing through her entire being. That was the potion altering her body's cells. Not long after, the barrier that had been holding her back vanished, and she easily broke through to the transformation force realm. Before she could even sense the power of the transformation realm, Su Liang's voice rang in her ears again. Eat this. A pill appeared in his hand. The pill was perfectly round and full, as translucent as jade. As soon as it appeared, a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs filled the air. Already moved by her master's kindness, she would have been willing to die for even a single pill. She took the pill, tilted her head back, and swallowed it in one gulp. The pill melted instantly in her mouth, transforming into countless warm currents that flowed throughout her body. The woman in red was astonished. She had only recently broken through to the transformation realm, and her foundation was still somewhat unstable. After consuming this pill, her foundation became more solidified. Feeling a layer of grime rising from her body, she felt uncomfortable and quickly looked at Su Liang. Master, I. After receiving a wave of approval from Su Liang, she swiftly disappeared. Half an hour later, the red-clad woman reappeared, looking brand new. The disbelief on her face hadn't faded. Now her skin was better, smoother, and she was more beautiful overall. More importantly, she discovered that the injuries from her early training had disappeared. I never imagined there was such a miraculous medicine in the world. In an instant, Su Liang in her eyes suddenly became mysterious and imposing, her gaze growing increasingly fervent. With a thud, she knelt down, head bowed in submission. "Thank you, master, for the medicine. Come here," Su Liang commanded. The woman in red quickly knelt forward a few steps. Su Liang lifted her chin, revealing an exquisitely beautiful oval face. After the cleansing pill, her skin was supple and her appearance even more striking. The fervor in his eyes showed no doubt that making her do anything was merely a matter of a word from him. Meanwhile, two old men emerged from the train station. These two were naturally the second and third sons of the peach blossom spring in the mountains. They had descended the mountain very late that day, missing the last bus to the city. Fortunately, their eldest brother had already gone to find Lin Hao. Their eldest brother was always calm and collected, so they felt relatively at ease. Because they weren't in a hurry, and some things had delayed them, they were only arriving now. "Still can't get through to Big Brother." The second brother frowned, looking at the third brother. The third brother was holding an old Nokia phone, dialing numbers. If one call didn't go through, they tried another. They tried more than 10 times, but still couldn't get through. It's not just Big Brother's, but also Xiaohaozi's, Jianjiao's, Xingxiu's, and Xuanyan's calls. Both of them felt heavy-hearted, a bad premonition hanging over them. Big Brother said Xiaohaozi is at the First People's Hospital of Shanghai, let's go see him. When the two arrived at the hospital, they learned that Lin Hao had already been discharged. Fortunately, they didn't leave empty-handed, they found a guy named Wu Zhe. He was the one who paid Lin Hao's bills and handled the discharge procedures. Using the phone number he left, they dialed Wu Zhe's number. Meanwhile, at Wu Zhe's home, Wu Zizhan logged into his cryptocurrency account with a tense expression. Starting tomorrow, the business giants of Huar Street would begin their moves. The price of cryptocurrency was expected to surge. He was both nervous and expectant. Logically, he was a reborn individual. He should be intimately familiar with these matters, able to strategize and command. But after his experiences these past few days, he couldn't muster any confidence. The precognition of being reborn felt like a joke. Now he was relying on the cryptocurrency and the winery he'd bought to make money. If the cryptocurrency price rose as he predicted tomorrow, it meant it wasn't entirely out of his control. Ring 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 ring. Just as he was feeling anxious, his phone rang, startling him. He picked it up and saw it was an unknown number, instantly igniting his anger. He launched into a tirade upon answering the call. "Who the hell are you? You son of a bitch, you better give me a reason." At the hospital entrance, two old men stared at each other. How long has it been? The last time they were insulted like this was. "I'm asking you, where's Lin Hao?" The second old man suppressed his anger, his tone icy. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from the voice, Wu Zhe shuddered, his mind clearing. "Lin Hao? What do you want with Brother Lin?" "I'm his second master." "Oh, your brother Lin's master. My apologies, I was a little too loud just now." Hearing that he and Lin Hao had a good relationship, the old man calmed down. After learning the whereabouts of Lin Hao and their eldest brother from Wu Zhe, the two were dumbfounded. Their eldest brother was a renowned medical doctor, yet he'd been arrested for not having a medical license? They were immediately furious. They started making calls, mobilizing their network of connections, determined to have their eldest brother respectfully released. However, after they finished their calls, they were dumbfounded. Not a single person was willing to help them. The explanations were all similar. The arrest of the two was the eldest son of the Su family's order, and they were powerless to do anything about it. "I'm going to kill that guy right now." The second brother, hot-tempered, immediately went to confront Su Liang, but the third brother quickly stopped him. "The Su family is no simple matter. Have you forgotten what Xiaohaozi said? There are over a dozen experts protecting Xianyan. Let's think this through carefully. If they have so many experts around a woman, wouldn't his own safety be even more paramount? Although unwilling, the second brother had to abandon this dangerous idea. He clenched his fist, angrily asking, "So what do we do now?" The third brother smiled bitterly. Who could he ask? He had no choice. Faced with the Su family, all their connections were useless. "I want to go see Xianyan. That girl is innocent and lively. Maybe I can get her to help rescue Big Brother and Xiaohaozi." Having no better ideas, he could only see if his disciple had any solutions. After all, his disciple had been completely taken advantage of by Su Liang. Shouldn't it be a problem for him to release someone? Even if Su Liang didn't release them, it would at least let his disciple see his true colors. "Alright, then I'll go see Qingqiu too. She won't answer my calls, I'll see if she still considers me her master." Immediately, the two split up, heading towards their respective chosen disciples. Chapter 110: An Ironic Way to Die. Utterly vulnerable. Night fell. A full moon rose in the sky. Moonlight bathed the world, adding a touch of color. Knowing that Xia Qingqiu had established the Star Moon Society, he easily found its headquarters. The Starry Night Bar. Just then, he saw Xia Qingqiu emerge from the bar. She seemed to have a hint of urgency on her face as she got into a Porsche. With a whoosh, the Porsche sped away, and he quickly followed. The Porsche was fast, but for him, a mid-stage transformation realm cultivator, keeping up was effortless. Each step he took covered 7 or 8 meters. Passers-by felt as if a gust of wind had swept past them. Following her all the way, he finally arrived at the gate of a villa. Xia Qingqiu hurriedly got out of the car and went inside the villa. He'd felt rushed leaving the bar, driving fast, and now he was hurrying into the villa. The second brother couldn't help but wonder what his second apprentice was up to. Just as he was about to reveal himself, a Rolls-Royce pulled up and slowly stopped in front of Xia Qingqiu's villa. His eyes flickered when he saw the woman in red stepping out of the driver's seat. He sensed an aura from this woman that was almost as strong as his own. She was clearly a master of internal energy cultivation. What happened next shocked him even more. The woman in red got out of the car and respectfully went to the back seat, opening the door. A handsome young man stepped out. A master of internal energy cultivation as a bodyguard? Who exactly was this young man? He didn't notice Su Liang glancing in his direction, a playful smile appearing in his eyes. Without pausing, he strode towards the villa. As he arrived at the door, the villa gate opened. Xia Qingqiu came out to greet him. Whoosh! A flash of inspiration struck him. The second brother finally remembered Su Liang's identity. It was the eldest son of the Su family. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of his trip down the mountain. When he learned that Xia Qingqiu had become a maid, he was so angry he nearly exploded. To think that he, a grandmaster of martial arts, had his disciple reduced to someone else's maid? He had utterly lost face. He had rushed over to see if it was true. Now that this scene was unfolding before his eyes, he was on the verge of exploding. What he found even more unacceptable was that his disciple didn't seem to be forced. You could tell from her obedient demeanor. Her earlier haste was probably because she had rushed home after receiving news that Su Liang was coming to her house, then changed into a maid's outfit to greet him. Watching his disciple gently serve Su Liang into the villa, his fiery temper finally flared. All this talk of careful planning and deliberation before action, it's all bullshit. He was going to kill this bastard right now. Whoosh! 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 Just as he stepped forward, 3 figures appeared closely behind him. All 3 were women, their expressions indifferent, their eyes devoid of any emotion. They were the bodyguards Su Liang had placed beside Xia Qingqiu. They were all Skynet assassins, injected with gene-enhancing drugs, possessing considerable potential, and had raised their strength to the transformation realm. The second brother paused, his face filled with shock and disbelief. 3 Grandmaster-level experts, and 1 at the late stage of transformation realm. Then, a look of bewilderment appeared in his eyes. When he learned that Dongfang Shenyan was protected by more than a dozen Grandmaster-level experts, he had some doubts. Now, seeing the three women before him, he had no choice but to believe it. What was happening to this world? When did reaching the Grandmaster level become so easy? He himself was a Grandmaster level expert, and he knew how difficult it was to reach that level. He had already been considered quite talented to have reached that level at 40. Because his wife had run off with someone else, he couldn't bear the blow and went into seclusion, recently resuming his martial arts training to break through to the mid-stage of transformation realm. Even so, a mid-stage transformation realm expert at 60 years old was rare. His most promising disciple, Lin Hao, had reached the peak of dark force at a young age, which he considered a once-in-a-century genius. Now, suddenly, so many experts had appeared, all so young, he couldn't accept it all. He took a deep breath, glanced at the women, and launched his attack. With his martial arts experience, he wasn't afraid even of late-stage transformation realm assassins. However, once they engaged, he realized he was wrong, terribly wrong. The Skynet assassins had all been taught god-level assassination skills by Su Liang, every strike aimed directly at vital points. A fierce battle was raging outside the villa, and inside, the fighting was equally intense. The underworld queen was being routed. If they could have fought back and forth before, now, after Su Liang's enchantment, they were utterly vulnerable. More than an hour passed in the blink of an eye. After Xiao Qingqiu fell into a deep sleep, Su Liang emerged from the villa. The battle outside hadn't stopped. The old man tried to force his way in, but was unable to advance an inch under the combined attack of three Skynet assassins. The woman in red brought Su Liang a chair, and after he sat down, she brewed a cup of tea and brought it to him. And so, Su Liang sipped his tea, watching the spectacle unfold. Others might enjoy a cigarette afterward, feeling better than a god. He, however, found it somewhat thrilling to watch the heroine's master's impotent rage. Seeing Su Liang emerge so nonchalantly, clearly having ruined his disciple. And now sitting on a bench, sipping tea, looking on with amusement. Enraged, the old man intensified his attacks. After his first strike, a dagger lunged at his ribs, forcing him to parry. 10 minutes passed. No matter how furious he was, how much he wanted to kill Su Liang, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Instead, his relentless offense had neglected his defense, leaving him with multiple cuts and trickles of blood. The protagonist's master is nothing special after all. Su Liang yawned, somewhat bored, and waved to his men. The assassins immediately retreated, ceasing their obstruction. The old man, seeing this, was taken aback. Without stopping him, he charged towards Su Liang in a flash, his killing intent surging. Before he even reached him, he swung his bloodied fist and brought it crashing down on Su Liang's head. This punch was incredibly powerful, the wind howling around it. It was definitely more than just killing a bull. However, just as he was 7 steps away from Su Liang suddenly appeared in his sight, a golden pistol in his hand, the muzzle pointed at him. Bang! 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 The saying goes, a gun is fast beyond 7 steps, within 7 steps, it's both accurate and fast. The golden bullets arrived in the blink of an eye. A look of disdain flashed across the old man's face. Indeed, this society is dominated by firearms. People have an inexplicable fear of guns. But he was an exception. At the level of dark force, one can dodge bullets. At the level of transformation force, one can even withstand bullets without injury. With the muscle strength of a grandmaster, he could already trap bullets. He instinctively dodged the first bullet. Then came the second, the third. If he wanted to dodge, he would have to abandon his current attack. So he gritted his teeth and simply stopped dodging. Anyway, it wouldn't hurt him, so he swung his fist and continued attacking Su Liang. But the moment the bullets touched his skin, he realized something was wrong. A powerful impact struck. 2 bullets pierced his chest in succession. He abruptly stopped. He looked at the 2 bloody holes in his chest, then looked up blankly at the golden pistol in Su Liang's hand. How could it be so powerful? It's comparable to an armor-piercing bullet. You're telling me this is a pistol? His mind was blank. He really wanted to say something. This kid has no sportsmanship, using a modified pistol. If he had known it was this powerful, he would have dodged it even if it meant abandoning his attack. Unfortunately, there's no going back. Playing with the golden desert eagle in his hand, Liang smiled. You know, this gun is actually quite effective for ambushing people. A grandmaster of internal energy can easily dodge bullets, provided you actually dodge, otherwise, you'll get a surprise. He raised his pistol, aiming it at the old man. Go in peace. I'll take good care of your disciples. Of course, only the 3 female disciples. As for Lin Hao, he'll be down to join you soon. With that, Liang pulled the trigger and turned back to the villa. His men would clean up the scene. The second brother felt a deep sense of resentment. He had practiced martial arts for decades. Even if he wasn't the strongest, he was still among the peak, yet he died by gunfire. How ironic. Meanwhile, on Dongfang Xuanyan's side, a dramatic scene was unfolding. Chapter 111. The clown was actually me? The tragic master and disciple. Not knowing where Dongfang Xuanyan lived, the third brother directly called the entertainment company he had arranged for her to live with. Of his 4 apprentices, this third apprentice was the most like him. He was skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, wine, flowers, and tea, possessing a refined and elegant demeanor. His talent in singing was particularly outstanding. Knowing that Dongfang Xuanyan wanted to enter the entertainment industry, he used his connections to find an entertainment company to back her up. However, when he called to inquire, he learned that Dongfang Xuanyan had already left the company. She was now working at an entertainment company under the Su Group. The third brother suddenly understood. Everything made sense. He wondered how Dongfang Xuanyan, with her personality, could be so easily swayed by sweet words. It turned out that Liang had fulfilled her dream of fame. The third brother arrived at the entertainment company with a very grim expression. He thought to himself that once he saw Dongfang Xuanyan, he would make her tell Liang to release her master and junior brother. Otherwise, he would pretend he never had this apprentice. The company was celebrating Dongfang Xuanyan's arrival. It wasn't until late at night that her car finally emerged. The third brother's spirits lifted. Knowing his third apprentice was protected by powerful guards, he dared not reveal his identity upon entering. He could only wait outside for Dongfang Xuanyan to be alone. Now was the perfect opportunity. Dongfang Xuanyan was in the car, oblivious to the presence of the guards. Just as the car passed by, he abruptly stood up and called out, "Shen!" As he stood up, barely managing to utter the first word, over a dozen Grandmaster-level auras enveloped him. The overwhelming pressure rendered him unable to move, let alone stop the car. He could no longer utter the word Xuanyan. His face showed horror, a wave of despair washing over him. He had thought that by not appearing before Dongfang Xuanyan, he wouldn't be targeted by those guards. After the master and disciple are reunited, even if those experts wanted to attack him, they would have to consider Dongfang Xuanyan's wishes. Unexpectedly, he had already been targeted by those experts. The clown was actually myself? A dozen or so assassins from the Skynet network were dispatched, all masters of the transformation realm, against a mere peak Dark Force realm expert. The outcome was predictable. The third brother could only die in despair. He was filled with resentment. He, a refined scholar, had sought a true friend in his life but could not find one, and yet he was beaten to death by a dozen Grandmaster-level experts. Inside the car, Dongfang Xuanyan looked up at the window, her brows furrowing. Why do I think I heard Third Master's voice? She looked at her manager, who was driving, and asked, Sister Li, did you hear anything just now? Sister Li's eyes flickered, and she answered naturally. No. Strange, I haven't been drinking. How could I be hallucinating? Dongfang Xuanyan shook her head. Putting the earlier incident behind him, he continued to bury himself in studying the new song. Liang was still considerate of the women's feelings. The old guys had indeed taught them some things. But if she had to choose between him and these old guys, she would undoubtedly choose him. It will definitely upset them. After all, they're his women, and he'll have them bear his children in the future. So to ensure their mental and physical well-being, it's best not to let them know about these old men's deaths for now. The third brother is the same, and so is the second. Their deaths were already sealed the moment they decided to appear before the female lead. Old Lin escaped this ordeal. He held on to the idea of the enemy in the open, they in the shadows, and didn't reveal his identity to Qin Jinjia. You can run away from death, but you can't hide forever. What awaits him is even more cruel torture. As expected, the fact that he was responsible for the deaths of their masters will be forever buried in the annals of history. Even if they find out later, they'll pretend they don't know. Because by then, they'll be mothers of countless children. Headquarters. The small dark room. The lights are still on inside, and screams can be heard intermittently. A cool breeze blew, and the screams that followed sent chills down the spines of the two young men on duty. It's past midnight, and Captain Tang still hasn't gone off duty. Which serious criminal is she interrogating? I heard it's an old man practicing medicine without a license. Ah, really? Can that old man withstand that kind of torture in that dark room? Captain Tang is doing things her own way. I advise you to mind your own business. Why don't you go and plead for him? Forget it. It's unbelievable that Captain Tang, who seems like such a gentle policewoman, has such a fiery temper. Keep your voice down. You dare talk about Captain Tang like that? You want to die. Besides, you don't need to be so kind. That old man is a skilled martial artist. He looks old, but his physical strength is dozens of times better than yours. Just as the two were whispering, the door to the dark room opened. Tang Xin came out, glanced at them indifferently, and gave an order. Take him to the cell. With that, she strode away. A happy smile appeared on her face, anticipating what she would wear to greet Su Liang tomorrow. After she left, the two young men entered the small, dark room. Seeing the old man's appearance on the iron chair, they couldn't help but shudder. Tragic, utterly tragic, beyond words. Following their orders, the two men took the old man to the cell. Meanwhile, in one of the cells, Lin Hao lay on the floor, his eyes blankly staring at the cell's only window. Outside, the moon was bright and the stars were few. Inside, it was dark and damp, a stark contrast. Master, when are you going to get me out of here? He couldn't stand it for another second. He had been tortured until the wee hours of the morning yesterday, and before he could even recover his strength, he had been taken to this dark room and tortured for over an hour. This place was a nightmare for him. Just then, the sound of a cell door opening came from beside them. He was puzzled. Why were prisoners being brought in so late? And right next door. He glanced at them, puzzled. That one glance struck him like a thunderbolt. He was completely dumbfounded. Master. Chapter 112, Harvesting the Whole World. When the protagonist loses his use. After throwing the old man into the cell, the two young men left. Lin Hao, enduring excruciating pain, went to the iron bars and found his master barely breathing. His body bore whip marks and burn marks, clearly indicating he had suffered the same treatment. He was instantly filled with rage, his eyes blazing. Damn it, they didn't even spare his master. Lin Hao immediately called out, Master. The old man moved his fingers and slowly opened his eyes. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? He remembered being arrested for not having a medical license, and after getting off the bus, he was taken to a small, dark room. Then, a little girl came in with a whip. Why are you practicing medicine without a license? What's the conspiracy? Old Lin was completely bewildered. He just intended to conduct a simple free clinic. What evil intentions could a 70-year-old man like him have? Thinking he wouldn't confess, the young girl began to torture him. Beatings and electrocution ravaged his aged heart. Looking at the dim surroundings, he vaguely heard someone say they were taking him to a cell. This must be prison. Old Lin's eyes were filled with confusion. He had spent his life practicing medicine, earning the respect of countless people, but he had never suffered like this. Master. Then, he heard a familiar voice calling him again. Turning his head, he sought his apprentice, who was in no better shape than himself. Seeing his master was all right, Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked, "Master, how did you get arrested too?" The old man remained silent. What was he supposed to say? Could it be that he, a renowned physician, had been arrested for not having a medical license? Although it was difficult to say, he still explained the whole story. Hearing his master say that all his connections had been used to no avail, Lin Hao staggered and collapsed to the ground. Did that mean they had no way to get out? The thought of spending the rest of his life in this dark, sunless cell, being taken to a small darkroom every day for electroconvulsive therapy. He shuddered, his face filled with despair. It was worse than death for him. Ding Lin Hao's mentality collapsed, villain value plus 999. Ding Lin Hao felt despair, villain value plus 1000. Ding. Sensing his little apprentice's despair, old Master Lin comforted him. Don't worry, your second and third masters should be arriving in Shanghai soon. I believe they will find a way to get us out. Lin Hao's eyes lit up at these words, a glimmer of hope rising in his heart once more. Old Lin felt a growing unease, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. All his connections had been useless. Did his second and third sons really have a way? He just hoped they wouldn't get hurt. He shook his head, deciding to put those thoughts aside for now. His priority now was to regain his strength. The electrotherapy had almost completely drained his energy. Only when his body was back to its peak condition would they have a better chance of escaping. But he soon faced a dilemma. Outside, he had many ways to recover quickly: acupuncture, medicine to treat himself. But this was a prison cell, there was nothing there. It was a tragic thought. A renowned physician, unable to heal his own injuries, and possibly even dying from worsening wounds. The master and apprentice were lost in uncertainty about the future, and the night passed quietly. Outside, someone else was also suffering from insomnia. That person was, of course, Wu Zhe. Not only because today was the day of the cryptocurrency price surge, his future depended on it. It was also because of that phone call earlier. He had called back several times, trying to ask if he could rescue Brother Lin and his apprentice. But he couldn't get through, making his heart sink. Could something have gone wrong? It was 9 o'clock. Having not slept all night, with dark circles under his eyes, he logged onto the cryptocurrency website precisely on time. He remembered clearly that in his previous life, the cryptocurrency price surge happened at this time. Enter your username and password, click Login. Immediately afterward, a pop-up window appeared. The account you entered does not exist. What the heck? Wu Zhe was a little confused. He entered his username again, confirmed it several times, and then clicked Login, only to see the same pop-up window appear again. He began to realize something was wrong. Just as he was about to click to contact customer service, a web page popped up directly. Wu Zhe was dumbfounded and entered the website address. 5 large characters appeared. Web page does not exist. Holy shit. He couldn't help but curse. What the hell is going on? In his past life, when he learned that his colleagues had achieved financial freedom through cryptocurrency, he had visited this website countless times. He could access it just now, and now you're telling me the page doesn't exist? Unconvinced, he refreshed the page again and again, entering the URL repeatedly. He got the same result each time. Web page does not exist. Wu Zhe slumped onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling, his face utterly bewildered. Tired. Let it all end. Ding. Wu Zhe's mentality exploded, villain value plus 888. Ding. Wu Zhe questioned his existence, villain value plus 999. Little did he know, the business giants behind the cryptocurrency website had already met their demise. This website was replaced by a completely new one. It was also cryptocurrency, but this time on a larger scale, poised to reap the rewards from the entire world. I wonder how many people will jump off the roof because of this. Unlike the two protagonists who are mentally broken, Liang emerged from his reverie and got into his car to go to lunch. Sitting in the car, he reviewed the information reported by his subordinates. Lin Hao's third master was beaten to death, as expected. A playful look appeared on his face. Lin Hao and his apprentice were still hoping these two old guys would rescue them. What would their expressions be upon receiving news of their deaths? It should be quite interesting. Should I send this message in? Su Liang propped his head up, lost in thought. Sending news of those two old guys' deaths was far too pointless. He'd create an opportunity for them to come out and take care of them all at once. He'd already lost interest in Lin Hao. A protagonist with no value was no different from an ant in his eyes, easily crushed. Stop the car. Hearing the voice, the woman in red quickly pulled over and turned around, puzzled. Following his gaze, a stunningly beautiful, slender, mature woman walked down the street. Su Liang's expression turned strange. Could it be that his luck had kicked in? He'd encountered a new female lead as soon as he stepped out the door. Within an hour, I need all the information about her. Chapter 113: The Prey That Cannot Escape the Palm. Traditional tactics always win people's hearts. Having found a new target, Su Liang wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he went to a private restaurant. He'd said he needed all the information within an hour, but the message arrived in just over 10 minutes. He sipped his tea while listening to the report from the woman in red. Hua Jieyu, 27 years old, lives in Dongling District. During her university years, her parents died in a car accident, inheriting assets worth over 100 million. Currently, she works as a designer at a boutique clothing store, and also rents out several properties, living a refined and leisurely life. Looks like she's quite wealthy. Su Liang put down his teacup, lost in thought. Based on the information, this woman named Hua Jieyu certainly knows how to enjoy life. Her assets are more than enough for her to live comfortably for the rest of her life. There's no need for her to work or rent out properties. She does all this just to make her days fulfilling. In short, she has no ambition and is content with her current situation. These kinds of female protagonists are easy to seduce, but also difficult to seduce. Su Liang prefers female protagonists with ambition. With his current status and methods, whatever your ambitions, he can easily achieve them. But dealing with these indifferent female protagonists requires some tricks. As the saying goes, deep affection is fleeting, only tricks win hearts. While pondering, dishes were served one after another. Su Liang put aside his thoughts and focused on enjoying the food before him. In truth, wasn't he also enjoying life? His mood for eating wasn't affected by thinking about how to seduce a female protagonist. To put it bluntly, seduce female protagonists and undermine the main character were just spice things up in his life. Including keeping that madwoman Yi Yuan around, and even intentionally letting her join Tianwang to create a cryptocurrency website and acquire the world. It was all because it brought a bit of fun to his life, preventing him from feeling so bored. Afternoon. A luxurious Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of an upscale coffee shop. Su Liang got out of the car and stepped into the coffee shop. According to intelligence, Hua Jieyu came here every afternoon before work to enjoy coffee. His prey never escaped his grasp. He came to scout the place first. Wow, what a handsome, charismatic young man. A young girl exclaimed as soon as she entered the lobby. Realizing her lapse, she quickly covered her mouth. Swish, swish, swish. The coffee shop remained silent. The sudden outburst attracted the attention of 99% of the people in the lobby. Following her gaze, a tall, handsome young man walked in through the door. Wow, he's so handsome. Could it be another celebrity visiting Shanghai? Celebrity my foot. Have you ever seen a celebrity this handsome? I've never even seen him on screen, let alone without makeup. Sure, and his aura is unmatched by any celebrity. I really want to know who he is. Anyone want to ask him for me? Everyone was stunned by Su Liang's appearance. The cafe's decorum was instantly broken as whispers arose. At a window seat, Hua Jieyu sipped her coffee, gazing out the window. The bustling traffic on the street always brought her an unprecedented sense of peace. Hearing the sounds around her, she frowned slightly. She looked towards the entrance. Beautiful things always catch the eye. She was no exception. Seeing the incomparably handsome Su Liang, especially the gentle and refined air he exuded, Hua Jiayu was momentarily speechless. To her surprise, Su Liang walked towards her. He stopped beside her. "Is this seat taken?" Su Liang asked with a gentle smile. Seeing that warm, welcoming smile, Hua Jiayu froze again. "No, no." Coming to her senses, she quickly shook her head, stammering. She inwardly berated herself for being so useless. To be so easily captivated, was it true, as her best friend had joked, that she was thinking about men? Su Liang's smile widened, and he sat down next to her. The waiter came, and he ordered a coffee. His every gesture exuded a gentle and refined air. Then, he picked up a copy of The Three-Body Problem and began to read. He only picked up a book when he was trying to woo the female lead, to elevate his sophistication. He remembered the last time he read a book was. According to the information he had, Hua Jiayu enjoyed reading, and this was one of her favorites. As he read, he was captivated by the grand world building within. The universe is a dark forest, and every civilization is an armed hunter, lurking like a ghost within. In this forest, others are hell, an eternal threat. Any life that exposes its existence will be swiftly annihilated. Beside her, Hua Jiayu had been secretly observing him. They say a man is most handsome when he's serious, and Su Liang was certainly no exception. She could only see his handsome profile. Sunlight streamed through the window cracks, illuminating the pages of the book, a scene as beautiful as a poem. The rustling of the pages turning made her heart flutter. When she saw the book Su Liang was reading, she was momentarily stunned, then a strange joy welled up inside her. Because she worked as a designer and needed to find inspiration in books, she also loved reading. The Boundless Imagination of the Three-Body Problem was one of her favorite books. Seeing Su Liang reading it too, she felt a sense of closeness and blurted out, "You like the Three-Body Problem too?" She regretted asking as soon as the words left her mouth. They didn't even know each other. Asking like that was incredibly impulsive. This was so embarrassing. Hua Jiayu wished she could disappear into the ground. To her surprise, Su Liang actually responded, "I've been quite engrossed in this book lately, too. You like it too?" He made up a story with a straight face, then feigned surprise. "Yes, yes." Hua Jiayu nodded, then, noticing the dark forest concept on Su Liang's page, she asked with great interest, "What do you think of the dark forest theory in the book?" Su Liang smiled and spoke calmly. "Civilizations are constantly growing and expanding, but the total amount of matter in the universe remains constant." This was the original text's interpretation, from which he derived the dark forest theory, which he found very reasonable. Only the strong deserve to control more resources. The weak can only eke out a living, hiding themselves from discovery and enslaving themselves. Hua Jiayu's eyes lit up. She believed Su Liang was a true fan of the Three-Body Problem, and the conversation began. Chapter 114: The Adorable and Charming Flower. Why are the flowers so red? As they chatted about topics that interested them, Hua Jiayu became increasingly engrossed. The more they talked, the more astonished she became, frequently looking at Su Liang with newfound respect for his opinions and insights. After a casual conversation, when she looked at Su Liang, her eyes were filled with shock and a hint of admiration. Su Liang smiled. Everything was exactly as he had expected. Although this was his first time reading The Three-Body Problem, don't forget his photographic memory. Combined with what he had read before, he could easily impress the female protagonist. If aliens really exist in this world, I think I should be able to meet them. Su Liang uttered a meaningful sentence. His Galaxy Group only produced world-leading products. Skynet was also secretly collecting capable scientists, preparing for space exploration. But I wonder if there are any protagonists with advanced technology in this world. Hua Jiayu rolled her eyes, thinking Su Liang was joking. She was about to speak when she remembered she didn't know his name. She'd been so busy chatting that she hadn't had a chance to introduce herself. She smiled and extended her hand. "Hello, my name is Hua Jiayu. I don't know your name yet." "Su Liang." Su Liang also extended his hand. They shook hands lightly, then he withdrew his. Hua Jiayu seemed thoughtful. The name Su Liang sounded familiar, but she couldn't quite place it. The cool touch of his hand interrupted her thoughts. This was the first time she'd ever shaken hands with a man. For some reason, being with Su Liang, she had never felt so comfortable. There was also an unprecedented sense of security. It was easy for her to let her guard down. Su Liang smiled at this. Knowing the principle of moderation, he got up and left without hesitation. You can't be overly nice to women. Especially to women who are very guarded. If you keep trying to please them, they'll think you have ulterior motives and become even more protective of themselves. They might even think you're a simp and look down on you from the bottom of their hearts. It wasn't until Su Liang left and disappeared that Hua Jieyu realized what had happened. She slapped her forehead, feeling a pang of regret. I didn't even get his contact information. After leaving, Su Liang found Tang Xian, saying he'd come to see her after she finished her business. Tang Xian had changed out of her work clothes, wearing a shirt and pleated skirt, and stood prettily in front of him. While shopping, she kept clinging to Su Liang's arm, constantly acting cute and charming. If anyone who knew her saw this, they would be absolutely stunned. Was this still the ruthless, violent, and domineering woman they knew? After shopping together, they had a candlelight dinner, and then Tang Xian mysteriously took him to her home. Wow, so they were prepared all along. Seeing the various uniforms in the room, Su Liang laughed. They really don't know the meaning of death. Oh dear. Suddenly remembering something, she exclaimed. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, pausing his hand on her pigtails, and asked, What's wrong? Brother Liang, didn't you say you'd teach those two a lesson every day? I was having so much fun with you today, I forgot. Indeed, he had planned to slowly torture Lin Hao and plunder his villain points. Who would have thought his luck would be depleted so quickly? It wasn't worth much anymore. He was even planning to get the master and apprentice out and deal with them together sometime. Just leave it alone. Let them fend for themselves in jail. Su Liang thought for a moment and said. He believed that given the master and apprentice's nature, once they regained their strength, they wouldn't be content to remain imprisoned indefinitely. Without doing anything, they would come out on their own. How to get out? By escaping, of course. When they escape, it will be the time for their reunion. TSK. Isn't he a bit cruel? The protagonist, before his death, is made a wanted criminal, his reputation ruined. After being devastated and questioning his existence, Wu Zhe finally recovered 2 days later. One of his 2 money-making projects, the cryptocurrency, had inexplicably failed, but he had absolute confidence in the distillery. The cryptocurrency was gone, so be it. The distillery was a real business. Once he mastered the brewing method, its development was a sure thing. The rain stopped, the sky cleared, and he felt confident again. It was noon, having barely eaten for 2 days, his stomach was growling loudly. He considered whether to eat out or order takeout. As he pondered, his eyes lit up. Wasn't Chen Zhou, the big boss, a takeout delivery man? Mu Bai and Yi Xian were dead, and Lin Hao was arrested. He wondered how Chen Zhou was doing. Wu Zhe was somewhat uneasy, wanting to find him but also afraid of hearing news that he had met the same fate as those other big bosses. After some internal struggle, he decided to order takeout to see what Chen Zhou's current situation was. So, he went to the shop Chen Zhou frequently delivered to and bought a Longjiang braised pork trotter rice, indulging in a man's romantic gesture. In his memory, Chen Zhou was a rich second generation. He delivered takeout to experience life. Otherwise, how could he explain driving a Ferrari while delivering takeout? Although he couldn't invest in him, he could at least befriend him, just like Lin Hao. Unfortunately, he was arrested. Sigh, what a sad story. About an hour and a half later, a travel-worn young man knocked on the door. The young man was somewhat handsome, but he was panting and looked quite disheveled. After opening the door, he quickly handed over the food container. Your takeout. Seeing the familiar face, Wu Zhe immediately became excited, staring intently at him. Unexpectedly, he had only been trying his luck, but Chen Zhou had actually delivered the takeout. Seeing that the other party hadn't taken the takeout, Chen Zhou panicked and quickly apologized. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to be late, please don't give me a bad review. Wu Zhe couldn't help but sigh. See, this is what experiencing life is all about. This is what experiencing life is all about. It perfectly captured the mindset of a food delivery driver. Those rich kids who claim to be experiencing life, calling for connections the moment they encounter difficulties, are far inferior to Chen Zhou. Wu Zhe grabbed his hand, his eyes shining with admiration. Brother Chen, I admire your determination and perseverance immensely. Chen Zhou was completely dumbfounded. Seeing the strange light in his eyes and feeling his hand being held, Chen Zhou shuddered, on the verge of tears. No way, no way? He's just delivering food, how could he encounter such a gay guy? Would he threaten him with a bad review? Mr. Chen, you don't want a bad review either. Thinking this, Chen Zhou trembled violently. Men on top of men, a strong man locking a man, facing a man head-on. He shook his head repeatedly in his mind. Absolutely not. No matter how down on his luck he was, he couldn't give in, this was a matter of principle. He forced an awkward smile and used his other hand to brush Wu Zhe's hand away. Mr. Wu, you flatter me. Delivering every order is our duty as delivery drivers. He thought Wu Zhe was praising his determination and perseverance because of his delivery work. Wu Zhe immediately put his arm around his shoulder. Brother Chen, there's no need to be so formal with me, right? I know you're from a wealthy family. Feeling the hand on his shoulder, Chen Zhou almost cried. He wondered if he should just give in. After all, it's for a living, it's not shameful. But when he heard Wu Zhe's words, he was dumbfounded. What the hell? He's from a wealthy family? How come he didn't know? If he were from a wealthy family, would he be delivering food? Although he had fantasized that his parents were billionaires. The reason he's living in poverty now is actually to toughen him up. But that's not the point. Chapter 115 The Protagonist? The Chosen One? Just wipe them out. You've mistaken me for someone else. I'm just a poor guy, not some rich kid. Chen Zhou said with a mournful face. Brother Chen, aren't you being too polite? Do you know any poor guys who deliver food in Ferraris? Just admit it, I know you're experiencing life, I promise I won't tell anyone. Wu Zhe winked, put his arm around Wu Zhe's shoulder, and acted like they were best buddies. Chen Zhou vehemently admitted he couldn't take it anymore. He smiled on the outside, but cursed inwardly. After a tense struggle, he slunk away. The bad review didn't matter anymore, all he wanted was to get rid of this lunatic. Seeing that he still wouldn't admit it, Wu Zhe sighed, disappointed. However, he didn't intend to give up and decided to order more takeout from this restaurant to spend more time with Chen Zhou. Leaving the building, Chen Zhou let out a long sigh of relief. He cursed his bad luck inwardly. He hadn't checked the almanac before going out today, and ran into such an idiot. What else could he be but an idiot? Would a normal person imagine someone was a rich kid? Delivering takeout in a Ferrari? How brain dead does someone have to be to do something like that? He reached the roadside, mounted his beloved electric scooter, and suddenly stopped. He looked around warily. Because he had just heard a mechanical voice. Takeout system loading, 1%, 10%, 30%. Ding, loading complete, host, the takeout system is happy to serve you. Chen Zhou nervously looked around, no one was there to cause trouble. Then what was that voice? Suddenly, a possibility occurred to him, and his heart skipped a beat. Having enjoyed reading novels, he was naturally familiar with the concept of a system with cheat-like abilities. Could a system have appeared in reality? Was he the legendary Chosen One? The protagonist of Destiny? He became instantly excited and tentatively asked. System Daddy. Host, I'm here. Holy crap? It's real. Ha 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 ha. Chen Zhou was overjoyed. He wasn't paying attention and fell off his electric scooter, landing face first in the dirt. But he didn't care, excitedly waving his arms and legs, his mouth practically stretched to his ears. After the initial euphoria, he forced himself to speak. System Daddy, explain your functions. This system is a food delivery system. It will issue tasks from time to time. As long as the host completes the tasks, he will receive rewards such as money, items, and skills, aiming to make the host the most perfect food delivery person. Okay. Chen Zhou was overjoyed again. He didn't care what the job was. What's wrong with delivering food? As long as you have money, you can deliver food every day. Hurry up and post the task, I can't wait. You have a new order, please accept it promptly. Suddenly, his phone beeped with a food delivery order notification. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding, task posted. Please accept the order promptly, complete the delivery within the specified time, and obtain a 5-star review from the customer. Task completed, system reward, 100,000 renminbi. Task failed, system penalty, penis shortened by half. Holy crap! Earn 100,000 yuan just by delivering takeout? System, you're awesome. Seeing the reward for completing the task, Chen Zhou was overjoyed, his body trembling uncontrollably. However, when he heard about the penalty for failing the task, he was dumbfounded. This punishment is ridiculous. Delivering the takeout on time is one thing, but getting a 5-star review is another? What if he encounters a grumpy customer? He's doomed. The thought of his penis being half its original size sent chills down his spine, cold sweat poured down his back, and his scalp tingled. What's the difference between that and being a eunuch? He asked, pale-faced and trembling. System, can you change the task penalty? No, as a perfect delivery man, how can you be late or get a bad review? The system was unmoved, and Chen Zhou was helpless. He was afraid he'd lose his manhood if he kept going. He quickly accepted the order, hopped on his electric scooter, put it on the highest setting, and sped off. Bang bang bang. Chen Zhou, sweating profusely, knocked on the door. When the door opened, he immediately bowed deeply and respectfully handed over the takeout. Your takeout order. A chubby young man opened the door, glanced at the time, and looked somewhat bewildered. Less than half an hour. When did takeout delivery become so efficient? Thanks. After taking the takeout, the chubby young man thanked him and prepared to close the door, but Chen Zhou blocked his way. Brother, considering how dedicated I am, could you give me a 5-star review? Seeing his extremely disheveled state, the chubby young man thought that everyone has their struggles, and he always supported every dream. He immediately gave him a 5-star review. Ding, mission complete, reward 100,000 renminbi, please check your account. The system notification sounded, and Chen Zhou quickly took out his phone. Sure enough, 100,000 renminbi had arrived in his account. He jumped for joy. Ha ha ha. He's rich. Ding, mission issued. Mission complete, system reward, a Ferrari supercar. Mission failed, system penalty, permanent impotence. Chen Zhou was stunned. This system reward was great, a supercar for free. The penalty was really damn bad. Impotence already? Will he get a penis shrinking into his abdomen next? Fortunately, with his first successful attempt, he was highly motivated. Next, one more mission, 2 more. In one afternoon, Chen Zhou completed 4 missions. He received 100,000 renminbi, a Ferrari supercar, 200,000 renminbi, and basic driving skills respectively. Driving his Ferrari, feeling the breeze on his face, a smile played on his lips. This very afternoon, he had gone from nothing to the pinnacle of life. Delivering takeout in a Ferrari, it smells amazing. Just thinking about the astonished looks on everyone's faces. It's absolutely awesome, isn't it? Driving back to his rented apartment, he saw the instant noodles on the table and scoffed. Even a dog wouldn't eat that. From today onward, he would eat the most expensive food, drive the best cars, and sleep with the most beautiful women. Just as he was fantasizing about his future life of luxury, a knock came at the door. Reaching the door, he opened it, and a stunningly beautiful figure immediately came into view. Seeing that it was his landlady, Hua Jiayu, he practically drooled. He used to be too ashamed to even glance at such a beauty. Seeing her made him feel utterly inferior. Because Qin Zhou knew very well that such a beauty was beyond the reach of a nobody like him. It was like two straight lines that would never intersect, never meet. But everything was different now. He was a man with a system. He was the chosen one, his future limitless. Now, it wasn't women choosing him, but him choosing women. Seeing his lecherous look, Hua Jiayu frowned, a hint of disgust in her eyes. You haven't paid rent for 2 months. Sister Hua, I just found a job recently, and I haven't received my salary yet. I'll definitely pay you next month. Please be generous and make an exception. Chen Zhou said with a grin. It wasn't that he didn't have money, 300,000 yuan had just been deposited into his account. The reason for not paying rent was, of course, to have more contact with this stunningly beautiful landlady. Just imagine her coming to collect the rent every day. With more contact, wouldn't love blossom? Upon hearing this, Hua Jiayu's brows furrowed even more, her eyes filled with deeper disgust. She couldn't help but think of Su Liang she had seen that afternoon. One was a frivolous, loser-like figure. The other was refined and elegant, exuding the air of a young master from a wealthy family. The difference was like an insurmountable chasm, one was on the ground, the other on the heavens. Her expression was cold, and she said without any politeness. You said the same thing last month. Pay it now, immediately, or move out. Su's group. President's office. Su Liang was playing with his phone, looking at a message from his subordinate. After seeing Hua Jiayu at noon, he immediately placed someone near her, both to monitor and protect her. Chen Zhou. His gaze sharpened slightly. Originally, his subordinates hadn't planned to report on a tenant, but Chen Zhou was acting strangely. He couldn't even pay his rent before, and suddenly he was driving a Ferrari. They assumed some rich second generation had set his sights on the woman their master had his eye on, and dared not delay, so they quickly reported it. Attached was detailed information about Chen Zhou. Wu Zhe said he was a rich second generation, driving a Ferrari to deliver food, and suddenly muttered to himself as he was about to leave. After that, he started delivering food like crazy. The first time he delivered food, 100,000 renminbi was deposited into his account. The second time, someone delivered a Ferrari. Su Liang's eyes flickered. This Chen Zhou was undoubtedly a protagonist who had obtained a system. Such protagonists had too many unstable factors. Once he encountered one, he wouldn't show any mercy and would eliminate him directly. However, seeing what happened next, his interest grew. Chen Zhou was desperately delivering food, trying every possible way to get 5-star reviews from customers. Why 5-star reviews? Wouldn't there be no reward if he didn't get good reviews? Or was there some kind of system penalty? What if he couldn't complete the orders? Su Liang's expression was playful as he lightly tapped his fingers on the table. A mature idea was forming. Chapter 116. The protagonist was tortured. Su Liang lays a trap. Seeing Hua Jiayu's firm stance, Chen Zhou had no choice but to pay the rent. With the system at his disposal, his future was destined for greatness, at least owning a villa. For now, he'd just have to make do with renting. Actually, it wasn't really making do. He knew this stunning landlady was no ordinary woman. She wore designer clothes, drove luxury cars, and the apartment she rented him was the worst. She had several others. A definite heiress. If he could win her over, wouldn't he have both wealth and beauty? Chen Zhou knew very well that he was still far from it. This beautiful landlady wasn't one of those gold diggers. Winning her over wouldn't be so easy. He clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming. He resolved to take on more clients tomorrow and work hard to improve himself. Clearly rich but not paying rent. Hua Jiayu's impression of Chen Zhou worsened. She wasn't short of money. Renting out the apartment was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. It would give her an extra job and make her life more fulfilling. She never expected to encounter this kind of tenant. If it weren't for the contract, she would have definitely kicked them out. Time flew by. It was another brand new day. Chenjo got up early, dressed quickly, and hurried out the door. They say the early bird catches the worm. No, it's the early bird that gets the worm. He smiled, feeling full of energy. He no longer felt the listlessness he used to feel at the thought of going to work. Luckily, he got an order right away. Ding, task issued. Task completed, system reward, 100,000 renminbi. Task failed, system penalty, penis shortened by half. No matter how many times Chenjo saw the penalty for failing a task, he felt a chill run down his spine. The system was great in every way, except the penalties were too harsh. Fortunately, his successful experience yesterday meant he wasn't too worried. Without hesitation, he rushed to the shop to pick up his order. He tossed the takeout container to the passenger seat, got into his Ferrari, and started the engine. What's going on? Seeing an old man ride a tricycle past, Chenjo was completely bewildered. A sports car couldn't keep up with a tricycle? He quickly realized the problem. It wasn't that the other man was fast, but that his Ferrari was crawling alone. Getting out of the car, he was instantly furious. Who the hell let the tires out of my car? All 4 tires were flat. He was furious, anxious, and enraged. He still had to deliver food. Who the hell did this? Now wasn't the time to investigate. He quickly grabbed the takeout and hailed a taxi. Unexpectedly, while driving, a tire suddenly blew out. Helpless, he had to switch cars. Getting out and looking around, Chenjo was dumbfounded. Of all times, his tire blew out, and this was a particularly difficult spot to hail a taxi. Frustrated, he started flagging down cars on the roadside, hoping a kind soul would give him a ride. But no one paid him any attention. Brother, it's an emergency. I need to get to this place, my brother is about to give birth. Finally, a kind person appeared, and Chenjo, panting heavily, was somewhat incoherent. The thought of the consequences of failing the task sent chills down his spine. After getting into the car, he quickly checked the time. He still had half an hour before being late. It would only take about 10 minutes to drive there. He could still make it. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. But then, as expected, an unexpected event occurred. He got stuck in traffic halfway there. Chenjo was completely dumbfounded. He had driven this road countless times and had never encountered a traffic jam before, but today it was. As time ticked away, Chenjo became increasingly anxious. He gritted his teeth, got out of the car, and ran. He ran 7 or 8 kilometers in one go, almost collapsing from exhaustion. He was only kept going by the system's penalty of having half his penis, otherwise, he would have collapsed long ago. Upon arriving at the residential area, he was stopped by the security guard. After much pleading and giving the security guard a few hundred yuan tip, he finally got into the residential compound. Ding, host failed to deliver within the specified time, mission failed, punishment, penis halved. Thud. Chenjo's steps faltered, his body stiffened, and the takeout he was holding fell to the ground. Startled, he quickly pulled down his pants and looked down. Immediately afterward, a groundhog's howl rang out. No. The voice was mournful, pitiful, and filled with unparalleled terror. A sigh of relief escaped him, and he collapsed to the ground like a rag doll. Chenjo was completely distraught all morning. It wasn't until the afternoon, when the system told him that completing the mission would give him a chance to recover, that he regained his composure. His nightmare had only just begun. On his first delivery of the afternoon, an old man staged a car accident, grabbing him and preventing him from leaving, resulting in mission failure. On his second delivery, he encountered a gang fight and was mistaken for a gang member, getting beaten up, also resulting in mission failure. On his third, he was pulled over by the traffic police for speeding, resulting in mission failure. He also experienced 3 different punishments. Electric shock, giving him a taste of what it felt like just before transmigrating. His hair fell out completely, and touching his bald head, he questioned his existence. Becoming bald didn't make him stronger. Experiencing the pain of childbirth nearly killed him on the spot. After a day of torment, Shinjo lay weakly on his sofa at home, staring blankly at the ceiling. Looking completely broken. Why did it turn out like this? This is completely different from the treatment of protagonists in novels. He barely slept last night, already envisioning his future life script. Rising step by step with the system, becoming rich, acquiring various skills, and becoming the most awesome delivery guy. Marrying a beautiful and wealthy woman, reaching the pinnacle of life. Who would have thought this would happen? Because he failed to complete the task, he was tortured to the point of wishing he were dead by the system's punishment. Just thinking about the pain of childbirth made him tremble and spasm. What a piece of trash system! Not even a dog would want it. Ding host has been detected to have injured the system. Electric shock punishment mode activated. Holy crap? Shinjo regained his composure and quickly said, "System Daddy, I was wrong, please give me another chance." However, it was all useless, the system didn't respond. Buzz buzz buzz. Aha! Ding Shinjo's mentality explodes, villain value plus 999. Ding Shinjo questions his existence, villain value plus 999. Ding. At Lu Ruolan's house. Su Liang sat on the sofa, putting down his phone. He had already read Shinjo's message. He was certain that failing the mission would result in punishment. He had only casually sent someone to test him, he hadn't even taken it seriously yet, and this protagonist was already being tormented. It seemed that Shinjo's system wasn't very effective, posing no threat whatsoever. According to that system's punishment, he didn't even need to lift a finger, the protagonist would be driven to suicide in no time. To be on the safe side, Su Liang had twice as many people monitoring Shinjo as he had for other protagonists. If they detected the slightest abnormality, they would kill without hesitation. Then, his gaze fell on a nearby video. The scene in the video was a prison. It was midnight, and the prison was incredibly eerie. An old man and a young man used their strength to break the locks on two separate prison cells. After quietly emerging, they casually walked out of the prison. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that they were Lin Hao and his apprentice. They had escaped. Unbeknownst to them, Su Liang had already laid a trap, and the gates of hell were wide open for them. Chapter 117: A Reincarnated Immortal. Waiting for the master and disciple to walk into the trap. After escaping from prison, the master and apprentice didn't linger, quickly running in one direction. Wearing prison uniforms, they were too conspicuous to hail a taxi. Even on the run, they had to constantly avoid surveillance cameras. "Master, where are we going now?" Lin Hao asked as they ran. "We have to get abroad immediately. We need to find someone to help us. I saved his life before, and when I suggested dealing with the Su family, he always firmly supported me. He's reliable and trustworthy." Old Lin's heart was heavy. He chose to escape because he was forced into it, seeing no hope. Of his three brothers, he had the widest network of connections. He rallied everyone, and none of them wanted to antagonize the Su family. Even if his other two brothers came, it wouldn't make a difference. Moreover, he also learned from Lin Hao that he would be taken to a small, dark room every day for electrotherapy torture. After each electrotherapy session, he would be incredibly weak. Without medicine and acupuncture, he couldn't recover in a day. Before he could recover, the torture would continue, weakening them day by day. Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow, how many tomorrows there are? The jailer said the head policewoman was on leave for the past 2 days, which is why they narrowly escaped. They believed that once she returned, they, master and apprentice, would be persecuted again. That was true, Tang Xian had indeed taken 2 days off. As for why? It was because they had too much fun that night. They were weak but addicted. They were thoroughly subdued by Su Liang. Feeling a bleak future, old Lin gritted his teeth and decided to escape. The Su family's power in Kyushu was indeed immense. If they couldn't afford to offend them, couldn't they at least hide? Why not just go abroad? With their medical skills, master and apprentice could develop a vast network of connections in a few years. We'll take revenge on Su Liang and the Su family later. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Lin Hao understood his master's meaning and remained silent, tacitly agreeing. He felt extremely reluctant. What would happen to his 3 senior sisters and his fiancée, Lu Rulin, after they left? The thought of them being deceived by that hypocrite Su Liang forever tormented him. Even if they destroyed the Su family and returned in triumph years later, Lu Rulin's child would already be several years old, wouldn't it? Perhaps all 3 senior sisters would have children. Knowing what his little disciple was thinking, Elder Lin patted him on the shoulder. The situation forced us to this, there was no other way. At worst, we'll come back and kill Su Liang to avenge them. Lin Hao nodded heavily. Thinking of something, he asked with some worry. What if second master and third master come looking for us after we go abroad? Will Su Liang deal with them? So I'm going to inform them now and have them go abroad with us too. As he spoke, he casually snatched a young man's phone from the roadside. It was late at night, and the area they had chosen was sparsely populated. Plus, the two moved incredibly fast, like phantoms flashing by, and the young man wouldn't even notice them. This terrified the young man. This alley was already rather eerie and dark at night, let alone late at night. He usually walked this way while scrolling through videos of attractive women. Today, as usual, he logged into his app and opened a few videos of his favorite female streamers. But as he walked, his phone suddenly disappeared. He only felt a cold breeze pass by, and 2 dark shadows flashed by. The young man's legs trembled violently, and a terrified scream, like that of a groundhog, rang out. A ghost. Neither the master nor his apprentice paid any attention to the young man's reaction. Old Lin picked up his phone and dialed a number. The number you dialed is currently switched off. He tried another number, and received the same message. Old Lin's brows furrowed deeply, and his bad premonition grew stronger. At that moment, Lin Hao's weak voice rang out. Could second master and third master be on their way? Or have they already arrived in Shanghai and are looking for us? Old Lin hesitated before nodding. That possibility couldn't be ruled out. If they were still on the mountain, they definitely wouldn't have both of their phones turned off simultaneously if their disciples were in danger. If they were on their way, their phones ran out of battery along the way, and they hadn't had time to charge them upon arriving in Shanghai. That would make sense. But this reason still felt a bit far-fetched. Old Lin's brows furrowed. Suppressing his unease, he frowned in thought. Lin Hao was also somewhat worried. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he said, "We can ask someone to find out if second master and third master have arrived in Shanghai." Who? Wu Zhe. Old Lin suddenly understood. He remembered this young man quite well. When his disciple Lin Hao was seriously injured, he was the only one who went to the hospital to see him and even paid the medical bills. He even helped with the discharge procedures. If the second and third brothers had already arrived in Shanghai, they would definitely have asked Wu Zhe for help. As for why the second and third brothers would seek help from those big shots, why not them? 3 words: distrust. They might be betrayed the moment the call is made. Compared to those ungrateful wretches, Wu Zhe was more reliable. Immediately, Lin Hao took his phone and entered Wu Zhe's number. Wu Zhe was groggily awakened by the phone call. Who is it? It's me. The familiar voice came through, and Wu Zhe immediately perked up. Brother Lin, is it really you? Did your second master rescue you? Upon hearing this, the master and apprentice's expressions changed slightly. After exchanging a glance, Lin Hao quickly asked, "What second master?" Wu Zhe was speechless. Could this brother Lin have been imprisoned for 2 days and gone mad? Don't you have 3 masters? Elder Lin is your eldest master. Before he could finish, Lin Hao interrupted him abruptly. When did this happen? When did my second master contact you? Just 2 days ago, the afternoon Elder Lin was arrested. What did you say then? Lin Hao asked quickly. Your second master called to ask where you were, and I told him you and old Lin had been arrested. Oh, right, I was in a bad mood then, so I said a few things to your second master. Brother Lin, you have to put in a good word for me and ask him not to blame me. Beep beep beep. Wu Zhe's words were cut short when the call was abruptly ended. He was a little confused, tossed the phone aside, and went back to sleep. On the other side, both master and apprentice remained silent. The second and third masters had been in Shanghai for 2 days. They knew they had been arrested, but there had been no sign of a rescue attempt. They hadn't visited them in prison either. When they called, both their phones were switched off. The only explanation was his second and third masters had likely met with misfortune. While that might be a bit hasty, it was possible that something had delayed them. But that possibility was extremely slim. The master and apprentice exchanged a glance, as if they could see the intense unease in each other's eyes. I'm going to find second master and third master. Lin Hao felt increasingly uneasy and immediately wanted to turn back. Old Master Lin quickly stopped him. You mustn't go. He took a deep breath and said, whether second master and third master are all right or not, you can't go back. What you need to do now is go abroad. If they're all right, that's fine. But if something really happens, someone will avenge them later. Having said this, old Master Lin slowly closed his eyes. The three of them had been together for over a decade, considering each other confidants and even sworn brothers. Their bond was exceptionally strong. Knowing that his two brothers might be in trouble, he felt a deep pain. But there was no other way, the greater good came first. He couldn't watch Lin Hao risk his life. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze hardened. Lin Hao was finally persuaded, and the master and apprentice ran frantically, constantly dodging surveillance cameras. Finally, they arrived at a manor on the outskirts of Shanghai. This was the home of Lin Lao's old friend. Upon arriving at their destination, the two didn't breathe a sigh of relief. Instead, their hearts sank, and they stared intently ahead with grave expressions. On a stone chair in the manor sat a young nobleman. He was leisurely sipping tea while enjoying a massage from a stunningly beautiful woman in red. Moonlight bathed him. His incomparably handsome face, combined with his ethereal aura, made him appear like a celestial being descended to earth. The celestial nobleman took a sip of tea, slowly turned his head, and a playful glint appeared in his eyes. Finally here. We've been waiting for you for so long. Chapter 118. The protagonist unleashes his full power in a desperate situation? He's destined to die. After witnessing the master and apprentice's escape on the surveillance footage, Su Liang rushed over from Lu Rulan's house. He planned to ambush them. Unexpectedly, the two were so slow, they'd already drunk 2 cups of tea. Su Liang's appearance said it all. An ambush had been laid here long ago. They were probably doomed. Thinking that this was his old friend's house, old Lin couldn't help but ask. Where's Kong Xiang? What did you do to him? He knew this old friend well. He was the kind of person who wasn't afraid of power. Alone, unlike others who worried about their family's safety, the possibility of him betraying him was unlikely. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. You mean the owner of this manor? No, this manor is mine now. I should say, that old guy. What did I do to him? You might as well guess. Old Lin's heart sank, and he remained silent. He didn't want to play along with Su Liang's plan, to play some cat-and-mouse game. Without even guessing, he knew the worst was likely. Suddenly, Lin Hao's hysterical question rang out beside him. Su Liang, what have you done to my second and third masters? Old Lin was startled. Following his disciple's gaze, he then noticed 2 old Nokia phones on the stone table in front of Su Liang. They were his second and third brother's phones. He immediately glared angrily at Su Liang. Su Liang's gaze fell on Lin Hao. Wearing prison clothes, his face was pale, and he looked much thinner. It seemed he had suffered a lot in prison these past few days. And his luck was almost completely depleted. Having tested him with Yi Xian, Su Liang decided to squeeze the last bit of luck out of Lin Hao before killing him. He smiled slightly and said calmly, Isn't that obvious enough? They're practically half buried anyway, so I just saw them off. No need to thank me. What? The master and disciple were utterly shocked. Lin Hao felt an overwhelming pang of heartache. Memories of his 6 years on the mountain gradually flooded his mind. The idyllic paradise on the mountain, peaceful and serene, was his happiest time. His first master taught him medicine, his second master taught him martial arts, and his third master taught him musical instruments. Life was carefree, yet fulfilling. The 3 old men weren't related to him by blood, yet he treated them like his own grandfathers. Now, how could he accept being told that his second and third masters were dead? Ding Lin Hao's mentality collapses, villain value plus 1000. Ding Lin Hao's rage soars, villain value plus 1000. Ding! Lin Hao clenched his fists, his brows twitched, and veins bulged on his arms. His aura began to become unstable. His peak dark force realm showed a faint trend of breaking through. Although Elder Lin had already guessed, he still couldn't accept it when he actually received the news. He clutched his chest, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. At this moment, sensing the change in his disciple Lin Hao's aura, his thoughts were interrupted. His face was replaced by a look of astonishment. Is he about to break through to the transformation realm? A transformation realm expert at 23? He's not inferior to those martial arts prodigies, is he? Old Lin was somewhat surprised, but not much. Because he knew that the young master of the Su family, who was the same age as him, was already a transformation realm expert. Su Liang sat there, without exuding any aura. Yet the pressure he exerted was much stronger than that of the second son. He was very likely in the late transformation realm stage, or even stronger. Old Lin knew that this time, he and his disciple were likely doomed. He glanced at Lin Hao, his eyes flickering. This young disciple's talent in medicine and martial arts was unparalleled, perhaps even a once-in-a-century talent. If he could save him, he would gladly die. He was highly skilled in medicine, having read many medical texts. He knew a method to unleash human potential. The consequence is paralysis or sudden death after use. He decided to use that method later. A temporary breakthrough to the transformation realm wouldn't be a problem. He could then stop the two. With Lin Hao's speed, escaping shouldn't be a problem, right? He had some doubts. After all, he had never seen a powerhouse above the mid-stage of the transformation realm make a move. He didn't know how strong they were. Oh. Su Liang responded with an oh, somewhat surprised, yet it made sense. After all, as the protagonist, sudden power surges are normal. A wicked smile appeared on his face. He didn't interfere with Lin Hao, simply waiting quietly for his breakthrough. Lin Hao felt increasingly angry. His aura was also constantly increasing. Finally, reaching a certain threshold, a qualitative change occurred. He broke through. Early stage of the transformation realm. Su Liang, today I will avenge my 2 masters. With that, he stomped his foot on the ground, the immense force sending dust flying. He then prepared to charge and kill Su Liang. Old Lin realized something was wrong and quickly tapped his own body several times, activating his potential. His aura instantly broke through to the early stage of the transformation realm, and even showed signs of increasing. Just as he stepped forward to stop him, implementing his plan to let Lin Hao escape, a dozen figures suddenly appeared around them. Each of them exuded the aura of a transformation realm grandmaster. The terrifying aura coalesced, surging towards the master and disciple. Under this terrifying power, the 2 grandmasters fought with all their might, but could only keep themselves from kneeling. Lin Hao's idea of killing Su Liang was simply a pipe dream. Seeing his enemy right before him, yet being powerless to stop him, the feeling was indescribable. Lin Lao was utterly devastated. He hadn't expected Su Liang to have so many grandmaster-level experts around him. Now, thinking back, his escape plan was a complete joke. Faced with such absolute power, any schemes or calculations were utterly futile. Su Liang yawned. What did you say? I didn't quite catch it. Seeing his nonchalant expression, Lin Hao's eyes blazed with fury, his teeth clenched in anger. So that's what they were waiting for, not stopping his breakthrough earlier. Even if they wanted to see him break through, it wouldn't change anything. This is killing him psychologically. Damn it. If looks could kill, Su Liang would probably be reduced to ashes by now. Hiding behind someone's back is no skill. If you've got the guts, let's have a man's duel, a one-on-one fight. Had a clumsy attempt at provocation. Su Liang smiled disdainfully, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and spoke leisurely. Want to know how your third master died? He planned to appear before your third senior sister, but before he could even show himself, he was surrounded and beaten to death by more than a dozen grandmasters. Ding Lin Hao was filled with rage and hatred, villain value plus 1,000. Su Liang paused, then continued. As for your second master. With a flick of his wrist, a golden Desert Eagle pistol appeared in his hand. He examined the gun for a moment, then chuckled. He died by my gun. Tisk he was obsessed with martial arts his whole life, even neglecting his wife who ran off with someone else, and yet he died because of the technology he looked down on. It's ironic, really. Ding Lin Hao's rage soared, villain value plus 1,000. Seeing that only a sliver of his luck remained, Su Liang slowly raised his pistol. You should feel fortunate, I used the same methods on those two old folks. As he finished speaking, his hand pulled the trigger. With a bang, a golden bullet flew out. The bullet, with power comparable to an armor-piercing round, pierced through old Lin's chest, leaving a bloody hole. Master! Lin Hao stared blankly, unable to believe that his master had fallen before him. Put! Unable to withstand such a blow, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ding Lin Hao's mentality exploded, villain value plus 1,000. Ding! Seeing the last vestige of his luck vanish completely. Su Liang slowly moved the gun barrel, pointing it at Lin Hao. It's over. Lin Hao was dead. His chest exploded, dying alongside his master. In the end, Su Liang didn't even grant him his wish for a one-on-one duel. Lin Hao was too weak, not even worthy of his attention. Besides, a one-on-one duel? Wouldn't that be incredibly humiliating? Of course, the main reason was simply that he wasn't interested. What's the point of sparring with a man? Where's the fun in going to fight women and have children? The protagonist is dead, helping take care of his fiancée and 3 senior sisters is a must. Just got out of Lou Roland's place, time to find my 3 senior sisters and play mahjong. Chapter 119. The female lead is completely distracted. She's playing hard to get. Afternoon. Wu Zhe was sitting in front of his computer browsing the web. Days had passed, and he remained preoccupied with the disappearance of the cryptocurrency website. Based on information from his previous life, he tried to investigate the powerful figure behind the cryptocurrency website, the one manipulating events on Hwara Street. He couldn't find anything, absolutely nothing. That was for sure, a case involving hundreds of deaths wouldn't be publicized by the government. Inadvertently, he clicked on a news article. Shanghai Public Security Bureau issues notice, 2 criminals escaped from prison last night. The public is urged to actively provide clues. Idiot, what era are you living in? Still thinking about escaping? Go back, there are surveillance cameras everywhere. You try to escape, I'll chase you, I'll make sure you can't escape. Wu Zhe scoffed, preparing to close the web page. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He remembered the phone call Lin Hao had made last night. His tone had sounded strange. He and his master, weren't they arrested and taken to the Shanghai Public Security Bureau? Moreover, is escaping from prison something an ordinary person can do? They, master and apprentice, could do it. No way, could it be them? Wu Zhe's heart skipped a beat. He quickly scrolled down and, sure enough, saw photos of Lin Hao and his apprentice below. Holy crap! He couldn't help but curse, dumbfounded. It shouldn't be, it can't be. Lin Hao only attempted murder, not a capital offense. Cooperating with the investigation would be enough, right? And that master-apprentice too. You're just an unlicensed doctor, at most, you'll be released after a few days of re-education. Why would you need to escape? And what's the point of your connections? Show me the power you have against the Su family. You were arrested, so I guarantee you'll be released just as obediently, okay? The truth is, they, master and apprentice, escaped from prison. This was completely different from the invincible image Lin Hao had in his past life memories. The more awesome you are in your memory, the more ridiculous you are in reality. Mu Bai, who inherited billions, found his family bankrupt and he dead. Yi Xian, the stock market guru, squandered his fortune and became a beggar, his whereabouts unknown. Lin Hao, who should have been a force to be reckoned with, encountered setbacks at every turn, and now he's escaped from prison and wanted by the police. What kind of ghost was he reborn into? Meanwhile, Hua Jieyu walked into the coffee shop. Her gaze quickly swept across the lobby. Seemingly not seeing the person she wanted to see, disappointment crossed her face. Since yesterday, she had been arriving 10 minutes early and leaving 10 minutes late. All in the hope of seeing Su Liang again. It wasn't that she had fallen in love with Su Liang at first sight. She wasn't the naive, infatuated type. She just felt comfortable and relaxed chatting with Su Liang. Through their last chat, she was surprised to discover that Su Liang shared the same interests. Whenever she brought up a topic that interested her, he would always chime in, surprising her with his insightful remarks. Hua Jieyu felt a sense of regret for not having met him sooner. She still felt a little annoyed and regretful that she hadn't exchanged contact information last time. She ordered a coffee and sat down at the window seat. The location was the same, but her mood had lost its previous tranquility. Su Liang's appearance was like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, creating ripples. Just when she thought she wouldn't see him again today, Su Liang appeared. To her delight, Su Liang sat down beside her again, holding a book she also enjoyed reading. Oh, what a coincidence! As if only just noticing her, Su Liang exclaimed in surprise. A coincidence. Hua Jieyu's face lit up with a bright smile. Then, the two began talking again about the book Su Liang was holding. When discussing things that interested her, Hua Jieyu was enthusiastic. She didn't treat Su Liang like a stranger she had only met twice. Just as she was getting into it, Su Liang glanced at his watch and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Jieyu, some things came up at the company that I need to handle." He was just here to show his face. The conversation went quite well, deepening their relationship once again. What was once Miss Hua was now replaced by the affectionate Jieyu. Watching Su Liang's retreating figure as he walked out of the coffee shop, Hua Jieyu was somewhat stunned. She had never experienced a situation where, while talking to a man, she hadn't suggested leaving, and he had already gone first. Coming to her senses, she realized she hadn't asked for his contact information. She quickly got up and jogged after him. Hearing the footsteps behind him, a slight smile appeared in Su Liang's eyes. He was playing hard to get. He had thought this female lead would hold out for a couple more days, but she hadn't been able to resist. Just as Su Liang stepped out of the coffee shop, Hua Jieyu followed, calling out, "Su Liang, wait a minute." Su Liang paused. He turned around, a perfectly timed look of confusion appearing on his face. Well, we're friends now, right? I still don't know your contact information." Hua Jieyu's fingers twisted together, somewhat embarrassed. This was the first time she'd ever asked a man for his contact information. After saying it, she felt a little uneasy. After all, she had always refused without hesitation when others asked for her contact information. What if Su Liang refused her? She was clearly overthinking it, completely lacking the awareness of being the prey. How could Su Liang refuse his praise request? Okay. Hua Jieyu was pleasantly surprised. She quickly took out her phone, and the two began exchanging phone numbers. This scene was witnessed by passers-by, who were all dumbfounded. What did they see? A stunningly beautiful woman with an amazing figure actually came out and asked a man for his contact information. Seeing the beautiful woman throwing herself at him, a young man said enviously, "I've been single for 24 years, when will a pretty girl finally come along and we can be together?" Who isn't? I don't have high standards, I don't care about looks, as long as she's a woman. Another young man nodded in agreement. A middle-aged man standing nearby chimed in. I don't care if it's a woman, as long as she's pretty. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone around him turned to look at him, some with disgust, some with reverie, and some with a gleam in their eyes. Don't misunderstand, I'm really not Nantong. The middle-aged man panicked and quickly explained. But his explanation only made the crowd's gazes more uneasy. Just then, a food delivery driver rode by on his electric scooter, saw the scene, and crashed into a pillar. Getting up, he quickly looked in the direction of Su Liang and Hua Jieyu. Who else could it be but Qin Zhou? His temper flared, he stood up again. What kind of child cries every night? Yesterday must have been just bad luck. Today, he continued delivering food, and the trouble continued. Either he encountered various problems and failed to deliver the food, resulting in a failed delivery. Or he delivered the food, but the customer gave him a bad review, resulting in another failed delivery. The more he failed the missions, the more determined he became to accept more. He had to get back everything he'd lost. Fortunately, his miserable state seemed to have caught the system's eye, and the punishment was lessened. Just now, as he passed by, he caught a glimpse of his beautiful landlady with a man. He lost focus and bumped into a pillar. Ding host failed to deliver within the specified time, mission failed, reward, a green hat. Chapter 120 Su Liang, I haven't even gotten serious yet, and you're already giving up? His beautiful landlady was the woman he had his eye on. He even fantasized about rising through the ranks using the system, marrying a rich and beautiful woman, and reaching the pinnacle of life. Now, seeing her with a man, Qin Zhou's heart ached. Hearing the system notification, he was instantly furious. Being rewarded with a green hat at this time, who the hell is this implying? But having learned his lesson from being punished for arguing with the system before, no matter how much resentment he felt, he could only endure it. Ding task issued. Please accept the order promptly, complete the delivery task within the specified time, and obtain a 5-star review from the customer. Task completed. System reward, 100,000 renminbi. Task failed, system punishment, 1 week of cross-dressing. Qin Zhou was numb. He really wanted to go and stop the beautiful landlady and that guy. But the thought of the punishment for failing the task sent chills down his spine. He dressed as a woman for a week, and now he's not delivering food anymore? He didn't want to be seen as a pervert. He picked up his electric scooter and saw a green hat inside. Tearfully, he took off the hat covering his bald head and rode away on his beloved scooter. As for why he didn't drive his Ferrari? Some damned bastard stole all 4 tires. That's inhuman. Ding Qin Zhou has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 666. Ding Qin Zhou's mentality has collapsed, villain value plus 888. Ding. Watching Qin Zhou's dejected departure, Su Liang withdrew his gaze, his expression somewhat strange. He thought system-based protagonists would be the most troublesome, but the first one he encountered was so easy to deal with. He didn't even need to lift a finger, and the protagonist was already on the verge of collapse, his luck dwindling. 5 p.m. Shanghai International Airport. A young man with an ordinary face, deep-set eyes, and a composed demeanor walked out of the airport. Standing by the roadside, he took a deep breath. 5 years. I, Jiang Tianxi, have finally returned. Those who hurt me, those who forced me, are you ready? A fleeting look of gloom crossed his face, quickly replaced by boundless tenderness. Wanqing, 5 years ago I couldn't protect you and your daughter. Now I'm back, and I will never let you suffer any more harm. Thinking of that beautiful yet gentle woman, Jiang Tianxi's heart trembled. Years ago, Su Wanqing approached him, asking him to lie, to claim her boyfriend was getting married. Although it was a lie, just a transaction. But he took it seriously. He would never forget the day the Su family forced him out. At that time, Su Wanqing had just adopted Xiao Xiao. Under the Su family's pressure, it was hard to imagine how difficult life would be for the mother and daughter. He could do nothing but writhe in impotent rage. After being driven out of the Su family, he entered the underworld, enduring daily battles. Whenever he felt he couldn't bear it anymore, he would think of his mother and daughter, which gave him the strength to persevere. Therefore, after he carved out a place for himself in the underworld and led 3,000 brothers to establish the temple of the war god, his first priority was to return and find Su Wanqing and her daughter. Although they had no connection whatsoever, and barely even knew each other, he felt a deep sense of indebtedness and wanted to make amends. He took out his phone and checked his messages. According to intelligence from the War God Temple, Su Wanqing was heading to a hotel for dinner. Looks like they're doing quite well. Jiang Tianxi smiled and hailed a taxi driver to the Shanghai International Hotel. As one of the few five-star hotels in Shanghai, it always upheld a customer-first service philosophy, providing every guest with the highest level of enjoyment. Screech! The taxi stopped in front of the hotel. Jiang Tianxi got out. Su Wanqing hadn't arrived yet, so he decided to wait there for a while and think about how to surprise her. He touched a delicate little box in his pocket. Inside was a ring worth millions. That's right, he was going to propose to Su Wanqing. 5 years ago it was a fake marriage, now he's going to make it real. Jiang Tianxi. Just as he was thinking about meeting Su Wanqing later, a slightly hesitant voice sounded beside him. He turned his head in confusion. It was a rich second-generation heir in a suit, tie, and shiny leather shoes, with a beautiful woman on his arm. It really is you, you country bumpkin. The rich second-generation heir sized him up. Seeing his cheap clothes, he immediately sneered disdainfully. I haven't seen you at several class reunions. I thought you'd died somewhere. What brings you to the reunion today? Probably just here to freeload. The beautiful woman in his arms spoke with equal disdain. Upon hearing this, the rich second-generation heir kissed her hard on the cheek. Great, you've even learned to answer first. Xiao Chen, if I remember correctly, this guy pursued you back in college, right? He suddenly asked with a hint of wicked humor. A toad trying to eat swan meat, I'd rather die than even look at that poor bastard. Being liked by him is disgusting. Young Master Chang is my Prince Charming. After mocking Jiang Tianxi, the beautiful girl called Xiaoqian couldn't help but act coquettishly. This made the rich second generation feel extremely proud. He hugged the girl tighter, looking at him smugly. Jiang Tianxi, do you want me to tell you what swan meat tastes like? So delicious. The two of them were exchanging barbs, and Jiang Tianxi frowned slightly. A distant memory surfaced in his mind. The two were his college classmates. This young playboy was named Chang Su, from a family with hundreds of millions in assets, the rich second generation in their class. The beautiful girl's name was Gao Xiaoqian, and she was the class beauty. He had indeed secretly loved her for a long time and had even mustered the courage to confess. The result, of course, was a merciless rejection. He was even ridiculed mercilessly. Unexpectedly, he saw them as soon as he returned. It seemed like some kind of class reunion was taking place here. Since you're here, let's go in together. Don't let people find out that I wouldn't even let my classmates come over for a meal, and they'll say I'm not being a good classmate. After saying that, Chen Su, arm in arm with Gao Xiaoqian, the class beauty, laughed heartily and walked into the hotel. Jiang Tianxi's lips curled into a cold smile as he followed. Why did he give up his position as the lord of the War God Temple and return? Besides taking care of Su Wanqing and her daughter, he wanted to make those who bullied him 5 years ago pay 100-fold. Su Wanqing hadn't arrived yet, so he might as well take advantage of the time to teach this guy a lesson. Chapter 121 The God of War returns, but his wife and daughter have fallen into another man's arms? Chang Su had put a lot of thought into organizing this class reunion. He booked a luxurious private room at a 5-star hotel. They went up to the 5th floor. When they arrived at the room, most of their classmates had already arrived. Upon seeing them, the noisy room gradually quieted down. A chorus of flattery quickly followed. Look who's here. Isn't that our young Master Chang? What young Master Chang? Brother Chang has already taken over the company and is the general manager. From now on, we should call him President Chang. That makes sense. I've heard that the class beauty and President Chang are together. Seeing them today, they really are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Hearing the flattery from his classmates, Chang-su was quite pleased. Why did he spend money and effort to organize this class reunion? Wasn't it all for this moment of showing off? If he didn't show off, what was the difference between him and someone who wore fine clothes in the dark? He waved his hand and said, "We're all old classmates, no need to be so polite. Look who's here today." He pulled Gao Shaoqian aside and pointed to Jiang Tianxi behind him. Upon seeing him, no one recognized him at first. 5 years for many, nothing had changed. But for Jiang Tianxi, the changes were earth-shattering. Holy crap! Isn't that so-and-so? What's his name again? Jiang Tianxi, I almost didn't recognize him. Remember he was our class monitor? We haven't seen him since graduation. I thought he'd made his fortune and cut ties with us old classmates. Looks like he's not doing so well after all. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Most of the comments were mockery and disdain towards Jiang Tianxi. They knew Jiang Tianxi and Chang Su didn't get along, and they knew which side to take. This was reality. The mocking voices around him didn't affect Jiang Tianxi at all. 5 years of life-or-death struggles had long since dulled his composure. At this moment, one of Chang Su's henchmen stepped forward. He held 2 glasses of liquor and approached Jiang Tianxi. "Class monitor, it's been 5 years since graduation, and we've had 3 reunions, but you never came. It wouldn't be right if you didn't punish yourself with a drink today, would it?" The henchman offered the glasses, a forced smile on his face. The glasses contained high-proof vodka. 1 glass would definitely make this guy, who hardly drinks, look foolish. Seeing his ill intentions, Jiang Tianxi's lips curled into a smile. Drinking? He'd never been afraid of anyone. Want to mess with me? Then I'll play along. He shrugged and said with a smile, "I've been away for some time these past few years, neglecting the messages in the class group chat. That was my fault. To show your apology, 1 glass isn't enough, is it?" Everyone was surprised by his words. Is this guy out of his mind? Can't he see he's being pranked? Are you serious? Then, to their astonishment, Jiang Tianxi went straight to the dining table, picked up an unopened bottle of high-proof vodka, opened it, and downed it in 1 gulp. Holy crap, he chugs vodka straight from the bottle? Is he crazy? Jiang Tianxi quickly finished the bottle, his face expressionless. The private room erupted in an uproar. Everyone's gaze towards him changed. If you wanted to target him, you definitely couldn't challenge him to a drinking contest. Damn, he can drink like a maniac. Who could handle that? Not far away, his lackey was also completely stunned. He wanted to see someone else make a fool of themselves, but the clown turned out to be him? Jiang Tianxi remained calm, as if he had done something insignificant. Making a fuss over nothing. Isn't this basic stuff? When he was drinking with his brothers in the underworld, didn't he always chug bottles one after another? Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw several figures walking by, and his expression changed drastically. Su Wanqing. He remembered her well, he couldn't be mistaken. However, she was now with a man, chatting and laughing all the way. The man was holding a little girl in his arms. That was Su Wanqing's daughter, and presumably his own daughter. Jiang Tianxi was dumbfounded. The war god had returned, ready to make up for his regrets and take care of his wife and daughter, only to find that they were already in someone else's arms? Noticing the change in his expression, everyone couldn't help but wonder and followed his gaze. It's Su Wanqing, the school beauty. Someone recognized Su Wanqing and exclaimed in surprise. Back in their year, Su Wanqing was the only school beauty, possessing unparalleled charm and countless suitors. If Gao Shaoqian, the class beauty, was the object of their fantasies, Su Wanqing was an unattainable goddess. The difference between the two was like an insurmountable chasm. I heard about Su University's campus belle getting married not long after graduation, and then rumors of her having a child. I never quite believed it, but now it seems it's true. Wow, is that man her husband? He's so handsome. No wonder Su University's campus belle had a child for him. I'd be willing too. Would be willing my foot. That adorable little girl, is that their daughter? She's so cute. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Jiang Tianxi could no longer maintain his composure. Anger began to rise. Su University's campus belle's husband was him. Xiao Xiao wasn't her daughter, she was adopted. These people knew nothing and were just spouting nonsense. He felt like he was being cuckolded. Equally emotionally charged was Chang Su, who had originally planned to watch the drama unfold. Not because of Su University's campus belle, but because of the man beside her. The eldest son of the Su family. A storm raged within him. Who was Su Wanqing's man? It had always been a mystery. Unexpectedly, it was young Master Su. His expression shifted, hesitating whether to go and greet Su Liang. After thinking it over, he decided against it. It wouldn't be good to disturb this family of three. If he angered young Master Su, it would be a loss. Seeing a man with the mother and daughter, Jiang Tianxi had no desire to continue playing with his classmates. He quickly came out and saw Su Wanqing and her family enter a VIP room. He swiftly went to the door, raised his hand, and prepared to push it open. A long pause passed, but his hand remained motionless. His expression shifted constantly, a mixture of anger, tension, and fear. He feared that if he went in, he would learn that Su Wanqing had acted voluntarily. For 5 years, he had fought in the underworld, and every time he was on the verge of despair, he would remember his wife waiting for his return. Su Wanqing had become his obsession. He had sworn to protect her and their daughter from harm for the rest of his life. If she had been forced, he would not hesitate to mobilize the entire War God Temple and summon 3,000 soldiers to avenge Su Wanqing. But if she said it was voluntary, Jiang Tianxi felt he would collapse. Just now, they seemed to be laughing and talking, not like they were being forced. As he hesitated at the door, wondering whether to go in, the door to the VIP room opened. A little girl emerged. Jiang Tianxi's eyes lit up. It was Su Xiaoxiao. Since it's inappropriate to ask Su Wanqing directly, why not ask this daughter first? Chapter 122. She's been cuckolded. A little solid evidence. The shy female lead. Jiang Tianxi took a pink box out of his pocket. Upon opening it, he found various kinds of chocolates inside. These were originally prepared for his daughter, but now he had to take them out ahead of time. Su Xiaoxiao happily closed the door. She was 5 years old this year, no longer a 3-year-old child, and wanted to be a good daughter who created opportunities for her mother. Just as she was about to take a stroll outside before going back, someone suddenly blocked her way. Her delicate, silkworm-like brows furrowed slightly. "Hello, little friend." Jiang Tianxi crouched down, offering what he thought was a gentle smile. Suddenly, a face appeared before her, and Xiao Xiao jumped in fright. "Ugly monster, don't come any closer." Jiang Tianxi. His lips twitched, and he touched his nose, utterly embarrassed. Am I really that ugly? Look how scared he's made his daughter. To be honest, he wasn't ugly, just not strikingly handsome. His looks were average, the kind that grows on you. Su Xiaoxiao's reaction was only because she'd been thinking about Su Liang, and Jiang Tianxi's face suddenly appeared before her. That's why she reacted so strongly. No comparison, no harm. Compared to Su Liang, he was indeed ugly. Children say the darndest things, children say the darndest things. Jiang Tianxi could only console himself with this thought. This time, he didn't approach, but kept a small distance and said, "Little friend, can I ask you a few questions? If you answer them, this box of chocolates is yours." Su Xiaoxiao's mind was far more mature than her peers. Remembering her mother's words, she knew not to accept anything from strangers, they were all scammers. "Humph, trying to fool me? Wait till I get my brother and teach you a lesson." Thinking this to herself, she maintained an innocent expression. She stared at the chocolate and said, Okay, ask away." Seeing Xiaoxiao's adorable face, Jiang Tianxi's heart melted, and he couldn't help but sigh. How could such a cute daughter have any bad intentions? Thinking that he hadn't even held his own adorable daughter yet, and that guy had held her. His face darkened. Taking a deep breath, he asked. Uncle's asking you, who was that person who just held you? Xiao Xiao proudly replied, he's my brother. Jiang Tianxi was dumbfounded. Isn't Xiao Xiao an orphan? Where did she get a brother? Could he be from the Su family? Even if they're Su Wanqing's relatives, their relationship shouldn't be this intimate. He just saw them holding hands. He immediately voiced his doubts. Su Xiaoxiao looked at him as if he were an idiot. Mom and brother holding hands, isn't that normal? In her opinion, it was indeed normal. She'd seen much closer things. What was holding hands? Jiang Tianxi was dumbfounded. Is this normal? Not normal at all. After a pause, he continued. How does that guy treat you and your mother? Has he bullied you? That was the key question he wanted to ask. Even his usually calm heart began to race with unease. To his surprise, Xiao Xiao looked displeased upon hearing this. What? That guy? If you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. He's my brother. Seeing his daughter so protective of an outsider, Jiang Tianxi felt a pang of heartache. However, Xiao Xiao's next words caused his heart to explode. My brother is a very good person, he takes good care of me and Mom, but sometimes when my brother comes to our house, I can always hear noises coming from Mom's room. But I can tell from the noises that Mom is happy, so that shouldn't be considered bullying, right? Her little head was filled with immense confusion. He could only come to this conclusion. Jiang Tianxi was stunned, as if struck by lightning. Xiao Xiao didn't know what that was, but how could he not? Before, he had only speculated about the relationship between the two. Now that Xiao Xiao had said it, it was undeniable. His wife has already left him for someone else. Ding. Jiang Tianxi's mentality collapses, villain value plus 999. Jiang Tianxi, what are you doing? Just then, an angry shout rang out from behind. A group of people surrounded him. It was a group of classmates, led by Chang Su, the one who had just reprimanded him. Jiang Tianxi hadn't returned after leaving the private room, so they came out to check. What they saw was appalling. He was actually teasing a little girl with a box of chocolates, looking every bit like a child trafficker. This terrified Chang Su. He recognized the little girl as Su Wanqing and young Master Su's daughter. If anything happened, they would all be doomed. After the anger came ecstasy. Was he protecting young Master Su's daughter? Indirectly getting involved with him? He couldn't miss this opportunity to befriend Su Liang, so he blurted out. Jiang Tianxi, I mistook you for someone else. I never imagined you were this kind of person, even deceiving little girls. The classmates pointed and whispered among themselves. He left in such a hurry just now, I was wondering what he was doing, but I never expected him to be here deceiving little girls. You guys said he couldn't contact anyone for the past 5 years, could he have been doing something illegal? Like being a child trafficker. He doesn't have any strange fetishes, does he? Jiang Tianxi ignored the surrounding mockery. He still couldn't accept the fact that his beloved wife had been taken by someone else. Seeing this, Su Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity to slip into the private room. Seeing her mother and Su Liang, Su Wanqing smiled and opened her arms to her daughter, but Xiaoxiao immediately threw herself into Su Liang's arms. Brother, I just met a strange person. Su Liang's eyes flashed, and he asked, feigning confusion. What happened? In reality, based on the clues in his mind, he already roughly knew what had happened. Xiao Xiao immediately recounted everything that had happened at the door. Beside her, Su Wanqing listened curiously. Hearing her own voice mentioned, she immediately blushed crimson. She lowered her head, almost burying it in her breasts. It was too shameful for Xiao Xiao to hear this. She looked up, giving Su Liang a somewhat resentful glance. Su Liang returned a look that said, "You couldn't control yourself." Su Wanqing was angry, ashamed, and anxious. How could she control herself when it was so intense? Since that's the case, let's go see what's going on with this strange person. Su Liang's eyes gleamed with amusement as he spoke with a playful tone. Next, there's another good show to watch. Chapter 123, The God of War's Impotent Fury. Those top powers. At the entrance to the private room, the crowd was still hurling insults at Zhang Tianci, hurling a torrent of profanities. This scene caught the attention of a waiter, who, thinking a fight was about to break out, immediately called security. Soon after, a group of security guards, batons in hand, stormed in. Seeing the crowd causing trouble outside the VIP private room, the lead guard was furious. The VIP private room was reserved for their hotel's most prized guests. It was exclusively for the powerful and influential. Even with a lot of money, one couldn't necessarily dine there. Like the rich second-generation Chang Su, who spent a fortune to book only a VIP room. Getting into the VIP private room was impossible. Even his father's qualifications were questionable. If this group of people disturbed the enjoyment of the guests inside, he, the security captain, would lose his job. Chang Su's eyes lit up when he saw them, and he ordered, "Arrest him. He was just deceiving a little girl inside. I suspect he's a human trafficker." The security captain approached with a grim face, ready to throw them all out. When he saw the young master of the Chang family at the head of the group, his expression softened slightly. He remembered this rich second generation who frequently dined there. However, after hearing Chang Su's words, the security captain felt a chill run down his spine. A human trafficker? He was going to abduct the little girl in the VIP room? He couldn't help but shudder, his heart sinking. If that person really was a human trafficker, then he had failed in his supervision, letting her in. He'd be finished. Even if the trafficker hadn't succeeded in abducting her, his job was over. Unemployment was a relatively good outcome. It all depended on the attitude of the person in the VIP room. If they took their anger out on him because of this, he wouldn't even know how he died. He had never doubted the power of the guests who could enter the VIP room. Arrest him. The security guards behind him understood the seriousness of the situation. A group of people stepped forward to subdue him. Zhang Tianci finally snapped out of his daze. Seeing several people pulling and tugging at him, he frowned immediately. "What are you doing?" A faint killing intent emanated from him, immediately intimidating the men. The wrath of the God of War can cause millions to die. This saying was widely circulated in the underworld, and it wasn't just empty talk. Bang! Having intimidated everyone, Zhang Tianci straightened his disheveled clothes, appearing quite dashing. Suddenly, a police baton struck him directly on the head. The security captain kept wiping away cold sweat. The thought of the angry guests in the VIP room filled him with dread. Seeing the trafficker still resisting, he was instantly enraged. "It's all this bastard's fault." Without a word, and disregarding the consequences, he grabbed his baton and smashed it down on the man's head. "What?" Zhang Tianci was stunned. Not because the baton had stunned or hurt him. In fact, that amount of force wouldn't even be enough to break through his defenses, even for a grandmaster of internal energy. It was because he had been struck by a mere mortal. Since becoming a grandmaster of internal energy, no one had ever beaten him, he was the one bullying others. Because he was invincible in every battle, unmatched by anyone, he was hailed as the God of War. Later, he led 3,000 brothers to establish the Hall of the God of War, his power growing ever stronger. Countless people spoke with trepidation in his presence. Back in the city, he lowered his guard, still reeling from being cuckolded. Plus, his aura intimidated these people, leaving them unprepared. A series of factors led to his carelessness, he failed to dodge. After regaining his senses, Zhang Tianci was enraged. The God of War cannot be insulted. Even the ignorance of mortals is unacceptable. A powerful aura surged from him, quickly enveloping everyone in the hall. Killing intent permeated the air. Everyone felt a tightness in their chests, difficulty breathing. Just as he was about to teach these people a lesson, with a click, the door to the private room was opened. Su Wanqing's image, etched into his very bones, came into view. Jiang Tianxi's spirits lifted, his bloodshot eyes regained their normal color, and he quickly withdrew his imposing aura. He felt a lingering fear. Just now, he felt as if he had returned to a battlefield in the dark world, experiencing a sudden urge to kill. This was battlefield syndrome. This was also one of the reasons he returned to the city, far from the battlefield. The others' feelings were only momentary, and they initially thought it was an illusion. Once they returned to normal, they acted as usual, still glaring angrily at Jiang Tianxi. Several security guards, remembering their orders, restrained him. He didn't resist, his gaze fixed on Su Wanqing. She was still stunningly beautiful, her demeanor still dignified and elegant. However, compared to 5 years ago, she possessed a mature, womanly charm. At this moment, she held Xiaojiao's small hand, while Xiaojiao's other hand held Su Liang's. They looked like a family of 3. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tianxi's heart ached. For years, he had always considered Su Wanqing his wife. After returning, he planned to give her a better life, only to find she had become someone else's. She was more like a wife than a wife. It was even more intense than being cuckolded. And yet, his wife had consented, they had never had any real relationship. He couldn't find a reason to vent his anger. That feeling of anger coupled with helplessness was indescribable. Ding Jiang Tianxi's impotent rage, villain value plus 999. Seeing Su Liang appear, Chang Su stepped forward, speaking obsequiously. Young Master Su, I saw him using a box of chocolates to tempt this child. I suspected he had ulterior motives, so I came out to stop him. The security captain followed closely behind. He hadn't expected that the person in this VIP room was actually the eldest son of the Su family. He had to handle this situation properly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as just losing a job. Young Master Su, I'm truly sorry. It was our negligence in supervision that allowed this human trafficker to enter. Now we've arrested him, and he's at your disposal. Oh. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, sizing up this returning war god with a somewhat amused expression. Information about the war god temple in the dark world surfaced in his mind. The Skynet regularly aggregated and reported information from around the world. He would browse through it whenever he had free time. These memories were stored in his mind thanks to his photographic memory. He could access them at any time if he wanted. War God Temple, established 3 months ago, active in the Middle East battlefield, approximately 3,000 people. War God Jiang Tianxi, mid-stage transformation realm, with 4 generals under his command, all at the peak of Dark Realm. After reviewing this information, Su Liang was somewhat disappointed. Don't be fooled by the imposing name of the War God Temple, or its renowned reputation in the Dark World. Their actual strength was quite average. They were completely incomparable to the top forces in the Dark World. It was like those nouveaux riches. After acquiring wealth, they flaunted it wildly, as if afraid others wouldn't know. Those who are truly wealthy never talk about how much money they have. The assets they've exposed are merely what they want the world to see. Take the Su family, for example, which claims assets are worth hundreds of billions. Is it really only hundreds of billions? The underworld is the same. Truly powerful forces never flaunt their strength. They don't reveal their true power, remaining hidden in the shadows. When they strike, it's swift and decisive. They deliver a fatal blow to their enemies. For example, the underworld, the 7 deadly sins, the Azura Palace, the Temple, Eden, the Sanctuary. And of course, there's his heavenly net. It's a miracle that the War God Temple, so audacious as it is, hasn't been purged yet. He scared my sister, so let's beat him up to vent our anger. Chapter 124: Su Liang's terrifying intimidation. The protagonist becomes a laughingstock. The security captain was secretly pleased upon hearing this. Judging from young Master Su's tone, he didn't intend to pursue the matter further. All he needed to do was beat this human trafficker. Immediately, he ordered his men to act without hesitation. I'm not a human trafficker. Jiang Tianxi tried to explain, seeing their accusations. They said he was abducting someone? What a joke! Besides, that was his daughter, okay? However, the security guards wouldn't listen to him. Two restrained his hands, while the others picked up batons and began to beat him. Jiang Tianxi felt a chill in his heart. His anger surged, but he forcefully suppressed it. Now, his rage was boundless. If he didn't control himself, these people would all die. He returned to the city to escape the battlefield and slowly erode his wartime syndrome. If he killed someone, he would only be able to return to the underworld. This wasn't what he wanted to see. In the brief moment he hesitated, a dozen blows landed on him. Though they didn't break his defenses, he felt a sense of humiliation. Enough. He had reached his limit, there was no more room for restraint. Jiang Tianxi erupted again. He easily knocked several people to the ground. However, he was careful not to injure any vital organs. He didn't want to end up in jail. Even if he called the police, it would only be considered self-defense. He was quite clear-headed about this. In the underworld, you can kill however you want. But this is the city, you must obey the law. Su Liang was slightly surprised. His earlier threat of beating them up was meant to humiliate Jiang Tianxi, a grandmaster of internal energy. If he suddenly attacked and killed them, or beat them beyond repair. Then let's move on to the next protagonist. The god of war returned, but was executed for killing someone. That's interesting. It seems this god of war isn't as brainless as in the novels. That was just a casual remark, it doesn't matter if it didn't succeed. Let's play it out slowly. Hopefully, we can come up with something new and provide him with some fun. Don't let him fail too quickly like the previous protagonists. After defeating a group of security guards, Jiang Tianxi looked at Su Liang, his anger rising. It's this guy. He somehow tricked Su Wanqing into cheating on him. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his murderous intent and said, "No matter who you are, from now on, leave Wanqing and Xiao Xiao." Su Wanqing's eyes flickered slightly. She felt a sense of familiarity when she saw this person earlier, a feeling of déjà vu. Until she heard those words, she remembered. It's him. The man she lied about marrying 5 years ago to escape an arranged marriage. What was his name again? Jiang Tianxi, I think. Su Xiaoxiao was somewhat confused. She didn't understand why this strange man would bring up her and her mother. Su Liang remained unmoved, a smile on his face, maintaining his usual gentle and refined demeanor. Before he could say anything, Changsu couldn't hold back any longer, pointing at Jiang Tianxi and shouting. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to young Master Su like that? Kneel down and apologize right now. He was overjoyed. Just as he was figuring out how to impress young Master Su, a complete idiot popped up. That's right, in his eyes, Jiang Tianxi was a total fool. He really didn't know what he was thinking, daring to offend young Master Su. Fine. Before he dies, let him gain some goodwill in front of young Master Su, consider it making use of his trash. That's right, Jiang Tianxi, what's your background? Quickly apologize to young Master Su. You're incredibly stupid. Think before you speak. What kind of piece of trash are you? I'm ashamed to associate with trash like you. The group of classmates behind him echoed his sentiments. In their eyes, Changsu was already considered a young master from a wealthy family. Unexpectedly, he was so subservient to this young Master Su. His attitude wasn't even respectful, it was obsequious and fawning. Since even Chang Su treated him this way, they certainly didn't dare to be negligent. Besides, cursing Jiang Tianxi a few times wouldn't hurt, they were used to it anyway. Jiang Tianxi's face turned cold. These guys were too annoying. They didn't know what was good for them. Did they really think he was easy to bully? Just as he was about to teach these classmates a lesson, a strong, resonant voice rang out. Excuse me, who among you ordered the Porsche 918? Swish, swish, swish. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. They saw a dignified-looking middle-aged man. He was the sales manager of the Porsche 4S dealership. But everyone was shocked by his words. A Porsche 918? That's a top-of-the-line luxury car worth millions. Judging from his words, one of them had ordered one? Who could it be? It was me. Amidst the questioning gazes of the crowd, Zhang Tianxi stepped forward. This was something he had prepared long ago. It was to give Su Wanqing a surprise. But he hadn't expected Su Wanqing to give him such a big shock. Swipe the card. He took out a black card and handed it to the sales manager. The middle-aged manager, seeing it was a black card, quickly swiped it and respectfully handed it back. "Sir, your card." Zhang Tianxi nodded indifferently. He didn't take the card back, but waved it at the waiter beside him and said, "Go call your lobby manager over." He'd really had enough of those classmates and was telling them to get lost. What are you pretending for? Think you're some big shot just because you hired an actor to put on a show? Your way of showing off is outdated. I've already done all that stuff. What the hell are you pretending for? You really think you're something special? Don't we know what kind of family you come from? You can afford a Porsche 918-inch. The group of classmates again expressed their disdain for Zhang Tianxi, clearly not recognizing the black card in his hand. The waiter also looked completely incredulous. There was no need to call the manager, the hotel owner was notified directly. That's the terrifying influence of the VIP room. The lobby manager wasn't qualified to handle this matter. Shortly afterward, a middle-aged man with an overweight build arrived. A waiter quickly went to greet him and explained the situation. Seeing that even the hotel owner had arrived, the lobby fell silent, many people held their breath. The owner of a five-star hotel, this was a truly important figure. Seeing him approach, Zhang Tianxi's face turned cold and stern, and he waved his hand dismissively. "Get these people out of here. I don't want to see them." However, the owner ignored him. He hurriedly approached Su Liang and bowed slightly. "Young Master Su, I am very sorry. Due to our negligence, you had an unpleasant experience." Everyone was shocked. They thought that this young Master Su, treated with such respect by young Master Chang, was already incredibly powerful. But even the hotel owner was so respectful. Some of the female students looked at Su Liang with shining eyes, their legs practically shaking with excitement. "Awesome! So awesome! This is a real big shot." Zhang Tianxi. He was somewhat embarrassed, coughed, and said in a deep voice, "Didn't you hear what I said?" Still, no one paid him any attention. The crowd looked at him as if he were a joke. Indeed, something unpleasant happened. Hearing Su Liang's words, the hotel owner was extremely uneasy. His heart was in his throat. He was terrified that this young master of the Su family would shut down his hotel. In his extreme anxiety, Su Liang suddenly smiled and pointed at Zhang Tianxi. "Kick him out. I don't want to see him." He finished speaking, but the hotel owner immediately took action, going up to Zhang Tianxi. "No matter who you are, now, immediately, get out of here." Chapter 125. Su Wanqing, young Master Su has taken very good care of my daughter and me. Seeing the hotel owner's attitude, Zhang Tianxi was furious. He waved the black card, a symbol of his status, in front of the owner. "I'll give you one chance to rephrase your statement." The hotel owner's gaze sharpened. His knowledge far surpassed these people's. He recognized the black card's origin at a glance. Those who possessed such a card were of extraordinary status. But so what? Faced with offending Su Liang versus offending this man, he unhesitatingly chose the latter. A saying circulated widely. Offending others still offers a chance of survival, offending Su Liang guarantees death. You are not welcome here. Please leave. However, compared to before, his attitude was slightly better. Zhang Tianxi was somewhat incredulous. He had visited many cities during his missions. Anyone who looked down on him would immediately become a sycophant the moment he showed them this black card. Could it be that the hotel owner didn't know the origin of the black card? How could he run a five-star hotel if he didn't even recognize a black card? He voiced his doubts. "Do you know the origin of this card?" Yes, it's a black card issued by a Swiss bank, only 20 issued worldwide, unlimited spending. Unexpectedly, the hotel owner replied very seriously. Everyone around was stunned by his words. Only 20 issued worldwide? It was obvious that these cards were in the hands of powerful figures. Yet Jiang Tianzi had one. The gazes of everyone around him subtly changed. What shocked them even more was that the hotel owner didn't even care about the important figures who possessed such black cards. Rather than that, it was more accurate to say that Su Liang's identity was far more important than the black card. Jiang Tianzi had clearly realized this as well. He looked intently at Su Liang. Only now did he begin to take the guy who had cheated on him seriously. However, what happened next left Jiang Tianzi completely dumbfounded. Su Liang also pulled out a black card. Is this card powerful? He played with it for a moment, then crushed it in two, and with a light flick of his wrist, the black card traced a perfect parabola before landing in a nearby trash can. This card was something he had before he transmigrated. At first, he was somewhat pleased to have a card like a protagonist's, something to use for showing off and slapping faces. Gradually, as he continued to conquer the female leads and the rewards he received became increasingly generous, this card was no longer worth his attention. He even found it somewhat laughable. All that talk about unlimited spending was just bragging. Try spending unlimited amounts? 20 cards released globally? A small country like that, what audacity! True tycoons never use a card to demonstrate their power. Frankly, this card isn't even as valuable as the Galaxy Group membership card under his control. Owning a membership card grants access to Galaxy Group's new products. That's a gene-enhancing drug, coveted by everyone from top billionaires to the most powerful figures in various countries. At gatherings, if you had a membership card, everyone would fawn over you, because they hoped to buy Galaxy Group products through you. This black card was completely useless to him now, even demeaning. A complete waste. However, when he needed to pay for things, his bodyguards always paid. So the card had just stayed in his possession. Seeing the protagonist's so-called black card reminded him of it, and he immediately threw it away without hesitation. This left everyone dumbfounded. What did they just see? This refined and elegant young master Su not only possessed a black card, but he actually threw it away? What arrogance! They felt like they were going crazy. Their eyes, looking at Su Liang, were filled with admiration. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! He even threw away the black card. Is this the kind of big shots mentality? That idiot was still showing off his black card, but young Master Su didn't even give him a second glance. How can the difference between people be so vast? Ha ha ha, I'd call young Master Su the strongest. This wasn't very damaging, but it was extremely insulting. Look at that idiot. My mom asked me why I was kneeling before the big shot. Young Master Su was awesome, forever a god. The crowd in the hall was incredibly excited, whispering amongst themselves. The hotel owner was also dumbfounded. He never expected young Master Su to just throw away the black card. After a moment, he understood. He smiled self-deprecatingly. In his eyes, someone with such a black card was a big shot. But did he even consider what kind of behemoth the Su family was? Would they even care about a black card? Composing himself, he knew the most urgent thing was to get this guy out. Otherwise, he'd really anger young Master Su. So he said bluntly, "Can't you understand human language? I want you out right now." Jiang Tianzi's pupils constricted sharply. As the owner of the black card, he immediately recognized that the black card Su Liang had thrown out was genuine. He was somewhat incredulous. He knew very well the status of the black card. It was a symbol of money and status. He had flaunted his card, and this guy had just thrown it away. Wouldn't that make him look like trash? Jiang Tianzi's face darkened, and his apprehension towards the young man before him increased significantly. He didn't even care about a black card, he was either a fool or had an incredibly powerful background. Faced with the hotel owner's repeated attempts to drive him away, his expression became even more unpleasant. He walked over to Su Wanqing on his own. "Wanqing, how have you been all these years?" His voice trembled slightly. Not from the excitement of not seeing his wife for so long, but from the heartache of being cheated on. "Please call me Su Wanqing, thank you." After a pause, Su Wanqing continued. "Young Master Su has taken very good care of my daughter and me." She quickly distanced herself. Inwardly, she resented this guy's sudden return. Couldn't he have just disappeared? It was just a transaction between them, they had no real relationship. Why was he addressing her so intimately? She secretly glanced at Su Liang, wondering if he was angry. If he was angry, how would she make amends? Last time, she'd gone to great lengths to persuade Su Liang to have her child, practically begging him until her lips were raw. Was she going to invite him to a garden tour to admire the chrysanthemums this time? Snap. Jiang Tianxi trembled, feeling as if his heart had shattered. How could things not be good if she'd taken care of him in bed? He'd imagined countless scenarios of meeting Su Wanqing, but never this one. A cold attitude, a distant tone. At this moment, he had 1,000 words in his heart, but none could be uttered. He slowly closed his eyes, calming his turbulent emotions, then suddenly glared at Su Liang, his eyes filled with fury. His aura surged, his killing intent palpable. He had to teach this guy who'd cheated on him a lesson. Chapter 126. The God of War returns on his first day. Drunk driving leads to jail. Is that acceptable? Ding. Jiang Tianxi has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding. Jiang Tianxi has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding. Su Liang's eyes flashed. As expected of the protagonist of the God of War series, the villain values he's amassed are higher than any previous protagonist. He's a thriving harvest of leaks. Sensing Jiang Tianxi's murderous aura, he raised an eyebrow slightly. He's a bit too arrogant. Then let's give him a little shock. God of War, don't be so arrogant. Learn from the Dragon King's restraint. Thinking of something amusing, a playful look appeared in his eyes. He reached out and patted Jiang Tianxi's shoulder. He said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "I will take care of your wife and children, so don't worry." He couldn't help but laugh after saying that. What's with this overwhelming aura of a prime minister? He then turned away, ignoring Jiang Tianxi, and led Su Wanqing and her daughter into the VIP room. Before leaving, he glanced at Chang Su, giving him an approving look. This little villain wasn't entirely useless, at least he'd given him an idea to prank the protagonist. The room door closed, and everyone looked disappointed, still wanting more. The girls present were all heartbroken. Su Liang had been so domineering just now, even more so than their ideal Prince Charming. Chang Su trembled with excitement. His classmates all looked at him with suspicion, wondering what was wrong with this young master of the Chang family. It was all because of a single approving glance from Su Liang. He was overjoyed. He had been trying so hard to impress Su Liang, but Su Liang hadn't even glanced at him. This was an unexpected surprise. If his father knew he had made a good impression on young Master Su, wouldn't he immediately step down and hand over the position? Thump. A strange sound rang out, drawing everyone's attention. They looked in the direction of the sound. They saw Jiang Tianxi suddenly collapse to the ground, gasping for breath, his body drenched in cold sweat, his clothes soaked through. Damn, is young Master Su's aura that strong? Look how scared this kid is. Isn't it obvious? You try standing in front of young Master Su and see what happens. Hey, just kidding. How could I possibly be qualified to stand in front of that big shot? Who invited him to our class reunion? It's such a disgrace. A black card big shot, huh? He's nothing but a fart in front of young Master Su. The mocking voices rang out again, filled with disdain for Jiang Tianxi. Little did they know, Jiang Tianxi's reaction was actually due to the 2 blows Su Liang had delivered. A peak-level internal energy was channeled into his palm. Jiang Tianxi was careless again and didn't dodge, taking the hit. But even if he tried to dodge, he couldn't escape. Su Liang's internal energy was incredibly domineering. Jiang Tianxi desperately tried to circulate his internal energy, attempting to obliterate this external force. Two opposing forces clashed and fought within his body. Finally, he extinguished the opposing force, but his mind was severely exhausted, and he collapsed to the ground. He was completely stunned, his face filled with disbelief, his mind reeling with shock. He felt that aura peak transformation realm. How could this be? How old was Su Liangkai? At least 5 or 6 years younger than him. Living a life of comfort and ease in the city, yet possessing the strength of a peak transformation realm cultivator. And him? 5 years ago, he entered the underworld, joined a mercenary group, and had been constantly fighting. Daily life-threatening danger was one thing, but his life was incredibly miserable. Going 3 to 5 days without food was the norm. When starving, he would even eat tree bark. 5 years had passed, and his strength had only reached the mid-transformation realm. Compared to this young master of the Su family, forget it, there's no comparison. Jiang Tianxi couldn't help but begin to doubt his existence. Ding! Jiang Tianxi's mentality exploded, villain value plus 1,000. Seeing this, the hotel owner called several security guards up. This time he didn't resist, letting the group drag him out. At the door, he was dumped on the roadside like a dead dog. The VIP room. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. The hotel owner cautiously entered. "Young Master Su, may we begin the meal?" Having received permission, he quickly waved towards the door. One by one, waiters entered carrying trays. After the dishes were served, Su Liang saw him standing by. "Is there something you need?" The hotel owner immediately apologized again, his heart pounding with anxiety. Seeing Su Liang impatiently wave him away, knowing he wasn't angry, he left as if granted a reprieve. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours. Seemingly afraid of upsetting Su Liang, Su Wanqing kept piling food onto his plate. Su Liang gave her a look that said, "Let her figure it out herself." Su Wanqing understood. They knew tonight wouldn't be easy. When they emerged from the private room, many people were still waiting at the door, just to catch a glimpse of them. Amidst envious glances, Su Wanqing, holding her daughter's hand, walked with Su Liang towards the hotel exit. The woman in red had already driven the car to the entrance. Seeing Su Liang approach, she got out and opened the car door for him. Su Wanqing instinctively opened the other door and got in. With a soft rumble, the Rolls-Royce smoothly drove away. This scene was witnessed by Jiang Tianxi in a corner. Seeing Su Wanqing get into Su Liang's car, his heart ached terribly. At the same time, he was utterly shocked. Su Liang's driver was also a grandmaster of internal energy. His eyes flickered. Finally, he gritted his teeth, drove up to a brand new Porsche parked by the roadside, and followed. He had too many questions in his mind. He had to find Su Wanqing and get to the bottom of things. After calming down, he thought a lot. Given her personality using him as a shield to escape an arranged marriage, why had she suddenly fallen for such a top-tier young master? Could she have been forced? Just now, he had sent a message to the War God Hall, asking them to investigate Su Liang of the Su family. The results he received weighed heavily on his mind. With Su Liang's background, forcing a woman would be far too easy. If it was true, then he would seek justice no matter what. He admitted Su Liang was strong, the strongest among them. But he wasn't afraid. He wasn't alone, he had the War God Temple behind him, with 3,000 brothers as his support. His eyes were fixed on the car ahead. As he passed an intersection, a group of traffic police pulled him over. They were checking for drunk driving. Watching Su Liang's car gradually disappear from sight, Jiang Tianxi was extremely anxious. Why were they checking him and not Su Liang? He said angrily. Why didn't you check the car in front? This wasn't Su Liang's deliberate arrangement. He just knew Jiang Tianxi had downed a bottle of vodka and had sent the man in red towards the drunk driving section. Hearing this, the traffic police looked at him as if he were an idiot. Su Liang's car was registered, they would let him go if they encountered him. Not to mention routine checks. Even if Su Liang ran red lights or raced in the city, it wouldn't be their problem. Enough talk, just blow into it. Jiang Tianzi had no choice but to quickly blow into it. The middle-aged traffic policeman's gaze changed instantly. Good heavens, his alcohol level was severely above the legal limit. Come with us. What? Jiang Tianzi was dumbfounded. He then remembered drinking a bottle of strong vodka earlier. That amount of alcohol was nothing to him. He wasn't even slightly drunk, yet the blood alcohol concentration was detectable. What the hell was going on? He, a legendary warrior, was arrested for drunk driving on his first day back in the city? Chapter 127. Su Wanqing is on the verge of tears. The underworld queen is gradually falling into depravity. They returned to Su Wanqing's house, and after Xiao Xiao fell asleep, their time together resumed. What's going on with Jiang Tianzi? Didn't you say it was just an act? He seems to have taken it seriously. Su Liang sat on the sofa, watching her with a leisurely air. Brother Liang, you have to believe me. I really have nothing to do with him. I just paid him to act in a play. Su Wanqing panicked upon hearing this and quickly explained. She was on the verge of tears, truly hating Jiang Tianzi. A strange glint flashed in Su Liang's eyes. He knew Su Wanqing's true feelings, of course. She was just giving her a psychological suggestion that her suspicions were caused by Jiang Tianzi. When he came knocking, the resentful Su Wanqing would definitely give him a heavy blow. Alright, you can make me believe you, but you have to show some sincerity, right? Looking up, seeing the playful expression on Su Liang's face, she understood what he meant. It was inevitable. While Su Liang was enjoying the services of a mature woman, Jiang Tianzi was in a terrible predicament. He was locked up in a detention center. His blood alcohol level was too high, constituting drunk driving, and criminal detention was inevitable. At this moment, his heart was pounding, and he felt a strange unease. Looking up at the full moon outside the window, he seemed to see the shadows of a family of 3 reflected in it. A figure was embracing Su Wanqing and holding Su Xiao Xiao. But it wasn't him. It gradually transformed into Su Liang's appearance, giving him a mocking smile. The thought of Su Wanqing being with Su Liang, perhaps even kneeling before him being humiliated, filled Jiang Tianzi with unbearable pain. Jiang Tianzi's face turned ashen, his heart aching so much he could hardly breathe. He slammed his fist against the wall, and spider-web-like cracks appeared. This cage that imprisoned him was no different from paper to him. He could easily escape. But he couldn't. He could only wait until his men came to bail him out tomorrow. He had considered revealing his identity, but that would bring even bigger trouble. Kyushu, a forbidden zone for mercenaries, was no joke. The next morning, Su Liang left Su Wanqing's house to the Starry Night Bar. Sitting in the car, after stating his destination, his eyes showed thoughtfulness. The progress of his conquest couldn't be neglected. The god of war had already appeared. Although this god of war was a bit weak, who knew if there would be an even stronger protagonist later? He couldn't let his guard down. Currently, there were several he was about to conquer. The commoner school beauty Ilioli, the underworld queen Xia Qingqiu, the beautiful landlady Hua Jieyu, the twin beauties Ren Feifei, the twins of stunning beauty. Finally, his gaze settled on Xia Qingqiu. After all, he had already taken advantage of her. He only needed to offer a little benefit to subdue her. At this moment, at the Starry Night Bar, the headquarters of the Starry Night Society. Second floor conference room. A group of Starry Night Society high-ranking members were holding a meeting. Ever since their defeat to the Wolf Alliance, the entire Starry Night Society's morale had collapsed. Night Kite's ruthless methods had robbed them of the courage to fight. Therefore, the current strategy is, I won't offend others unless they offend me. They were all giving up. Xia Qingqiu couldn't stand it anymore and decided to call a meeting to clean up the atmosphere. She was standing on the high platform, speaking eloquently. Don't let her subservient demeanor in front of Su Liang fool you. Outside, she remained a queen, commanding both respect and fear from her subordinates. Ring 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 ring. Just as she was getting into the swing of things, the phone rang. The executives fell silent, trembling with fear. Dare to call during the chairman's meeting? They were asking for trouble. They knew Xia Qingqiu's temper. She never allowed anyone to interrupt her. And during meetings, it was a strict taboo. All electronic devices had to be switched off. Just as they were gloating, anticipating the chairman's furious rebuke of the guy on the other end. Unexpectedly, Xia Qingqiu picked up her phone and went outside. The high-ranking officials exchanged bewildered glances. Shock was visible in each other's eyes. However, even more shocking things were yet to come. Not long after, Xia Qingqiu entered and said, "Today's meeting is adjourned." Then she hurriedly went downstairs. What's going on? Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Taking a phone call in the middle of the meeting was one thing, but ending it abruptly when the important points were being discussed? A question arose in their minds. Is this really their cold and domineering queen? Of course, it is that person. It's all because of a single sentence from Su Liang. It's all an order from her master. Hearing that Su Liang was coming to pick her up, Xia Qingqiu no longer cared about the meeting. She quickly went downstairs to wait. Making the master wait for her maid? Have they forgotten what punishment feels like? Noon. East City Branch. Lord Wargod, I apologize for being late and for making you suffer. A middle-aged man approached Zhang Tianci respectfully as he emerged. Zhang Tianci stretched his limbs and waved his hand, saying, "Let's go outside first." He immediately walked out, the middle-aged man following closely behind. Having spent 5 years in the dark world, he wasn't just a butcher who only knew how to kill, he had made some arrangements. Since his strength rapidly increased and he became the new mercenary leader, he decided to reform. He relentlessly executed missions to earn funds, establishing the War God Group under the name of the War God. Using the connections he had built, the War God Group rose rapidly. Within a few years, its market value reached tens of billions. With substantial financial backing, he had the courage to build a powerful force, and the War God Temple was born. This middle-aged man was Jia Fu, a loyal and reliable businessman he had saved years ago. The War God Group was built up by him. After leaving the house, Jia Fu drove, with Zhang Tianci in the back, heading towards the Happiness residential area. He didn't know where Su Liang had taken Su Wanqing and her daughter last night. But they had to go home. Stop. Zhang Tianci's aura exploded, a chilling killing intent filling the car. His gaze was fixed on the scenery outside the window. On the street outside, Su Liang was walking intimately with a woman. The woman was very beautiful, with a noble and aloof air about her. In terms of figure and appearance, she was no less attractive than Su Wanqing. He had just been with Su Wanqing last night, and today she was with another woman. He was even more certain in his heart. Su Wanqing had been deceived by this young master of the Su family. How could her personality possibly lead her to fall for a scumbag? Damn it! Upon receiving this result, Zhang Tianci was furious. His fists clenched, his aura growing increasingly frenzied, wishing he could immediately rush up and kill Su Liang. Unfortunately, this was the city, and he was no match for Su Liang, so he could only suppress his anger. What were the intelligence departments doing? Yesterday's intelligence didn't mention Su Liang cheating on her with several women, otherwise he would have definitely stopped Su Wanqing from getting into the car. War God. A weak voice rang out. It was Jia Fu, the driver, struggling to breathe, nearly suffocating. He was just an ordinary person, how could he withstand the pressure released by a grandmaster of internal energy? Zhang Tianci quickly suppressed his aura. He glanced in Su Liang's direction before reluctantly letting Jia Fu continue driving. Ding, Zhang Tianci has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 1000. Su Liang paused, watching the departing car with interest. Knowing Zhang Tianci was going to find Su Wanqing, he had already made arrangements and wasn't worried. What's wrong? Xia Qingqiu looked at him with a puzzled expression. It's nothing, just saw a clown. Su Liang withdrew his gaze, raised his hand to stroke her head, and said with a smile while patting the dog's head. "What do you want to eat for lunch?" "I'll take you." Feeling the warm, large hand on her head, Xia Qingqiu not only didn't feel uncomfortable, but actually enjoyed it. It's become a habit. After thinking for a moment, she hesitated slightly. "It's been so long since I've had seafood, is that alright?" "Of course," Su Liang said, drawing out the last two words. She felt a pang of disappointment, because every time Su Liang asked her this before, she had always been rejected. Maids have no say. However, just when she thought Su Liang would say no, 3 words escaped her lips. "It's all right." Ha! Xia Qingqiu was stunned. Then, an indescribable joy welled up inside her. Having always been treated like a servant with no presence, her master suddenly listened to her ideas. Her feelings were easy to imagine. Sensing her growing favor, Su Liang's smile deepened. "I'll take you to eat abalone now." Chapter 128. Willing to have Su Liang's child? The protagonist's mentality explodes. Upon arriving at the Happiness residential area, Jiang Tianxi quickly found the building where Su Wanqing lived. As soon as he stepped inside, his heart skipped a beat. He sensed several auras no weaker than his own. Jiang Tianxi's composure crumbled. In the underworld, he had swept through the underworld unchallenged, earning the title of war god. His strength, while not invincible, was unmatched. But upon returning, he encountered Su Liang, a freakishly powerful cultivator at the peak of the transformation realm. Even one of his drivers was a grandmaster of the transformation realm. Now, he had encountered several experts no less powerful than himself. How the hell was he supposed to compete? Taking a deep breath, he walked steadily forward, determined to see Su Wanqing no matter what. Bang bang bang. Somewhat surprisingly, even after he knocked on the door, none of the experts came out to stop him. The mother and daughter had just finished eating. Su Wanqing was preparing medicine to prevent miscarriage and asked her daughter, Xiao Xiao, to open the door. "Ugh, it's you, you ugly monster. Go away, you're not welcome here." Seeing it was the same guy from yesterday at the door, Xiao Xiao looked disgusted and was about to close the door. She hadn't forgotten how this guy had been rude to her brother last night. He's a despicable bad person. The smile on Jiang Tianxi's face froze instantly. Xiao Xiao's words were like a knife, piercing his heart. He considered Su Wanqing his wife, and Xiao Xiao was naturally his daughter. Being rejected like this by his daughter was incredibly painful. "What's going on?" Hearing the sound at the door, Su Wanqing came out carrying the prepared medicine. "Mommy, it's that bad guy again." Xiao Xiao immediately hid behind Su Wanqing. "What are you doing here?" Su Wanqing also saw Jiang Tianxi, frowning, her eyes showing disgust. It was because of him that she had suffered this undeserved misfortune last night. Her back still hurts a little. Suddenly, it occurred to her that this person she hadn't seen for years had suddenly come knocking on her door. Could it be that he saw she was living a good life now and was coming to threaten and blackmail her? She paused, then continued. "Back then, I paid you for your help, the deal was done. If you think you can use this to blackmail me, you've miscalculated. Even if the fake marriage is exposed, it won't matter." Seeing the expression on his face and hearing his distrustful words, Jiang Tianxi felt another pang of heartache. He gave a bitter smile. "Wanqing, you've misunderstood. I left suddenly 5 years ago because the Su family forced me out. I've been working hard all these years, and now I've achieved success. I was planning to come back and make amends to you and your daughter, but I never expected." He couldn't finish his sentence, his heart was breaking. "I told you not to call me Wanqing, call me by my full name." "I'm afraid Su Liang will misunderstand." Su Wanqing was furious. Last night, she suffered all night because of those 2 words. Also, Xiao Xiao and I are doing very well. You don't owe us anything, you don't need any compensation. Just leave now and don't come looking for me again. We have nothing to do with each other. Jiang Tianxi felt as if several knives had pierced his heart again. Hearing Su Liang's name, he remembered why he had come and quickly asked. "Why did you go with Su Liang?" He's a scumbag. Did he force you? Su Wanqing's face darkened. What was Su Liang's status? Forced her? What a joke. It was Su Liang who brought light to her and her daughter. She would never forget that day. The heartless landlady forced her daughter to live in a shanty. Just when she was in despair, Su Liang appeared like a ray of light. He pulled them out of the darkness. You can talk about her, but you can't talk bad about Su Liang. Su Wanqing's eyes changed, her voice devoid of emotion. Get out. Thinking she didn't believe him, Zhang Tianci grew anxious. Su Liang really is a scumbag. I saw him walking with a woman on my way here. Don't worry, I'm capable now. I can definitely protect you from any bullying. Su Wanqing was too lazy to argue with him, and raised her hand to close the door. Zhang Tianci noticed the medicine she was holding, his gaze sharpening. You're taking medicine? What's wrong? I know medicine, I can take a look. This wasn't a lie. Over the years, he had walked the line between life and death countless times, suffering countless injuries. He had treated all those injuries himself. He had taught himself a set of battlefield medicine. Aren't you annoying? You're pregnant, just taking some medicine to prevent miscarriage. Su Wanqing was very impatient. Taking advantage of Zhang Tianci's momentary lapse in attention, she slammed the door shut. Zhang Tianci's pupils contracted, he stood frozen, an expression of disbelief on his face. What had he just heard? Su Wanqing was taking medicine to prevent miscarriage? She was pregnant? Whose child it was, without a doubt. Ding Zhang Tianci's mentality has collapsed, villain value plus 1000. Ding Zhang Tianci's mind is unstable, villain value plus 1000. Ding. Originally, he planned to return to make amends. But not only were his wife and daughter kidnapped, but his wife also willingly bore another man's child. His heart was now riddled with holes. The pain was unbearable. His face was pale, his mind was dazed, and he didn't even know how he got downstairs. Noticing his strange expression, Jia Fu, who was waiting at the door, came forward. Lord War God, what's wrong? Zhang Tianci gradually came to his senses, a strong killing intent emanating from him, and he gritted his teeth and said, Go to the Su family. It's all the Su family's fault. If the Su family hadn't forced him out back then, others wouldn't have taken advantage of his vulnerability. Su Wanqing's relationship with Su Liang is definitely related to the Su family. The Su family was already his primary target for revenge, and now his hatred for them ran even deeper. Seeing the god of war in this state, Jia Fu trembled and quickly assumed the role of driver. They arrived at the Su family mansion. Zhang Tianci got out of the car and walked towards the Su family gate. Jia Fu felt as if the sky had darkened at that moment. The Su family is ahead. Halt! The security guard at the gate saw the newcomer and stepped forward to shout. Zhang Tianci ignored him and punched him. He knocked the man down with a single blow. This scene attracted the attention of the other security guards, who, seeing someone causing trouble, immediately called for reinforcements. Dozens of security guards quickly arrived. Zhang Tianci fought his way in, his anger blazing and needing an outlet. When the Su family members came out after receiving the news, a group of security guards had already been knocked down, lying on the ground groaning in pain. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble at my Su family's house? You're asking for it. Seeing that the newcomer was the second son of the Su family, Zhang Tianci's anger, which had subsided somewhat after his outburst, surged up again. This guy was the one who forced him out of Shanghai. Enemies meeting again, their eyes blazed with hatred. You really do have a short memory, don't you? Only 5 years have passed, and you don't recognize me. The second son of the Su family was somewhat surprised, sizing up Zhang Tianci before suddenly realizing. You're that little beast. The reason you remembered Zhang Tianci so quickly wasn't because he was anything special. He looked ordinary, an insignificant figure who hadn't left any impression on him. The reason he remembered so quickly was because of a phone call from the eldest son of the Su family. The caller warned him that someone would be causing trouble for the Su family. After receiving the call, he had been filled with anxiety. He kept wondering who he had offended. Therefore, when Jiang Tianxi mentioned the keyword 5 years ago, he slowly remembered. Seeing him knock all the security guards to the ground, and their injuries looking quite serious, the second son of the Su family slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The eldest son of the Su family had instructed him to arrest Jiang Tianxi by any means necessary. Feeling uneasy, he summoned the security guards from the inner courtyard. A dozen or so security guards surrounded him. Hey, it's an honor that the second in command of the Su family still remembers such a nobody as me. When you kicked me out back then, did you ever think of this day? Jiang Tianxi's anger surged. Who do you think you are, talking to me like that? Beat him to death. The second son of the Su family was only focused on completing Su Liang's mission and had no time to listen to his nonsense. He immediately ordered his men to attack. Unlike the previous security guards who carried batons, these guards were armed with knives and swords. A moment's inattention could result in death. If even one or two died, Jiang Tianxi could have them arrested and executed. So, the eldest son of the Su family had completed his mission, right? Unfortunately, the difference in strength was too great. Jiang Tianxi controlled his power perfectly. The dozen or so security guards were quickly exhausted and unable to fight back, though they were injured but not seriously. Trespassing, fighting. I should be able to arrest this guy now, right? The second son of the Su family thought to himself. After dealing with the security guards, Jiang Tianxi approached him and sneered. You still think I'm that little brat you used to bully? Let me tell you I'm back, and your Su family has no reason to exist anymore. As if he'd heard the funniest joke, the second son of the Su family laughed disdainfully. Although he didn't know what had happened to him over the years, or what he was relying on. He had offended the eldest son of the Su family, and the only outcome was death. You little beast? You were a piece of trash back then, and 5 years later you're still a piece of trash. Unable to tolerate his arrogant attitude, Jiang Tianxi raised his hand and slapped him across the face. Just as he was about to say something, a police siren blared. Shortly afterward, a group of officers got out of their car and pointed their guns at him. He frowned, looking at the second in command of the Su family in disbelief. You have no sportsmanship. The Su family is a large family, after all. They call the police when someone comes knocking on their door. Are you a sore loser? Don't you have any dignity? Indeed, these large families usually handle minor troubles themselves, feeling that calling the police would be a loss of face. But this time, someone had given the order. Seeing this, Jia Fu quickly stepped forward to plead for mercy, even revealing his identity as the president of the War God Group. However, the Su family he had offended was no small fry. The War God Group was an out-of-town company, while the Su family was a local family. It was obvious which side they were on. Jiang Tianxi was taken away as expected. Before leaving, he instructed Jia Fu. A crowd of envious passers-by remained. Upon arriving at the manager's office, Yu Shuang took out the prepared tea leaves and brewed some. After she finished brewing, Su Liang pulled her to his side. I have something to tell you, you should be prepared. Yu Shuang was somewhat stunned. It was the first time she had heard Su Liang speak to her like this, and she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Brother Liang, what is it? You're pregnant. Su Liang looked at her with a smile and said calmly. Yu Shuang was stunned. She recalled that she had indeed been acting strangely these past few days. Her period hadn't come, she sometimes vomited, and she felt nauseous at greasy food. It took her a while to process the news, and then an indescribable joy welled up in her heart. Her eyes sparkled, and she asked in surprise. Really? Seeing Su Liang nod, she immediately felt enveloped in happiness. She had fantasized more than once about being pregnant and having Su Liang's child. Unexpectedly, it actually came true. Su Liang's gaze deepened as he recalled memories of the two of them. Yu Shuang was one of the first female leads he encountered. The first time he met her, she had failed an audition for an entertainment company and came out dejected. After some warm greetings, he learned that her dream was to become a big star. As a leading lady, her looks were naturally outstanding, but she was rejected because she was tone deaf. She resolutely refused the company's unspoken rules and auditioned for several companies without success. A female lead with such ambition was easy to handle. Su Liang simply brought her into his company. After systematic training and with the support of vast resources, she quickly showed the potential to become a big star. Su Liang's relentless help made Yu Shuang initially suspicious, thinking he was after her body, and she remained wary. However, gradually, as her dream gradually came true, Su Liang still didn't make any additional demands, and her wariness slowly dissipated. It was at this moment that Su Liang revealed his true colors. He knew Yu Shuang's personality. She was focused solely on achieving fame and wouldn't date until she was successful. He could win her over gradually, but Su Liang couldn't wait that long. After drinking too much at a celebration banquet, he helped her back to her room, and what happened next? Well, you know. As expected. Yu Shuang was initially hesitant, but the deed was done, and Su Liang, like a scumbag, promised to take responsibility. After several more intimate exchanges, she succumbed. At the time, threatened by the protagonist, he only wanted to bring the female lead into his family as soon as possible to gain rewards, so his methods were inevitably somewhat excessive. Unlike Dongfang Xinyan, after gaining the power to fight against the protagonist, she could use a gradual, insidious approach. Later, as Su Liang became increasingly outstanding, Yu Shuang gradually fell in love with this man, even to the point of being hopelessly infatuated. Feeling that her identity as an actress was unworthy of Su Liang, she decisively relinquished her star status, choosing to retire and run his entertainment company. Brother Liang, can I have the baby? After the initial excitement, Yu Shuang asked nervously. Silly girl, this is our child, of course you have to have it. Su Liang smiled and reached out to gently pinch her nose. Yu Shuang nestled in his arms, gently touching her lower abdomen, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. Chapter 132. Pretending to be a boyfriend? Probably doesn't realize the charade is becoming real. Meanwhile, Wu Zhe was in a state of utter panic. He had tried many methods to solve the winery's sales problems, but none had worked. He had inquired with many people, but couldn't find out who was targeting the winery. Wu Zhe was at home, his face clouded with worry, having not slept for a day and a night. Just then, he felt hungry and ordered takeout to calm his nerves. Involuntarily, he thought of Chen Zhou. This guy was a rich second-generation heir, a big shot who delivered takeout in a Ferrari. If he could get his help, he'd just share half the profits with him. Although sharing half was a loss, he could gain the help of a big shot and also gain his friendship. With a thought in mind, he began frantically placing orders at several familiar shops. He only stopped when he saw the message Chen Zhou was delivering. Wu Zhe's previous dejection vanished, replaced by excitement, and he began thinking about what to say when he met Chen Zhou. He waited for over an hour. Looking at the late delivery notification, Wu Zhe was puzzled. Chen Zhou used to be very dedicated. But then he thought about his rich kid background and it all made sense. Delivering food was just an experience, being late wasn't a big deal. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. He rushed to the door and opened it. When he saw the figure outside, Wu Zhe was dumbfounded. A JK uniform, white stockings, and heavy makeup. He was also wearing a green hat, the kind that practically glows. You're Chen Zhou? He asked uncertainly. Chen Zhou looked blank, utterly dejected. Because he had failed the delivery mission again. Ever since failing the mission and having to wear women's clothing, he had been hiding at home, afraid of being seen as a pervert. But the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, thinking of his missing hair, his penis that was half shorter and half grown. How could he get back what he'd lost if he didn't go out and do missions? So he came, and failed the mission again. Mission failure penalty, a voice changed to a lowly voice. Just thinking about it brings tears to his eyes. He only completed one mission on the day he acquired the system, after that, he never succeeded. His mindset gradually changed during this process. From ambition to disbelief, then to emotional collapse, gradually despairing, and now utterly heartbroken. Some people are alive, but they are already dead. That's him now. Hearing someone call his name, Chenjo was startled. Looking at himself like this, someone still recognized him? Wouldn't he be doomed? Looking closely, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it wasn't someone he knew. Wu Zhe had already recognized him from his reaction and was filled with admiration for him. Look at this is what real-life experience is all about. To give customers a great experience, he's even willing to dress as a woman. However, that green hat doesn't quite suit him, a pair of pigtails would look much better. Brother Chen, your look is quite good, isn't it? Unable to find the right words to describe it, he could only say this. Thinking about the distillery, Wu Zhe rubbed his hands together, preparing to put his arm around Chenjo's shoulder and chat. Don't come any closer. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Chenjo retreated in fright. He'd already suspected the guy's orientation was a bit off, but now that he was dressed as a woman, he seemed even more excited. He thought even a pervert was perverted. He was now like a frightened bird. What's going to happen if his penis keeps getting shorter like this? I'm really worried he'll suddenly change sex one day. What? Wu Zhe was a little confused, not understanding his strong reaction. He just wanted a hug between men, he didn't have any bad intentions. Wait, that voice. His eyes lit up. Awesome. Not only was he dressed as a woman, even his voice had changed, he had to admit it. Seeing his intense reaction, Wu Zhe had no choice but to give up and said, Brother Chen, can we talk about something? What is it? Chenjo covered his mouth, somewhat surprised and uncertain. My winery's run into some problems, I'm being targeted. Could you help me resolve this? After a pause, Wu Zhe gritted his teeth and continued. If you help me solve this trouble, I'll give you half the shares. I know you're a rich second generation and don't lack money, but my winery has huge potential, it'll be worth tens of billions in less than 3 years. Idiot. Spitting out those 2 words, Chenjo dropped the takeout and slunk away. Wu Zhe was dumbfounded. Watching his flamboyant departing figure, he couldn't help but mutter. If you're not going to help, then don't help. Why the insults? Why does it sound so nice? After leaving, Chenjo continued to curse. Still fantasizing about being a rich second generation. If I were a rich second generation, would I be like this? Just then, the system in her mind issued another task. This time it was a flower delivery task, deliver 999 roses within a specified time. Someone was probably about to confess their love. Chenjo silently cursed, wishing the lovers would end up as siblings, and then quickly rode her electric scooter towards the flower shop. Everyone, don't forget tonight's dinner party. Okay, I'll bring my boyfriend along, and we'll dazzle you all. Hey, I admit your boyfriend is nice, but what if I bring out Kai Ji? How will you handle that? Hiss? You little pervert, how did you end up with Xiao Cohen? Everyone, don't show off your boyfriends, someone's going to get emo, huh? In the clothing store office, Hua Jie's tone turned cold as she watched the chat. This was a socialite circle she had joined to enrich her life, and things had been alright so far. But recently, the group chat had started showing off boyfriends. Not only did she brag, but she also kept mocking her because she was the only single person in the group. Furious, she immediately typed. So what if she has a boyfriend? It's like nobody doesn't. She immediately regretted sending the message. Where did she get a boyfriend? Meanwhile, the group chat was in an uproar. Zun Du is fake? Jiayu has a boyfriend? I can't believe it. What are you saying? When has Jiayu ever lied? I believe you. Remember to bring him tonight. Yes, we're experienced, we can help you assess him. Seeing the unanimous messages in the group telling her to bring her boyfriend to meet the girl, Hua Jiayu couldn't help but regret her impulsive decision. She started thinking of ways to refuse. Thinking, she couldn't help but think of Su Liang. Unparalleled looks, perfect figure, outstanding temperament, the best choice for a boyfriend. After snapping back to reality, she smiled helplessly. How could she have thought of Su Liang as her boyfriend? How could that be? A flash of inspiration struck her. If they're not boyfriend and girlfriend, can't they just have dinner together? They can pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Hua Jieyu's heart skipped a beat. Would Su Liang be willing? Immediately, she dialed a number. Entertainment Division. Su Liang was watching a Victoria's Secret fashion show, a show he was the only man in the audience. Beside him, Yu Shuaying was peeling grapes and feeding him one after another. She hadn't seen Su Liang for a few days and wanted to take good care of him, but then she learned she was pregnant. To avoid harming the baby, she brought out the Victoria's Secret fashion show she had prepared for Su Liang. These women were all top stars cultivated by the company, any one of them would be adored by countless people outside. But now, they were flaunting their beauty on stage. To catch Su Liang's eye, their styles were increasingly daring. This ambiguous feeling was even more exciting than being naked. The only regret was that these top stars were ultimately inferior to the female lead. But, this was enough to test the manager. Good work deserves a reward. Ring 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 ring. A cell phone rang. Su Liang picked up the phone and saw it was Hua Jieyu calling. A slight thrill ran through him, and he answered. Brother Liang, are you free tonight? There's a dinner party I'd like to invite you to. I need you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Sure. Hua Jieyu was overjoyed to receive Su Liang's affirmative reply. She had many reasons to decline bringing her boyfriend to dinner, but she still tentatively asked, and unexpectedly, he agreed. Excited, she left the company immediately. She might as well skip work. Being rich is so carefree. Su Liang fiddled with his phone, a playful smile appearing in his eyes. Looks like this female lead isn't far from falling for him. Pretend to be her boyfriend? She probably doesn't know what it means to take a fake relationship for real. Chapter 133. The female lead hires someone to serve Su Liang. Everything was premeditated. Brother Liang, are you satisfied? Yu Shuaying's pleasant voice rang out from beside him. Su Liang smiled slightly and reached out to pat her head. You always manage to come up with something new, you're so thoughtful. Having received Su Liang's approval, Yu Shuaying smiled happily, her eyebrows curving into crescents. How about I have them come and keep you company? She was currently physically unable to do so, so she had no choice but to let other women have their way. She knew that Su Liang had other women. At first, she was a little unhappy, but after witnessing Su Liang's power, she stopped caring. She really would die. Su Liang always believed in the principle of spare the rod and spoil the child. Unless he encountered a woman like Lu Rulin or Xia Qingxiu, whom he couldn't develop feelings for over time, he would then use other methods. Never mind. Su Liang waved his hand. These women aren't the female lead, nor do they possess the abilities of Yi Yuan, he's not interested. Yu Shuaying's face showed an expression of unsurprised surprise. The women around Su Liang are all stunning beauties. How could those ordinary women catch his eye? She was thinking about when to find an outstanding woman to serve Su Liang in her place, otherwise she feared being neglected. Approaching 6 o'clock in the evening. It was time for the dinner party. Outside a high-end Western restaurant. Ferraris, Bugattis, Maybachs, one luxury car after another drove up and stopped in the parking lot. A dozen or so men and women got out of the cars. The socialite circle that Hua Jieyu had joined consisted entirely of upper-class figures, all from wealthy families. Where's Jieyu? Hasn't she arrived yet? A young man looked around, not seeing Hua Jieyu, and felt somewhat disappointed. Young Master Ma, are you in such a hurry? It's not time yet. Haste makes waste. A woman dressed in a very glamorous manner teased. Yeah, she said she'd definitely come. With our encouragement in the group chat, and a little cooperation, young Master Ma will definitely win her heart. If young Master Ma succeeds, don't forget to treat us well. Several other women chimed in with giggles. It turns out The reason they started showing off their boyfriends in the group chat was all premeditated. Ma Yao's lips curled into a smug smile. Don't worry, if you successfully confess to Hua Jieyu, you'll all get your share of the rewards. He glanced at the women and smiled. Yay! I want the new LV bag. I've recently taken a fancy to a diamond necklace. The group of women chattered excitedly, starting to plan their desired gifts. Ma Yao glanced at the expensive watch on his wrist, his brows gradually furrowing. Why haven't the flowers he ordered online arrived yet? They're all way overdue. He's going to confess his feelings, and flowers are essential. His face turned incredibly grim. Not long after, Hua Jieyu arrived in a low-key Audi. When they saw her get out of the car alone, without any other men by her side, the group of socialites smiled. They all rushed to greet her. Jieyu, it's been so long since we sisters have seen each other. Your skin is still so smooth and delicate, how do you take care of it? Teach us. Didn't you say you had a boyfriend? Why didn't you bring him to show us? It's too formal, isn't it? Could it be that you're lying to me because you don't have a boyfriend? Jieyu, let me tell you, having a boyfriend really makes a difference. That feeling of soaring to the clouds, it's indescribable. The group of women began to follow their plan, scheming and manipulating Hua Jieyu. They all started showing off their boyfriends. Who said I was lying to you? My boyfriend will be here soon. Thinking about seeing Su Liang soon, Hua Jieyu's face lit up with a genuine smile. Everyone was a little confused. Is it a lie? Hua Jieyu really brought a boyfriend? Then how are they supposed to matchmake Ma Xiao? If it's a lie, that's fine. If it's true, then we have to put some pressure on them. So someone spoke up. No way, it's almost time. Does he have no sense of time at all? Yeah, making so many of us wait for him, he's really asking for too much face. If it weren't for Jieyu's sake, I would definitely teach him a lesson. Hearing them speak ill of Su Liang, Hua Jieyu frowned, her tone turning cold. Enough. I won't allow you to talk about him. She had originally been invited to join this socialite group. At the time, she wanted to enrich her life, so she agreed. Their relationship was only so-so. She hadn't noticed anything wrong with them before, but now seeing their attitude, Hua Jieyu decided she wouldn't associate with these people anymore. The group of socialites exchanged bewildered glances. In their eyes, Hua Jieyu had always been a well-behaved girl. They never expected her to suddenly become so angry. They all fell silent. However, there was a hint of disdain, even contempt, in their eyes. They all wanted to see just who Hua Jieyu's boyfriend was. Just then, a small electric scooter pulled up. After parking, Chen Zhou took out a box full of roses. However, because of a car accident on the way, the flowers inside were somewhat mangled. Who ordered these flowers? He held the box high, trying to make his voice as deep as possible. Ma Yao's face was so dark it was almost dripping with water. He had ordered the flowers and had them delivered early, so he could prepare for his confession before Hua Jieyu arrived. Who would have thought this guy would be late? Now that they've arrived, how is he supposed to confess? Seeing Chen Zhou still yelling, he was instantly enraged. He strode forward and kicked him. This kick was delivered with full force, aimed straight for Chen Zhou's stomach. This was meant to cripple him. However, after kicking, he froze. The expected chaos and destruction didn't happen, his foot felt like it had struck a flat surface. Are you a woman? He asked, somewhat bewildered. He had recognized the man as a woman at first glance. He'd seen plenty of these attention-grabbing types. He could even guess this guy was late because he was showing off on the way here. But after that kick, he started to doubt his judgment. You're the woman, your whole family are women. A clear, childlike voice rang out. Chen Zhou was kicked to the ground, but calmly got to his feet. That kick had really startled him. Even if it didn't smash his penis, it would have given him a very unpleasant experience. Luckily, it had shrunk again and again. Wait, why the hell am I feeling relieved because my penis has shrunk? A man's face, heavy makeup, dressed in women's clothing, yet uttering a childlike voice. Ma Yao shuddered, feeling a chill run down his spine. Then he saw the mess of roses in the box in Chen Zhou's hand, and anger surged within him. Regardless of gender or androgyny, anyone who dared to ruin his plans to pick up girls deserved a beating first. Ma Yao immediately launched into a barrage of punches and kicks at Chen Zhou. This scene attracted the attention of those nearby. Hua Jiayu also witnessed it. Seeing the rich kid bullying someone, she kindly stepped in to break up the fight. But when she saw Chen Zhou's face, she was stunned and hesitantly called out, "Chen Zhou." Seeing Hua Jiayu approach, Ma Yao immediately stopped, reverting to his polite young master persona. Chen Zhou, lying on the ground clutching his head, shuddered upon hearing the voice, looked up, and saw his beautiful landlady. His mind was about to explode. Chapter 130 for the bewildered female lead. She dies on the spot. What a tragic protagonist. His beautiful landlady was his goddess. He even dreamed of marrying this rich and beautiful woman after he rose to power. Unexpectedly, she saw his perverted side. Chen Zhou wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground and never come out again. This was worse than death itself. Ding Zhou was utterly ashamed. Villain value plus 888. It really is you. Hua Jiayu was shocked. She couldn't believe her tenant was a pervert. Who would deliver takeout dressed as a woman and be cuckolded? She looked disgusted, thinking she would make him move out as soon as she got back. Even if it violated the contract, she had to take the house back. Jiayu, do you know him? Ma Yao composed himself, revealing what he thought was a charming smile as he asked. Hua Jiayu frowned slightly. She had met this person once at a socialite gathering, but they weren't close at all. Please call me by my full name. She said this emotionlessly, then glanced at Chen Zhou. As for him, I don't know him. She didn't want to get involved with a pervert. Snap. Hearing Hua Jiayu's words of disassociation, Chen Zhou felt as if his heart was breaking, and he froze on the spot. His composure crumbled. Ma Yao smirked. This woman really had character. Winning her over wouldn't be easy. However, a slight smile played on his lips. He enjoyed winning over women who offered a challenge. He wasn't interested in women who were easily won over. Seeing Chen Zhou lying on the ground like a dead pig, he kicked him hard again. What are you doing lying here? Get out of here. A group of socialites also gathered around. Seeing Chen Zhou dressed as a woman, their faces were filled with disgust and contempt, and they pointed and whispered among themselves. What bad luck today! To run into such a pervert on the way out. You agree? There are all sorts of birds in a big forest. This kind of person is the most disgusting. If you're going to crossdress, at least crossdress properly. Wearing a green hat, it looks like a complete mess. Since you like crossdressing so much, why don't you go to Thailand and get surgery to become a woman? He's just a pervert, why are we discussing him? Let's talk about Jiayu's boyfriend instead. It's almost time, why hasn't he arrived yet? Isn't he being a little too arrogant? Surrounded by the crowd, Chen Zhou felt incredibly panicked. He quickly got up, ready to escape this troublesome place. Suddenly, a sentence he heard made him slow down and prick up his ears. His beautiful landlady has a boyfriend? He couldn't help but think of the scene he witnessed a few days ago outside the coffee shop. Chen Zhou's expression shifted between anger and regret. Anger, regret, pain, resentment, a mix of negative emotions clung to his face. If he had known Hua Jiayu would be with that man, and hadn't even finished his urgent task, he should have stopped them. The feeling of watching his goddess being trampled on by someone else made him furious. My God, what a handsome and charismatic guy! A woman's exclamation rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Following her gaze, a young man stepped out of the car. Don't be so disrespectful, call him Brother Liang. A woman nearby, clearly recognizing Su Liang, patted her and reminded her. The other women also snapped out of their daze. Their eyes shone brightly. In terms of looks and charisma, I only admire Brother Liang. He's always had it all figured out. In every way, Brother Liang is the best boyfriend choice, bar none. If I could spend a night with Brother Liang, I'd die happy. An accidental pregnancy would be even better, I'd definitely have the baby. Your plan is so elaborate even outer space knows it. What woman wouldn't want to have Brother Liang's child? Look, Brother Liang seems to be coming this way. The socialites chattered excitedly, completely oblivious to the boyfriends beside them. The men could only sigh helplessly and smile wryly, unable to even muster any anger. Even if she was angry, she could only keep it inside. Hua Jieyu, listening from the side, was stunned and asked in astonishment. You know him? No way? No way? Surely there are people who don't know Brother Liang. The women looked at her incredulously, as if they were looking at a village girl whose family didn't have internet access. Soon, someone excitedly blurted it out. The eldest son of the Su family, the CEO of the Su group. Hua Jieyu's mind buzzed. She had felt that the name Su Liang sounded familiar before, as if she had heard it somewhere before. However, Su Liang's words had interrupted her, so she hadn't thought about it further. She never expected that Su Liang was the famous eldest son of the Su family. She was somewhat confused. Since exchanging contact information with Su Liang twice, the two had chatted frequently online. As their relationship deepened, it gradually gave her the feeling of an online romance. So when she wanted to find a boyfriend, she asked Su Liang to pretend to be her boyfriend. Anyone who learns that a close friend has such an incredibly powerful background would be stunned and bewildered. While she was still in a daze, Su Liang had already walked up to her and grabbed her hand. Isn't it normal for boyfriends and girlfriends to hold hands? Hua Jieyu regained her senses. Feeling the warm touch on her hand, surprisingly, she didn't feel any aversion. Only 2 blushes crept onto her face. Su Liang wore a knowing smile, then looked at the group. You must be Jieyu's friends? Let me introduce myself, Su Liang, Jieyu's boyfriend. Whoosh! This caused a huge uproar. Several women stared blankly. The boyfriend Hua Jieyu just mentioned was this Mr. Su? They were stunned. They all stared in disbelief at the shy, obedient Hua Jieyu standing there. Your boyfriend is Brother Liang, you should have said so earlier. How dare we be sarcastic? Ma Yao kept his head down, wishing he could bury it to the ground and make himself invisible. He was drenched in cold sweat, his heart pounding with fear and unease. He never imagined that the woman he had gone to so much trouble to pursue was actually Su Liang's girlfriend. If Su Liang found out he was plotting behind Hua Jieyu's back, even arranging for socialites to scheme against her, wouldn't he be finished? It might even implicate his entire family. He cautiously glanced up at Su Liang, only to find Su Liang looking at him with a meaningful expression. Ma Yao trembled with fear, nearly soiling himself. He approached Su Liang, his voice trembling with tears, and said, Young Master Su, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have targeted Miss Hua, scheming against her behind her back. He explained how he had arranged for several socialites to provoke Hua Jieyu. What? Upon hearing this, Hua Jieyu, forgetting her embarrassment, stared at him in shock and anger. These people had actually conspired to deceive her? If it weren't for Su Liang, she would have remained completely in the dark. How despicable. Su Liang's expression remained unchanged. With a single order, he quickly uncovered the truth and presented it to him. This was just a tool, a minor villain. He'd let him see what she thought, considering it would help him and Hua Jieyu advance their relationship. You apologized to the wrong person. Seeing Su Liang's expression, Ma Yao knew Su Liang knew everything, and his heart sank. Upon hearing this, he was stunned. He hurriedly apologized to Hua Jieyu. Get out. Hua Jieyu coldly uttered a single word. Being deceived felt terrible, she was in a bad mood. Okay, I'll get out now. Thank you, young Master Su, thank you, Miss Hua. Despite being reprimanded, his face beamed with a smile brighter than a chrysanthemum, knowing he had survived this ordeal. After a series of bows and scrapes, he turned and slunk away, not even daring to stop his car. Seeing that Ma Yao had apologized, the socialites also followed suit, apologizing to Hua Jieyu. Ding Chenzhou has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding Chenzhou has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 999. Su Liang's gaze fell on Chenzhou, raising an eyebrow slightly. Having not seen this protagonist for a few days, he noticed his luck was dwindling. It wouldn't be long before it was all gone. He probably still doesn't know who's interfering with his mission, right? TSK, what a pitiful protagonist. Chapter 135, the beginning of the female lead's downfall. A fool hired by a monkey? Several socialites apologized repeatedly. Although Hua Jieyu reluctantly forgave them, she didn't intend to continue dining with them. Seemingly sensing her thoughts, Su Liang looked at them and said calmly, "You can leave." He had come for Hua Jieyu. Since these people displeased his prey, they were no longer useful in advancing his relationship with Hua Jieyu, and could get lost. Without any use, even if these people were socialites, they had no right to dine with him. Since Su Liang had spoken, the socialites could only leave helplessly. They were filled with regret. If they had known they would see Su Liang, they would never have listened to Ma Yao. After everyone had left, Su Liang looked at Hua Jieyu. "I'm sorry, I've ruined your dinner tonight." As he apologized, there was no trace of remorse on his face. Hua Jieyu shook her head. How could she blame Su Liang? If Su Liang hadn't appeared, his terrifying identity scaring these people into revealing their plot, she would still be foolishly fooled. "I should thank you for letting me see their true colors." Su Liang chuckled lightly. "Given our relationship, there's no need for such formalities." "Our relationship? What relationship?" Hua Jieyu blushed slightly. She then remembered that she had invited Su Liang to pretend to be her boyfriend. Feeling the warmth of his large hand holding hers, her heart raced. Su Liang seemed to only then realize this, slowly releasing her hand with a smile. "How was it? Was my acting as a fake boyfriend convincing enough?" As the warm hand left, Hua Jieyu suddenly felt something was missing, a sense of emptiness. Hearing Su Liang explain why he had held her hand, she couldn't help but feel a pang of loss. Just a fake boyfriend? If only he were real. She was startled by this sudden thought. "It worked," Su Liang suggested. "Don't let a few unimportant people spoil our fun. Since we're already here, why don't we eat here?" "Okay." Hua Jieyu nodded, her heart pounding. This was the first time they'd eaten together since they met. Could this be considered a date? She followed Su Liang into the upscale Western restaurant, her mind racing. As for Chenzhou, he was completely ignored by her. Watching the two of them walk into the restaurant, Chenzhou's expression shifted, a conflicted look on his face. Because just now, the system had issued another mission. The reward was tempting, a top-tier villa. The punishment was equally cruel, a whole day of bad luck. He had received such a punishment before, quite severe, being plagued by bad luck for a whole day. But compared to the unsolvable law of never completing a mission, it was still somewhat lacking. After some hesitation, he gritted his teeth and walked towards the restaurant. Not to mention that he might fail the mission again this time. Even with his goddess about to be snatched away, what use was this iron rod to him? He had to ruin their date. He firmly believed that with the system around, he would one day recover and rise again. The goddess must be protected. Led by the waiter. Su Liang and Hua Jieyu arrived at the VIP area on the third floor and found a quiet spot. The waiter respectfully handed them the menu. Su Liang looked at Hua Jieyu, indicating that she should order. Hua Jieyu thanked Su Liang for helping her resolve the trouble and had already decided to treat them to a meal. How could she order herself? Su Liang, you order. Oh, is that so? Su Liang glanced at the menu, too lazy to look at it further, and said, "Just bring the deluxe set meal." He never had the habit of ordering. Anyway, just bring all the best dishes. He had more money than he could spend. Hua Jieyu and the waiter were both stunned. The deluxe set meal was a whole table full. Could the two of them finish it? After regaining their senses, the waiter hurriedly went to make the arrangements. Those who dine here are all social elites, upper-class figures. He dared not utter a word. Hua Jieyu recovered from her shock, and realizing Su Liang's identity, she felt relieved. Then, her gaze turned somewhat resentful. Young Master Su, you've kept this from me for so long. You call hundreds of billions in assets a little money? You call the Su Group a small company. She considered Su Liang a friend because they got along well. Besides, she never flaunted her status and never mentioned her background, as that would have an element of showing off. Since she hadn't revealed her identity, she hadn't asked Su Liang much. She only knew that his family was somewhat wealthy, that he owned a company, and that he seemed quite busy during their conversations. You didn't ask me. Su Liang smiled, his gaze shifting, and continued. Speaking of which, you surprised me too. I didn't expect you to be a little rich woman. Hua Jieyu said coquettishly. Compared to you, what am I, a mere rich woman? A few words dissolved the awkwardness that had arisen from knowing each other's identities. The two resumed their usual conversation. In the distance, a figure was furtively watching their conversation. It was Chen Zhou. He needed a reason to disrupt their date. He needed to scout things out first. If that guy made any improper moves towards Hua Jieyu, he would intervene directly. Seeing the two sitting opposite each other, merely chatting, their relationship didn't seem particularly intimate. He breathed a sigh of relief. That meant that guy hadn't succeeded yet, he still had a chance. Soon after, the food was served. Su Liang asked the waiter to open and pour the red wine. Hua Jieyu hesitated, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. As a single woman, she knew how to protect herself. She wouldn't drink alcohol at a dinner party like this. If she wanted some, she could have a few sips at home by herself. However, seeing that the waiter had already poured her a glass, she had no choice but to give up. If Su Liang drank, she would feel bad if she didn't, especially since he had helped her. All right, I forgot to ask if you drink. It's okay if you don't. Su Liang belatedly remembered. It's all right, I haven't had a drink in a long time either, I can have a little with you. Hua Jieyu shook her head and smiled in response. Through their conversations over the past few days, she still trusted Su Liang's character. Besides, red wine isn't very intoxicating. Nothing will happen. Su Liang also smiled, a somewhat enigmatic smile. He wouldn't get someone drunk and take advantage of them. That kind of tactic is only used by low-level villains. If he hadn't been threatened with the destruction of his family, he wouldn't have resorted to such extreme measures. Now he has the power and the time, he can play with the female lead slowly. Waiting for the prey to slowly take the bait is also an interesting process. No need to get drunk, just numb her senses and lower her guard a little. Su Liang, I'd like to toast you. Thank you for letting me see those guys for who they really are. Hua Jieyu raised her glass. I told you not to be so polite, just don't blame me for ruining your dinner. Su Liang also smiled and raised his glass, making a crisp clink sound. Chen Zhou stared intently at the two men. Seeing them start drinking, he hesitated, wondering whether to stop them. Just then, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding host failed to deliver within the specified time. Mission failed. Unlucky for the whole day. Oh no. Chen Zhou was shocked. He had unknowingly exceeded the time limit. Suddenly, one leg of the chair he was sitting on broke off, and he fell directly to the ground. Before he could react, the huge chandelier overhead fell for some unknown reason. He narrowly avoided it. However, shards flew all over him, cutting his skin. A figure suddenly darted out, startling the waiter, who spilled a bowl of soup directly on him, causing Chen Zhou to scream in pain. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Meanwhile, Su Liang and Hua Jieyu, in the distance, were unaffected, only seeing a figure jumping around. Hua Jieyu looked at Su Liang with some confusion. What's he doing? I don't know, maybe he's just some clown the monkey hired. Chapter 136. The protagonist charges for love. The heroine flees in disarray. Dinner ended. Hua Jieyu drank a few glasses of wine with Su Liang, who neither forced nor urged her to. That was enough. As they stepped out of the restaurant, the cold wind outside made Hua Jieyu slightly tipsy. The aftereffects of the red wine were kicking in. Going down the stairs, she suddenly missed a step and fell straight forward. Ah! Hua Jieyu cried out in surprise. Seeing herself getting closer and closer to the ground, her face paled, and a chill ran down her spine. She could already imagine her face hitting the ground, her features mangled beyond recognition. At the last second, an arm encircled her waist and pulled her up. The expected sharp pain from the fall didn't occur, and Hua Jieyu slowly opened her eyes. Before she saw was Su Liang's handsome face. He had saved her. After recovering from the lingering fear, feeling the large hand on her waist, she blushed deeply. Thank you. Su Liang smiled warmly, his voice gentle. You seem a little drunk, let me help you. Hua Jieyu was taken aback. She wanted to say that it was an accident, that she wasn't drunk at all. However, feeling that indescribable sense of security, the words stuck in her throat. She let out a barely audible Su Liang's smile deepened. He walked with Hua Jieyu to the parking lot. It wasn't really helping her, one hand was on her arm, more like a couple's embrace. Seeing her about to get her car, Su Liang stopped her. How can you drive after drinking? I'll take you home. His tone was domineering, leaving no room for argument. Hua Jieyu hesitated. In the end, she didn't refuse and got into Su Liang's car. Not to mention she wasn't very drunk, even if she were, she could have called a designated driver. Perhaps she just wanted to spend more time with Su Liang. The scene of Su Liang putting his arm around Hua Jieyu and getting into the car to drive away was witnessed by Qin Zhou, who was not far away. He roared. No. In his eyes, Hua Jieyu looked like she was drunk and being taken advantage of by Su Liang. What they were going to do next was self-evident. Qin Zhou was both angry and anxious, and quickly found his electric scooter, starting his love charge. However, even with his scooter in the highest gear, its speed couldn't compare to a top-of-the-line luxury car. He could only watch the car disappear little by little until it was completely out of sight. Qin Zhou was still relentlessly charging forward. For a moment, he forgot about his bad luck. You know, speeding recklessly on the street isn't safe. Suddenly, a bratty kid ran out in front of him, and he quickly swerved to avoid him. But the tires slipped, causing him to slip and fall several times, looking utterly pathetic. This sudden turn of events compounded his already ravaged state. Ding Qinzhou has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding Qinzhou has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding Qinzhou's mentality has collapsed, villain value plus 1000. In the car. Su Liang's eyes flashed as he glanced at Hua Jieyu beside him. Her body was slightly tense. Only she and Su Liang were in the back seat. An ambiguous atmosphere permeated the small space. This was the first time she had been so close to a man, and she had been having some wild thoughts the whole way. However, even after arriving at her apartment complex, Su Liang hadn't made any other moves. What was with this feeling of disappointment? After parking the car, her thoughts returned, and she prepared to open the car door and get out. At this moment, Su Liang's slightly disappointed voice sounded beside her. Jieyu, you called today saying you wanted to help, and I came without hesitation. Now you're leaving like this, it makes me very sad. Hua Jieyu stopped what she was doing, turned her head, and stared blankly at Su Liang. Following this line of thought, she realized that leaving without a word was indeed a bit impolite. She immediately expressed her sincere gratitude. Thank you. Before she could finish, Su Liang interrupted her. I told you, there's no need for formalities between us. If you insist on thanking me, how about something more practical? Hua Jieyu was a little confused, not understanding what Su Liang meant. Su Liang smiled, tilted his head as if thinking for a moment, revealing his fangs. Since we're boyfriend and girlfriend, before parting shouldn't there be a ceremony? Hua Jieyu was even more confused. Then, she saw Su Liang point to his face. She suddenly realized, her face instantly turning bright red. This meant she had to kiss him? Seeing the teasing look on Su Liang's face, knowing he was joking, Hua Jieyu said coquettishly, "You're so annoying." She opened the car door. Just as she was about to get off the bus, she paused, then quickly turned around. After giving Su Liang a quick, fleeting kiss on the cheek, she fled as if her life depended on it. Watching her retreating figure, Su Liang touched the lingering warmth on his face and smiled meaningfully. Today, his relationship with Hua Jieyu had taken a significant step forward. But this was the limit. Taking it any further would be difficult. Su Liang could sense that she was still wary. However, how long could she withstand his advances? Gradually, his smile faded, and he fell into deep thought. Whose card should he choose today? 20 beautiful figures flashed through his mind. The next morning, Chen Zhou limped home. After being injured last night, he went to the hospital and had over a dozen needles mistakenly inserted by the nurses. Now he was completely mentally broken. He needed to rest at home. Go away from tasks. However, he had barely sat down on the sofa when there was a knock on the door. Chen Zhou, his temper flaring, stormed out. But when he saw it was his beautiful landlady, his anger vanished instantly, replaced by excitement. Heaven knows how long he'd worried after Hua Jieyu was taken away by Su Liang last night. He'd imagined 108 different scenarios, hadn't he? His heart was breaking. But judging from Hua Jieyu's current expression, it seemed he was overthinking things. Before he could even feel happy, she spoke in an icy tone. Move out by today. Chen Zhou was dumbfounded. Why was he being told to move out again? Hadn't he already paid the rent? Confused, he asked directly. I've paid this month's rent. It's not about the rent. I simply don't want to rent to you anymore. I'll refund the rent if I unilaterally breach the contract. Seeing that Hua Jieyu was serious, Chen Zhou panicked and asked blankly. Why? Hua Jieyu glanced at him sideways. I don't want to rent the house to a pervert. Chen Zhou was struck dumb, his mind blank. Chapter 137 The Protagonist's Darkest Hour. The harvesting progress accelerates. You must move out by today, or don't blame me for calling the police. After tossing the prepared deposit and penalty, totaling 10,000 yuan, to Chen Zhou, Hua Jieyu snorted coldly. She strode away with her long legs. Standing there. Chen Zhou stood there, stunned and lost. He staggered back into the room, sat on the sofa for a while, and then began packing his things to move out. Actually, the contract hadn't expired, so even if the landlord evicted him, he didn't have to move out. He could always take legal action. But he didn't have the face to stay any longer. What could be more devastating than being called a pervert by the goddess he liked? Ding Chenzhou's mentality exploded, villain value plus 999. He finished packing and went out. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. He turned to look at the rented room behind him, a determined look appearing in Chen Zhou's eyes. I'll definitely be back. Being disliked by his goddess and kicked out of his home was a complete failure. But he still had the system. Anything was possible. Although this system was a bit unreliable. Having made up his mind, he resolutely turned around, leaving behind a dashing silhouette. Next, he'd find a place to stay, then start frantically delivering takeout. He refused to believe he wouldn't finish his tasks indefinitely. Chen Zhou walked, lost in thought. Suddenly, he bumped into something, stumbling back a few steps, scattering his luggage on the ground. Looking closely, he saw a tall man blocking his way. Already irritated, this instantly ignited his anger. Are you fucking crazy, blocking the road? His words were cut short. A dozen or so thugs suddenly surrounded the tall man. Chen Zhou's back was drenched in cold sweat. He then surveyed his surroundings and discovered he was in a secluded alley. He was utterly helpless. Be big brother, that's not what I meant. Chen Zhou immediately cowered. No, that's called being flexible and adaptable. Hearing his voice, the group stared in disbelief. After a long pause, someone finally yelled, "Holy crap! Damn it, at first glance I thought it was a woman, then I recognized it as a man dressed as a woman, but why does that voice sound like a woman's? Not only that, it's my kind of lowly voice. Little girl, ugh, you brat, keep going, weren't you so arrogant?" Knowing how to assess the situation, little girl, you have potential. I have high hopes for you. Why don't you join our biker gang? Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. I still prefer your previous arrogant self. The burly leader grinned maliciously, flexed his muscles, and then threatened. This road is mine, this tree is mine, if you wanna pass, leave your toll. Boss, aren't you mistaken? It's, this road is mine. A henchman stepped forward to remind him, but before he could finish, the burly man slapped him across the face. You think I taught you math? Did you think the gym teacher taught me? Seeing this, Chinzhou was extremely anxious. He realized that this group was a small gang trying to rob him. He only had the 10,000 yuan deposit Hua Jiayu had given him, plus a penalty for breach of contract. If he lost that, how would he rent a place? As for the 200,000 yuan reward from the system, it had long been taken back after a failed mission. The 10,000 yuan was his last remaining possession. So, he said with a mournful face, "Brother, I have no money. I'm just a poor laborer." A laborer? That's even better. The burly man's eyes lit up, rubbing his hands together excitedly. A laborer's soul, laborers are all superior. You kid definitely have money. Chinzhou smiled, inwardly cursing whether this guy had something wrong with his brain. Seeing that he didn't move, the burly man's face turned ferocious. Looks like you're not going to pay the toll, forcing us to take action. Men, get him. Chinzhou panicked immediately. But at that moment, a dozen men, their eyes gleaming, surrounded him, searching him thoroughly. After the search, they found 10,000 yuan on him and a deflated wallet. One of the henchmen presented the two items to his boss. The burly man picked up the 10,000 yuan, weighed it in his hand, and smiled with satisfaction. Then he took the wallet beside him. He opened it. The few cents inside almost blinded him. Damn it, he really is a poor bastard. The burly man cursed. Brother, I have a suggestion. How about we recruit him into our biker gang? Look at him, so fair-skinned and delicate, he'd look quite convincing in women's clothing. Give him a wig, perfect for a honey trap. A young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses adjusted his glasses, speaking with a strategist air. I think it's a good idea. We can use me as a demonstration, let him seduce me, and see how it goes. What are you up to, kid? I know what you're up to. But to be fair, his voice is really nice. We'll just cover his head. It's like a cow on an airplane, all the same in the dark, right? Count me in. Hearing their words, Chinzhou cowered in the corner, trembling with fear. Enough. What kind of twisted thinking is this? Don't ever say you're my underling again. The burly man interrupted their discussion with a stern face. Are you kidding me? He's a man with a girlfriend, not some pervert. After scolding his underlings, he waved his hand. Take everything with you, don't leave a single piece of luggage behind, we can sell them for some money. Boss, should we take this uniform? It's high-end stuff, your wife can wear it. One of the underlings scanned Chinzhou up and down, his eyes gleaming. You're a real talent, buddy, strip him. Boss, these stockings and sandals. Take them. Boss, this green hat. Brother, put it on me, it looks pretty trendy. Boss, these underwear. Strip them. He'd barely uttered a word when the burly man reacted, pointing his finger at him and cursing. What the hell are you thinking? I'm not a pervert, just strip me naked, I can still use me after a wash. Roger. Chinzhou, his face filled with terror, huddled into a ball, desperately trying to protect himself. But how could he possibly be a match for a dozen men? They quickly subdued him. When the last shred of clothing was ripped off, the entire room fell silent, filled with gasps of shock. It was one of the henchmen who broke the silence. "Does anyone have a magnifying glass? Let me see." A commotion erupted, shouts and cries of disbelief filled the air. Chen Zhou completely broke down, bursting into tears. It's over. Has his weakness finally been exposed? Ding Chenzhou collapses in despair, villain value plus 999. Ding Chenzhou's mind is unstable, villain value plus 999. Ding. Su Liang lay on the sofa, his head resting on a woman's fair thigh, enjoying the lap pillow. While enjoying the woman's massage, he looked at the information sent by his subordinates. Seeing Chenzhou's experience, combined with the system notification in his mind, he could already imagine how desperate he was. Su Liang's expression was strange. He hadn't realized. He had so many talented people under his command. He told you to create difficulties, not to ruin people. At this rate, the harvest is about to be accelerated again. Chapter 138, a shocking revelation for the protagonist. A repayment from the female lead. After reading the information about Chenzhou, Su Liang turned over, switching the page to Wu Zhe's. He clicked his tongue, a playful expression on his face. This reborn protagonist couldn't take the suppression anymore and was starting to throw caution to the wind. Since that's the case, let's drop some more bombshells. President Xiang, you know our winery. If managed well, it can definitely develop to the level of Mutai. Knowing you're interested, I'm willing to give you 30% of the shares. Let's grow bigger and stronger together, creating new glories. Wu Zhe sat on the sofa, making a phone call, his eyes full of expectation and hope. No, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. A somewhat flustered voice came from the other end of the line. After a quick 3-click, he hung up. Damn it, trying to get me to invest? Are you trying to kill me? Don't you even know who's watching the winery? After a string of curses, he seemed to remember something, and a look of awe crossed his face. Beep beep beep. Hearing the busy tone on his phone, Wu Zhe was completely bewildered. 5 people. This was the 5th person he had invited to invest, and without exception, they had all refused. He couldn't understand it. Weren't these guys always eyeing the distillery, wanting a piece of the pie? His investigation over the past few days hadn't been in vain, he had finally uncovered the mastermind behind the distillery's attacks. It turned out they were partners in the distillery, and after seeing its profitability, they decisively joined forces to suppress it. The previous distillery owner had been forced to close down because of their suppression. They originally wanted to take over, but he had snatched it away. To get them to stop their suppression, Wu Zhe decided to give up his shares. However, even though he was willing to share the profits, those people still refused to shake hands and make peace. They wanted to devour him entirely. Wasn't that too greedy? Wu Zhe clenched his fist, his eyes filled with resentment, which finally turned into helplessness. These people wielded immense power, far beyond his ability to contend with. Was there truly no way out? Was he simply forced to watch helplessly as they devoured his most profitable business? Was he reborn only to be a useless person again? Ring 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 ring. Just as he was lost in his reverie, a rapid phone call rang. Wu Zhe pressed the answer button. Boss, something bad has happened. A group of safety and hygiene officials have suddenly appeared at our factory for an inspection. A panicked male voice came from the other end. Wu Zhe jumped up from the sofa, not having